and present the issues on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This altar is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis program.
We must practice independent, credible, and fearless journalism.
Newsfile with Samson Ladia Yenini.
Outlook is about perspectives, intriguing insight into the unexpected, the outstanding, and the diversity of culture, people, and lifestyles. It connects and evokes the sounds and scenes of uniqueness, of beauty, taste, and exciting glamour. It is life as we live it every minute, with every breath. Just exhale on Outlook.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, it doesn't change people unless they see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again.
The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
I am Martina Bugrin Tamale, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
Al Jazeera really invests in that, and that's a privilege as a journalist.
Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that he hired a security goat to protect the data shed. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded to cloud storage yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
We are back, bringing you the latest lineup from Betway. Betway starts strong with their front two, with Free Play Friday and Swipe Bet. In the middle, you've got all the control with Cash Out and Build a Bet. Plus, with Win Boost, you can boost your sports bet. At the back, they have Smart Picks and the partial daily jackpot.
You always get way more with Betway.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly. No under 18. Terms and conditions apply. Betway. Get...
Life is good today, but tomorrow may be different. You don't have to keep working or depend on your children during old age to live comfortably. When you level up, remember that things can change. You don't have to depend on others if an accident leaves you permanently disabled. You have an expectation of a comfortable life during retirement. We hope it doesn't happen, but a booming business can sometimes decline. You want to be there every moment for your loved ones. But tomorrow is not guaranteed. But with SNIT, you can secure your future no matter the work you do. Register and sign up for Seed from SNIT for old age pension, invalidity pension, and survivor's lump sum benefit for your dependents. Take control of your future. Ayodachio, Fano Personal. Contact SNIT for more inquiries. SNIT, we deliver on our promise. T's and C's apply.
The enhanced GCB mobile app. Recoded to do more with ease. Pay bills and fees to multiple merchants. Easily top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters with the smart card reader. Generate prepaid and virtual cards to use on ATMs, POS, and for online transactions. Send and receive funds and do so much more. Download now from Google Play Store or Apple Store for all your transactions. Smooth, safe, and secure. Chalet, tap the app. Open a GCB Instant account to experience the recoded vibe. GCB mobile app. Upgrade your style. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
Ghana's Controller and Accountant General from 2005 to 2009. Currently, a board member of the Internal Audit Agency, Christian Tetesoti, who also was once an assistant commissioner at the Ghana Revenue Authority, GRA, has questions to answer. Yes, he, together with the GRA boss and the finance minister, he left his job as the technical advisor to the Commissioner General in 2019 to manage a company same year with no track record, no experience in revenue assurance in the petroleum industry, sole sourced, hand-picked to do revenue assurance services for governments. Something that was already being done by other third parties. Yes, the government is this company's only customer since the company, SML, was established. SML has a contract for 10 years. 10 years. And is entitled to over $100 million each year. It is a plug-in into the revenue stream of the state, taking money for no job done. Ben Boache, Executive Director, Africa Center for Energy Policy, ASEP, insists. A mining expert adds that the engagement of SML to monitor gold production is, quote, a typical create, loot, and share scheme to plunder the resources of the state. Is SML a duplication if it did that job? The state, with the aid of third parties, introduced the ERDMS in 2018, by which every liter of petroleum product is accounted for tax purposes. It ensures, quote, 100% efficiency and transparency, officials have told the Fourth Estate. The GRA itself has confirmed, or did confirm until last week, CEO of the National Petroleum Authority has doubts about the need for SML. In fact, the GRA said it does not rely on what the SML does for its tax purposes, the very reason for its engagement. The OSP is commencing investigations, and just yesterday, Parliament also set in motion an investigation and directed suspension of payments to SML. This week started with Catholics and even non-Catholics the world over agitated at news that sought to damage the image of the world's biggest Christian denomination with the largest membership and impact on society. Popular U.S. evangelist, president of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, Franklin Graham, joined many in slamming Pope Francis. He wrote, "So-called blessings from religious leaders won't save you from the judgment of God." He said, "You can't bless what God calls sin." Catholic bishops elsewhere rejected what was reported or misreported as authorization for Catholic priests to bless same-sex marriages. We speak to Catholic bishops over their statements to the contrary. But we commence today's discussion or show with our first hour interacting with the Education Minister about government's management of the sector in the wake of an agenda by the NDC to scrap teacher licensure exams and concerns about standards despite recording the best WASSCE results. I'm Samson Ladianyamini. We'll be right back to deal with the vexed matters.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that he hired a security guard to protect the data shed. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded to cloud storage yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
Biasanyani.
Uyai Tibatane.
Zafula Nabia.
Viens nous rejoindre.
Brabe Kanyam. Aw, Amanasat Shamigojao.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future leaders. Academic City University College, redefining university education.
Miss
VIP.
Magnetic Perfumes.
On New Year's Day, January 1st, 2024, at 7 p.m., the legends of High Life will gather at one place for one mission. High Life is the Capfarm Higher Legends Night with the Kings of High Life on New Year's Day at the Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center, featuring Lee Duodu, Nana Champon, Ben Bracco, Oforian Ponsa.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen.
Jedu Blay Ambule.
About the bull fruit.
Charles Amoa. Pat Thomas. George Jarrah. Yes, get your tickets fast. Dial star 713 star 33 star 30 hash for VIP single tickets. For VVIP table reservations, call or WhatsApp 0200 220202 or visit Capfarm Dansuma or East Legon or visit legendsnightgh.com. Capfarm Higher Legends Night with the Kings of High Life.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. This is a very final edition for 2023. Relax and get to enjoy our show for today. We're inviting all of you, our viewers and listeners today, to take extra time. You always do. Share a lot of messages with us, but today we are committing to dedicate time to read and share all your messages. Maybe, just maybe, we may open the phone lines at a certain point in time to allow you time to also participate in the discussions live. Thank you very much. So it's been a year. So what are your thoughts, particularly about the things we are discussing today? But if there are any that you want to share your views on with us, we will welcome them. So get ready and start doing just that. I have the Education Minister in the studio, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, the Minister for Education and MP Bosomtwe. So if you have any questions about education, if you have heard of any concerns and critique, share them with us and we will have him respond to them accordingly. Good morning, sir, and thank you very much for making the time to join us here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Great. So today, part of it is to get him to prove me wrong. You know, I did a take about him and spoke about him in certain terms. And those who don't like that truth that I told had a lot of things to say. I said, for example, that he is a great citizen that was flying high, the flag of Ghana home and abroad. And he was doing a lot of marvelous things. He represented leadership that brings transformation. And there is evidence to that I showed. So this morning is one-on-one. He should prove me wrong. So, or shame my critics, so to speak. Right. So I'm beginning the show, and you're seeing these images with you in classrooms, in laboratories, hands-on. And people say, this is the example we want. We are aware of what you did with the educational institution you set up in the United States of America, producing shining example of leaders over there. What is it about your philosophy in this sector?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samson, for such a wonderful opportunity, for giving me such a huge platform to share what the President of the Republic has empowered me and enabled me to do in Ghana. As you all know, I was in the United States of America and experiencing the American dream. A first-generation immigrant, opening schools in Los Angeles, 200 workers, college prep schools, every student paid for by government, and it was a wonderful opportunity. And the president asking me to come back home and help him change the education system. These were his words when he was campaigning for office, and meeting a mentor of mine, asking him, should I go, should I not go? And his words was very instructive. He just said, this is the mentor of mine, Honorable Mervyn Diamond, a former congressman. He said, America can do without you, but maybe your country cannot do without you. So go home and help your people. It was almost like he was speaking to me, to my heart, and God was speaking to me through him, and I decided to come. My philosophy, you know, I grew up in a very challenging fiscal environment. I always say my father was not poor, but he had a cash flow problem as a cocoa farmer. Not being able to get the cash at the right time when it was needed by the family. I shaped my whole philosophy of thinking and doing things in the education space. When I almost missed high school because he couldn't put together 40 cedis. And it was my younger brother who one evening sitting in the middle of the cocoa farm in a hamlet had an idea, and he said, why don't you go to Jachi? Tell Dad, give you money to take the transport, go to Jachi. I have this pig that my uncles have given to me because I'm helping them on their piggery farm. Maybe if you sell it, you get the opportunity to go to secondary school. My dad was struggling at the time, had taken me from village to village, begging his friends, can you lend me 40 cedis? Nobody could do that. It wasn't cocoa season yet. Came back to Jachi, we sold the pig. We took it around, we sold, we actually did a retail. I was carrying some, my brothers were carrying some. We raised 42 cedis, 40 cedis, went to Jachi Pram, so paid my deposit, happiest person. Then they gave me prospectus. And the day student prospectus was simply buy shorts, a blue shirt, sandals, and you are in. And even that, it was a huge struggle for me to then get it, come back to Jachi and be enrolled at Jachi Pram Senior High School. So I always say I grew up in an environment that was challenging fiscally, then went to America by the grace of God, and then I found myself fighting to liberate the low-income neighborhood students from poverty. So I always fought poverty, overcame poverty, and I also went to America to fight on the side of the poor, relatively poor in America, to give them the opportunity of education. And that opportunity of education then inured to their benefit. My students got the opportunity to go to top universities in the US. So my philosophy simply is this: we can wage the war against poverty and win. And if we're to do that, we have to have a more robust education system, an education system that does not only guarantee access, but enhances quality. But the education system might also be relevant to the needs of our nation. So I don't look at education from the standpoint of individual benefit, tremendous benefit to individuals, but I look at societal benefits. I look at countries that have changed their fortunes, South Korea, Singapore, the certain European nations, where through education, their fortunes have changed, they've transformed them. So my philosophy is nations can improve their fortunes through education. And that education must be relevant to the needs of the country. So that's why I'm passionate about what I do, because
the Jachi Pramso that you went to, I visited Jachi Pramso many years ago as a leader of the Scripture Union. We went there to evangelize.
Yes.
And we saw the dormitories, the building itself doesn't attract. But that is where you went.
Yes.
And that Jachi Pramso made you who you are.
Yes.
Can we say the same of today's education system, despite what improvement we say we have made to it?
You see, there's this thinking that wherever we thought we knew is what exists now. So invariably, like your description of Jachi Pramso has changed now. But if you were to speak to Jachi Pramso, you are speaking to Jachi Pramso from your experience, what you saw there. And you may describe it for what it used to be, but not what it is now. So invariably, you hear people talking about, oh, the standards have fallen, things are so bad. It's their projection as to what they think should be happening. And because around the world, if you look at education systems, what happens invariably is that countries that increase enrollment rapidly diminish learning outcomes. So even education experts in Ghana, I've heard some of them say, standards have fallen because enrollment has gone up. You see, that is what is supposed to be, but that is not what is happening. So if you're a researcher in education, you then have to go and look at the data, because that is what education researchers know, that if you increase enrollment, outcomes will diminish. So you have to then begin to look at what I call Ghanaian magic, where we increase enrollment and the achievement did not fall. We defied gravity, literally, because it's not known around the world. In the secondary education space, you increase enrollment in Ghana. In 2016, it was 830,000 students. Now you've gone to close to 1.4 million. How is it that the students are doing well? Everyone will tell you
that's almost double.
It doesn't, yes, almost double. So they will say it doesn't happen anywhere in the world. But what did Ghana do right? You see, when you increase enrollment and you have fixed facilities, it means if you double enrollment, you have to double class sizes. So the classrooms are congested, and in most countries, they don't have excess teachers to deploy. So with limited teachers, limited facilities, you double enrollment, you diminish outcomes because you are going to increase class sizes. Teachers will be overloaded. Ghana has a unique situation. We are the only country, probably one of the few countries in the world, where we have excess teachers that can be deployed. In other jurisdictions, even if they want to deploy, they don't have them. But in addition to that, the interesting thing about the Ghanaian expansion and why we have improved learning outcomes is that when we improved the learning outcomes, we created a different ecosystem. The first is that when we increased enrollment, we made the education free. What it means is that whereas before free secondary education, students would take 2 weeks, 4 weeks to come to school because they were waiting at home to look for money to pay their fees. You made it free. Therefore, during the first week, they are there. So because they come during the first week, they are not missing anything. Consequently, the time on task has improved tremendously in our schools.
You are diving deep already. We'll get there. So the comments people make generally about standards have fallen. And for as long as I became aware politically, I've heard this phrase repeated over and again. Sounds as if we're a basket case as far as our mission and a vision for education system is concerned. And yet we manage to produce some of the best. Stellar guys who go out and even here do very well. From your experience, is that not true to some extent? You, for example, for 10 years, have decided that on your own, in your constituency, you are going to recruit at least 100 engineers in your constituency. You started doing that.
Yes.
How easy is it to get the class of candidates that you sponsor to the universities? That should tell you that the standards confirm these cliches.
You see, the interesting thing about standards, you have to look at teacher quality. In a country where you now require a bachelor's degree to teach even in KG, standards have not fallen. If you were struggling to get qualified teachers to teach in your schools, then you can say standards have fallen. Teachers are now better prepared, better qualified for our schools. They are being trained differently. You also have ensured that you enhance increase the number of students going to high quality schools in the country. You see, when you talk about the Bosontwe experience, I decided I would sponsor 100 engineers within 10 years. Within 2 years, I had them. Now I've gone to 150, and I have about 30 of them on my waiting list, waiting to be added. From village to village, when my people visited, they found students who have gone to top high schools in the country, people who have gone to Prempeh, Presec from Bosontwe, and they were waiting for opportunity to go to the university. So it was so easy to find qualified high school graduates to take them to UMatt and take them to KNUST within a period of 2 to 3 years. So if standards had fallen, it was not going to be easy for you to find students who have done science and have graduated and they have made, they are qualified to go into universities. So I have about 30 students doing medicine from Bosontwe, and I easily found them. On Wednesday, something profound happened. I met this young man who came to me and said, Minister, I want to thank you for what you did for me. And that was before I even started doing the 150 agenda. These students I picked up, the mom was the cleaner of the public toilet, and I had stayed at home for 2 years. Couldn't find the money to buy university and transform. We did it for him. He met me and said, Minister, on Monday, this upcoming Monday, I'm starting my housemanship as a medical doctor at Sunyuan Teaching Hospital. You helped me 6 years ago. You took care of me. You paid my school fees, our UDS, and I've graduated, and I want to thank you. These are individuals who opportunity have been extended to. Now you look at the majority of our youth, and they have opportunity for secondary education. And when they go there, it's not the high school of yesteryears. You have students going to STEM schools. You have students who have now an opportunity to do hands-on activities, build robots, even fly drones. So how can you say standards have fallen?
We'll talk about students in STEM schools and that particular idea and how you intend to use that to revolutionize the education system in line with your vision of the kind of schools that you are known to have built. Whether that really works here and you can achieve that. But let's look at the evidence in our face right now from the WASSCE results that just came, 2023. From where you sit, what does the result communicate to you?
The result tells me that the work of the headmasters and the students and the teachers is truly showing outcomes. You have teachers who have sacrificed their lives so much so that they stay after school, they are there before school, and they support these students to work hard so that we can see the outcomes that we're seeing. This cannot be by accident. If you had a situation where it went up and down, and then 1 year it fell, and then you go down, then you can say that's by accident. This is not by accident. You see, we've opened the floodgates of quality Presec, Achimota education to a huge number of students. Presec used to bring in 1,000 students thereabout. Now you have 1,500, and some years 1,800. The 500 extra, the 800 extra is getting quality Presec education. Before free senior high school, the A1 to C6, which is the pass rate, was about 95%. Now Presec is doing 98% with increase in the number of students who are getting the quality Presec experience. So if you look at the numbers that have been able to go to these top tier schools, outcomes should be better. And then those who are going to schools that does not have the same pedigree, as our top schools, they also are going to schools where they have more opportunities in terms of the resources and the laboratories that we are doing there. So if you look at what has happened in integrated science, our 28.7% passed in 2015. When we say pass, we mean the pass that can take you to university, A1 to C6, 28.7. Now it's 66.82, and this cannot be by accident. It has been increasing over the years. You look at the 2022 results, you look at English language from 60.39 to 73. You look at mathematics, you look at all integrated science. In every field, there was an increase. In every subject, there was an increase. So this cannot be an accident. Things are changing. Our headmasters are doing a better job. Parents are doing a better job supporting their students. And the government has made a huge commitment. And this investment, I believe, based on the numbers that we see, is paying us. So it cannot be said that standards are falling. You go to the basic schools and you see what is happening there in terms of intervention. Now we are saying to our schools, junior high school, if students come to you and they can't read, it's your responsibility to get them reading before they leave there. So we started what is called intervention programs. At the senior high school, we began intervention program. Students come to Form 1 and they can't read. You should not just give them 10 subjects. You're going to give them 8 subjects. The 2 additional ones are going to be intervention English class, intervention mathematics class, to boost their proficiency in mathematics and boost their proficiency in English during the regular school day. And then after school, there should be intervention for them. This is something that WASSCE girls have been doing for a long time. They assess students who come to them, and after the assessment, they prescribe intervention for them. So it's not a sink or swim. You are in Form 1, and therefore, you are just like everybody else. You are in the English class just like everybody else.
So we see that this is the best since the SHS started.
The best since the
SHS
started, and also the best since 2015.
The best since 2015.
Because you see, before 2015, we had the Kufuor graduates who came through His Excellency late Atta Mills. Those were the ones who were doing 4 years. So the 4-year result is now quietly being matched by this 3-year results in 20. So it's 2 levels. Since 2015, this is the best. Almost a decade, this is the best. And then since we started the free senior high school, this is the best. So there has been a gradual build-up in terms of proficiency, in terms of learning outcomes in our senior high schools.
So between 2016 and 2022, we see about 10% increase in the WASSCE pass rates for all 4 core subjects. Notwithstanding, the gross tertiary enrollment target, 25% by 2021, was missed 19%, with a 2030 target of 40%.
40%.
In line to be missed. Since we are lagging at 20% today due to the slow growth of the tertiary admissions. Why is the core WASSCE results not reflecting at the tertiary level?
You see, what we have to realize as a nation is the importance of gross tertiary enrollment ratio. I think the sense of agency is now coming. It didn't used to be a sense of agency for anyone. You know, during the Rawlings era, when we were at the university, the Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank, IMF, they told the government that university education is a private good. It's for individual benefit. Subsidies were removed. There were looters, demonstrations everywhere. I remember when our university was shut down about 4 times when I was there, because the government said subsidy, dispense with it. Instructed by the IMF, instructed by the World Bank. A number of countries were instructed to do something, they did, but a country like Brazil did not. They didn't. And they stuck to their guns and said, no, tertiary education is important. So the country that did not heed to the advice of the Bretton Woods institutions and invested in tertiary, then began to see the transformation. If you look at what has happened in China, for example, the numbers that were there in 2005 and where they are now, getting close to 60% gross tertiary enrollment ratio. It was this idea that we needed to do this, and they focus on it. Now a sense of agency has been created for us. The sense of urgency is that we need to boost our gross tertiary enrollment ratio. You know, in the 1970s, it was about 0.9%. So if you really look at where we have been or where we are now, if you are looking at that, you can say there has been growth. But now you have to look at the sense of urgency that has been created for us, especially by the 1972. We had a 0.9% gross tertiary enrollment ratio. 1971, India had 12.69. Now India is at 31.3%. China in 2005 was 19.3. Now China is about 60%. And of course, South Korea is over 102.47%. So it's the sense of urgency that has now been brought to bear. The president has said 30%, we need to get 40% by 2030. We are working with GTEC. We are looking at an action plan that will help boost the numbers in the private sector. The idea of having this student loan where you don't need guarantor, the no guarantor policy, well-resourced, will open the floodgates of education to a number of students who cannot go now because of funding. If I had not made that, given the opportunity to some students, there's no way 150 of them could be doing engineering and medicine and all those courses. So I think the opportunity is through a well-resourced, well-funded student loan program, so that the barrier to tertiary, once the academic achievement is enhancing, the financial barrier will forever be removed, so that students don't have an opportunity. We're also aligning when the loans come out and when students go to school. So if you look at what has happened over the years, even with Cocoa Marketing Board Scholarship, the poor who needed it the most to go were not getting it before they entered.
Yeah.
You have to go to the school to apply. So now, if the Student Loan Trust Fund is going to open the portal, and they should be opening it this week.
So there are deliberate plans to ensure that these pass rates will reflect
in the
at the tertiary level access.
So you remove the cost barrier. So removing the cost barrier means that the Student Loan Trust Fund resource should be made available at the gate, not after. If we are waiting for them to enter, majority of them cannot enter. So the whole thing is that open the portal at the time that admissions are coming out into tertiary, so that those who don't have the money can then borrow to go, and stop the practice of come first, and after 1 year, 6 months you apply. So once you do that, we can boost our tertiary enrollment numbers, because they're going to get the support at the gate. So you're not going to have a situation where people don't apply at all.
So, right. So while we celebrate these numbers, there's a question to be asked. Since 2021, we have not been writing WASSCE with Anglophone West Africa. That tells me, since we are doing our own local WASSCE, that this is not standardized. So we cannot be making comparisons, correct?
It's not local WASSCE. We are not doing local WASSCE. The exams are set by West African countries, examiners from all the countries. We are not doing local WASSCE.
Okay.
You see, this is what is happening. The WASSCE questions, it's not like our time.
All right.
During our time, we're writing the same questions for Nigeria and Sierra Leone and all this. Sometimes we'll say, oh, this year the questions were set by Nigeria and the English was so difficult. It's no longer the case. If you go to WAEC, they'll tell you that they've done serialization, different questions for different countries, even if you were writing it at the same time. So the Ghana exam that we are writing is set by the entire West Africa. The examiners are West Africa. The reason why Ghana, we are now moving towards coming back the pre-COVID, we had to make a decision. The decision was that if you want to test with the whole West Africa, then you're going to give your student 5 months to prepare for the exams.
All right.
So you have a choice.
Okay.
Give them 5 months, and if they use 5 months to prepare for WASSCE, they won't do well, because you need about 8 months to prepare for WASSCE. But if you want to force yourself and test with the entire West Africa, then you're going to tell the student that you have 5 months. to prepare for the WASSCE.
Right.
So you have a decision to make.
Right.
And you see, WASSCE is not a norm-reference exam. Norm-reference is that when you finish the exams, you put the bell curve, as we know in education. So some years you can get 60% and get A1. In some years, you must get 70% and you get A1.
Right.
That is a norm-reference exam.
Okay.
WASSCE is criterion. It's based on the hard pass. If you don't pass it, you failed.
We'll move away from WASSCE shortly. but tell me, how concerned are you about the exam or practice in relation to WASSCE? And to think that the examiner tells us that the fraud, even trying to copy AI responses, which are not answers, were actually seen in some of the papers. How concerned are you about that? What do you think ought to be done, or what are you doing in that direction?
You see, 2 years ago, the president in his State of the Nation address directed me to find a solution to the perennial examination malpractice at the BEC and then at the WASSCE level. And I went to work, had a meeting with WAEC. The instruction to them, direction to them was very simple, that we need to do randomization of questions, or what is called serialization. You see, around the world, they had to find a solution. If you sit there and say that somehow I'll talk to the students and they will stop, I'll talk to the parents and they will stop, I'm getting ambassadors to preach, it's not going to be. Until we go e-testing, electronic testing, where if I'm sitting next to you, your questions are going to be different from mine because the computer selects automatically for each one of us, so I can't cheat. Your essay will be different from mine. Then you have to do it manually. So we began with BEC. 3 years ago, every region had different questions. That was when the Instagram sites that were selling the questions shut down completely. Because they realized that the questions that came, people who bought them, they bought Ashanti region question, they were in the Volta region. So Instagram pages shut down completely. And they stopped on the BEC. The following year, the last 2 years, WAEC has set questions, different questions at the same level of difficulty, sometimes the same question, but your question 1 is my question 10. They've done that randomization for all examination centers across the country on the BEC level. So if anybody tells you that during the last year there have been leakages, no, there has not been leakages. However, within the examination center, since they are having the same set of questions, you can have more practices going on. The next step that we are going, which we are working with WAEC to go, is to randomize within the classroom, within the exam center. So my questions, your questions will be different. So
that's going to be expensive.
Oh yes, but it has to be done. It has to be done. There's no reason that we can have a solution. We're sitting and say, no, they say they need new equipment.
Since we advertised that you are coming on the show this morning, there are teachers in the university who share concerns. They say, yes, good WASSCE results, the best, whatever, but the products that come to us at the university, it's not the best.
Let me tell you one thing. Everywhere in the world, it's what you put in place at your level of education. Educators, teachers, I'm a teacher at the core. And what we do is the blame game. How do we do it? Universities will say the high school students are not good. High school will say the junior high school students are not good. Junior high school will say, oh, the primary school teacher did a terrible job. Primary school teachers will blame the KG teachers, and the poor KG teacher with nobody to blame the parents, that the parents are not preparing the children well. Around the world, when you get students at the university, there was a famous statement by one professor who said, garbage in, garbage out. They are not good, so they're not going to graduate from us better. And I'm saying universities should see themselves as recycling plants. When you have students coming to you and you believe that, oh, the standards, that is where you have English writing courses for them. You see, the reason is very simple. We can at the high school blame junior high school. No, you do the intervention there. So the the students will be better. When they come to the university, and you realize the university professor, VCG, our directive and advice and encouragement to them is that if two students are doing land economy, if you do a placement exam, which is very different from entry exams, placement exam is to help you place the student. If the student comes and English proficiency is lacking, what we do around the world is that they do English 99, below university level English class. So the two of us are doing land economy, but my courses are going to be different the first year because I need English proficiency. I need to master the English language. You see, that is not to say high school shouldn't do a better job. That is not to say junior high shouldn't do a better job. But we should not turn out or churn out graduates who are not meeting the premier University of Ghana standards.
But it is serious and concerning that the teachers at the junior and high school, as many as 9,000 will fail the licensure exams. The exams that you're using to seek to get the best to do the job.
So that's good news because we are getting the best. If we were passing everybody on, nobody will fail. What NTC and we all discussed they should do is to get study materials. Because it's a new exam. And I think it's not fair to the person coming to write the exam that he can pick up a book and read and prepare. Because obviously, the content of the exam should be exposed to them. So this upcoming exam, I've told them, we need to make sure, so I've teamed them up with NACA to prepare study materials for them. I think they can do it, but the exams is very different from the courses that they are used to. The exams are assessing more critical thinking. And maybe the grades from their teachers, the courses that they did, is not aligned. So we need to do a better job helping them prepare. I have no doubt in my mind that majority of them are going to do well when we prepare and give them the materials that they need. And also, colleges of education. And it's not just the colleges of education. Majority of the teachers are coming from distance programs from the universities. So invariably, people talk about, oh, the training colleges, the old training colleges. No. Majority of the students are not coming from the training colleges. They are coming from distance education programs offered through UCC, Winneba, and they are everywhere in the country.
So you're saying that the fact that over 9,000 have failed this exam is actually a positive and a justification for keeping the licensure exams instead of scrapping it?
Yes. Because you have to help them to meet the standards, to enter the classroom and do a great job for our children. If you are realizing that unfortunately they are not meeting the standards, why pass them on? You help them do a better job. Now we're doing restructuring, re-engagement with NTC to ensure that as soon as they finish school, they can write the exams there. So they don't go out and stay at home and be still for 1 year waiting to write the exam. So if you do those movements and you provide teaching and learning materials that aligns with the exam content, they are going to do a better job. And I think the country is better for it, that we are helping them to pass the exams, to meet the requirement, the rigorous requirement to enter the classroom. But if you take the easy road, nobody likes exams. Nobody likes exams. And therefore, if you take the easy road as a politician and say, I'm going to scrap it, they will jubilate. But are the students in the classroom going to jubilate?
Interesting. If you're just joining us, this is News File. It's your final edition for 2023. And we begin the first hour with an interaction with the Education Minister and MP for Bosumtwi, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. And we're talking about the WASSCE results that is being celebrated and asking and trying to test if it reflects, the quality of the products that are being churned out for the universities and subsequently to our job market. Now,
but you see, the interesting thing is that these students get to, from Ketasco and all these places, get to Harvard and top the class. So there's something to be said about quality. Students are going around the world. In UK, they send me their exams results, doing fantastic job. So if you have one evidence of a student not doing well, sometimes, you see, we generalize it over all the students. But the professors will tell you that they also have students sitting in their classes and they are doing a fantastic job. But the one that may not be performing may be the one that is singled out. But we should also celebrate those who are doing a great job in Ghana and outside Ghana. Students who are sitting in classrooms and they have great ideas, and there are a number of professors who attest to the fact that this student coming from Drobonso, from a village in Bosonchen, they are now at the university and they are doing a great job. So invariably, I understand that we'll talk more about the challenged one.
Right.
And may not say anything about those who come to class and challenge us as professors in our lecture halls.
Right. And I'm already getting some of the messages from our viewers, and this one says that the problem is from the teachers. They charge the children to supply them with answers during the exams. I have received many reports from displeased teachers concerning the practices of their colleagues. The problem is also pervasive across educational levels, that even nurses, training colleges are doing it too for final licensure exams. We need a national mentality reset. There are those who raise the question about even teaching pupils and limiting them to extra classes. So if you can't afford, you don't get to be taught certain things. And then you go higher up and people are doing, pamphlets, handouts. If you can't afford, you won't get it.
I think it used to be the case that if you couldn't afford, you could not do extra classes. That is not the case now. And this is some of the things that I say.
That's not the case anymore?
No, because we disbursed 65 million, and we're about to disburse one in the next few days to our senior high schools for extra classes. The government picked up.
The government is paying for the extra classes so that it will be uniform.
Yes. So that it wouldn't be said that because you couldn't afford, you were in class, and the next day the teacher would take something different, advancing on what was done after school. So it's not the case now. But somehow people think it's the norm. It's no longer the norm in our senior high schools, and headmasters will attest.
Well, why don't you simply increase the, contact hours and pay for that instead of pay for extra classes?
You see, we've increased contact hours.
Correct.
Yeah, we've increased contact hours. But also know that until you do intervention within the school day, you see, I visited Frafraha Senior High School, and the headmistress was talking to me about the fact that the intervention that they're doing after school, because it's a day school, a number of students could not stay. So my whole thing was that, why don't you do it during the regular day? And to do it the regular day means you may have to take away some subjects. So they, something like unexaminable ICT course. During the first year, for a student who is struggling in English and mathematics, they don't do the unexaminable, but they do the extra intervention coursework in English, and they do it in mathematics. So during the regular school day, you then introduce the intervention to make sure they have a better opportunity to improve themselves. But in the meantime, before we get there and make it universal, after school is a rare opportunity where you can get more interaction with the teacher and get support. And now the government is paying for it. So that you don't have a situation where students who can't afford do not get extra support. But you see, when it comes to examination malpractices, this is the first time we are confronting it head on. This is the first time we are saying,
right, so thank you. You've spoken about that. And as you see in the background, it brings me to the question of the science, technology, and engineering, mathematics, STEM. I've heard some teachers who say, this is what you need. But I've heard some say, we don't get it.
Something is happening in this country. These days, I say I do evidence-based communication because I know they don't trust politicians. We are used to saying plans are far advanced, it's in the pipeline, and then it doesn't come out of the pipeline.
That's right.
So the president is determined that basic schools, junior high schools, primary schools have to be revamped. The infrastructure should really fit 21st century. So if you look at what is happening now, We have new junior high schools under construction, and I think some of the pictures were coming up because the environment should be conducive to 21st century teaching and learning. So if you see some of the images that were showing, I wish it will come, you're going to see that the junior high school landscape is changing. You see, we have 11,000 junior high schools. And if you want to change each one of them, it's literally impossible. But in mid-sized towns like Jaben or Nui and other places, Chamba in the northern region, what you can truly do is that you bring about 4 or 5 junior high schools together in one place, in one building that has biology, chemistry, physics lab, computer lab, everything is there. Move junior high schools from 19th century to 21st century. Put them in an environment where they can do STEM. And once that happens, you have changed the future of those students. I think a number of...
What's new about this?
The new about it is that junior high school biology, chemistry, and physics lab, STEM lab, computer lab. Never seen it before. The environment is different. We've even changed the uniforms so that they feel different about themselves. So the era where we define public schools as rectangular shaped building, painted brown and yellow, where the students wear brown and yellow uniform should be a thing of the past. And the revolution has begun. And you see some schools in Accra here, I think they were showing some images of it, the Accra STEM Academy, a school that begins from kindergarten all the way to high school. It's a community school. And you go and you see the infrastructure and the equipment that is in it. But we are not limiting ourselves to Accra, not limiting ourselves to Kumasi and urban areas. Mid-sized towns are seeing a revolution. I'll tell you the story of Jabin in the Ashanti region. The building that has been put up there, the junior high school, is going to bring they have 7 junior high schools, and they are moving all the 7 junior high students to one building. See, they are coming from buildings that has been there for many, many years, 70 years, no electricity, dilapidated, into a new building space that has all the science labs that they need. And that is a different environment. Moving schools from 19th century to 21st century, they're going to get everything that they need to have to do STEM and to do other activities so that they become well-rounded individuals. By the time they get to high school, they will have truly equipped themselves to do a better job. So this is the Accra STEM Academy.
And this is dependent, driven heavily by infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Which is an area you are said not to be doing well at all.
We're doing very well, but you guys don't know. Evidence-based communication. Look at this school. When this school is done, finished, this is just like any school anywhere in any developed country. You see, the idea that we are not doing well, I take the responsibility that we need to do better at communication. We have done all these things. And for the president not to get credit for it and to be told that you are not doing anything in terms of infrastructure, the number of buildings that have been put up in existing schools. And then we move from here and say, you know what, not just existing schools, new STEM schools across the length and breadth of this country. You go to Abomosu and you see what is going on. You go to Accra, East Legon, and you see this building moving so fast. By March, it will be done. You're going to see students in an environment that nobody ever thought public school would be in. Because you see, I don't understand why. And I always use the example of a man called Bishop in Kumasi. He has a school in the Agre-Enzima area, New Mission. Beautiful school. And I'm saying to myself, how is it that a private man can take his money and borrow and do such a beautiful school? And the government, with all our resources, have always looked at a rectangular shaped building, painted brown and yellow, as our public schools. That should be a thing of the past. You look at this school, it was built under the leadership of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. And there are 10 of them across the country, Abomosu, Pasempe, all over the country, we have them. And these are new schools that have been built. Each one of these schools have 12 science labs. Every day, the teacher can do science lab activities. And by the way,
you initiated 1,105. And you were expecting, I mean, this was, had been initiated in 2017. And as we speak, 2023, we understand you have only 524 of these projects complete.
You see, we have...
That's a long way to go.
Actually, it should be more than that, but I can't debate the numbers here. Okay. But you see, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, his philosophy for education, intervention, and expansion of facilities captures that of President Kufuor and President Mahama and Mills. President Kufuor did the model schools, upgraded existing schools, and a number of schools across the country got huge infusion of infrastructure, and the schools were transformed. Kumasi Anglican in Kumasi and a number of them. So he did the model schools, transforming existing schools. President Mills and Mahama then did the new schools, the E-blocks, which is new. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's approach is this. Existing schools, new infrastructure expansion. So you go to Pokwari, Prempe, KSTS, a number, Tamasco. New facilities have been built in the existing schools. But he also decided to build new schools. And that is where you see all these new schools also under construction. So he's combining enhancing facilities in existing schools and building new schools. So literally doing what President Mahama and Mills did and President Kufuor did, and doing both at the same time. So in terms of, so you look at this facility, and this is your new junior high school.
Right.
This is going to replace the old rectangular shaped buildings painted brown yellow. And you're going to go here. And it's not just an architectural rendering because a number of these are under construction.
But you are augmenting the E-blocks.
Of course. We've opened more E-blocks done under the NDC government. They have started it. And I'm on record to say that E-block is a great edifice, great opportunity for teaching and learning. The location is what becomes a challenge for you as you begin to operationalize. So you look at Domiko Abinya, you look at Frafraha, these were in urban areas. By the time they finished, packed with students, everywhere that E-block has been built an urban area, students are in, and we've even added more buildings at the location. However, if an E-block is built in a remote location, in a village somewhere, where you have to walk 5 miles from the village to get to, then unless you provide dormitory blocks, you can't operationalize it. So if you look at what we've done at Nsaura, we've added dormitory blocks. You go to Adansia Peja, there was a huge noise made about it when are you opening. Then we went there and built dormitories. So now Adansia Peja is no longer a community day school because the town has one junior high school. So if you build a school that has capacity for 1,200 and it's a day school, only the residents from the town can go. But the moment you add a dormitory block, then the area students can then come there and then the building becomes more useful.
So the E-blocks, as we understand, there were 22 of them that had been completed by 2016, and you have ensured the completion of 15 additional
even more
E-blocks.
Now, because now we've opened more.
Okay.
So the whole idea is that open but add a dormitory, if it's not in the city.
All right.
If it's in the city, open without dormitory, you'll be fine. So all those in remote locations, we are adding dormitory blocks.
All right.
Once you add a dormitory block, then the building becomes more useful to the taxpayer. And that is what our approach has been, that if it's in a remote location, unless you add dormitory blocks, we've attempted opening of some schools where only one student will show up because they cannot be day students at those locations. And therefore, the whole E-block thing, good idea in terms of infrastructure, wrong policy in terms of location, and you have to right that wrong to make the buildings useful to the Ghanaians.
If you're just joining us, we are having an interaction with the Education Minister, Dr. Yao Osei Edichum, on the back of the WASSCE results that's being touted. Of course, that's the fact that they are the best so far that the country has chalked, but there have also been concerns that have been raised and he's seeking to address them. Like I said, your comments, send them in and we will share them with him. Eugene Osei is asking, is it a question? He says, Dr. Osei Chum has remained one of the few bright spots within this regime. Many challenges still remain, but when you scan around, he stands out as one of the few working ministers. Hakeem Nuruddin, says, please ask the minister, how far have they gone with the printing of textbooks for JHS students, especially English textbooks? I'm a JHS English teacher in the Upper West region, and I can confirm To you, there are no textbooks at all. It's a big struggle for us. And that brings me right to my perhaps next and final leg of this discussion, including questions of curriculum.
Curriculum, a big thing in terms of changing what students we teach students and what they learn, making it more hands-on, critical thinking, bringing STEM. You can't memorize STEM. You can't memorize the construction of robotics. You can't ask a student to describe how do you build a robot.
Right.
They have to build a robot. So if you look at what has been happening in that space, if you look at a school like Efia Kubiampem, where they started, teachers started an aviation and aerospace club, and now we are taking that, we are making a full-scale career pathway for students. You go to a place like Accra High, there's a STEM center there, and now students get to do engineering sciences at Accra High School, which is embedded with robotics and coding, and it's fascinating when you go and look at what they are doing with their heads and with their hands. So and
are you delivering on the one student per laptop?
It's coming.
Because you need that to go hand in hand with this kind of introduction.
Coming very soon. There are 450,000 of them. And beginning January, deployment is going to happen across the length and breadth of this country. And with connectivity at the various schools, we are changing the space of education at the secondary level. It's a transformation that people are going to see. Because you see, if you look at what this young man is doing on our screens, this is a young man who gets to visit Accra High School, and these young ones go there and they do coding, they do robotics. In fact, the kind of equipment and tools that they've been exposed to is hard to find, even in developed nations, and it's here in Ghana. So the curriculum is driven by the equipment and the tools that you make available.
So what we are seeing here is a public facility.
Public facility, Accra High School, and the students are there. And if you go there, and my friends see pictures of them and say, is this Ghana? Say,
it looks like a private Montessori sort of.
Public schools are going through transformation.
All right.
So what we are looking at is this. Whether it is about increasing our engineering numbers in the country, now we have pre-engineering programs. You can go to UMass, go to Pentecost University, and if you did not do science, they will give you 1 year intensive science coursework. After that, you can become an engineering student. So things are changing in the space of curriculum, what the students are learning from pre-tertiary all the way to tertiary. Now, in terms of textbooks, I don't give promises, but my colleague teacher who called in from the north about junior high school textbooks, within a month, he's going to see books in his school.
Within a month?
Within a month. I don't promise this, but I know what
it's been a major issue. You've been aware of this?
Yes, and it's going. The junior high school textbook will hit the classrooms. And when it starts, since I've made the pledge on your show, I'll show you the pictures of the delivery. And if I'll get a contact person of the teacher, I would love to have communication with him after this for him to be assured that we are fully aware and we are going to make sure they get the tools that they need in order to do well. But you see, the transformation that you are seeing, whether it's at KG level, these are KG classrooms in Ghana. It didn't used to be this way.
The question is how this is. It's been the biggest issue that has plagued our development, including in the education sector.
There's one thing I can tell you. Government can do what government wants to do. Government. If they want to do something, they can do it. When the model junior high schools that you're seeing, funded mainly by the Arab Development Bank, Badia. When I became the minister, they had funding to build same buildings, small, rectangular-shaped buildings. I made a case to them that if you help me put one of these buildings in a mid-sized town, I'll be able to bring all students there. I'll provide them quality education. I'll move the schools in the community from 19th century to 21st century. They said, go ahead and do it. So if I didn't have that philosophy and that passion, and I was not given the opportunity by the president, all this model school that you are seeing couldn't have been built. So that's why I'm saying sustainability depends upon the determination of a government, a mission-driven minister for education supported by the president, provided resource by the minister for finance, you will see transformation. Sustainability is the government determination and fierce determination that education has to be transformed. And when that is there, transformation will happen.
There's a question as to whether the guarantor system, the new one that you have introduced, is actually working. Because there were that out of 20,000 applicants, only 20,000 received funding. And that is a challenge.
20,000 applicants?
Yes, 30,000 applicants, only 20,000 received funding.
30,020 received funding?
Yes.
Not bad for a percentage, but I know the other 10,000 also need support.
Okay.
So I will liaise with Nana J. a fantastic guy doing some great job at the Student Loan Trust Fund, and see what needs to be done. Because you see, the guarantor policy that we had put in place was disadvantaging those coming from less means. My mom didn't work for government. He definitely doesn't have social security contribution. My dad didn't do. So if I was to look at that circle, immediate circle, family circle, to access student loans, I can do it. So a number of students did not even apply because they could not get access to, because they need a guarantor who has social security contributions, net contribution to be used.
Right.
So this system is better, but of course we have to find more resources to make sure, and I'm concerned about the 10,000 who didn't get it.
All right.
Yeah, so I'll liaise with him to see the best way forward to make sure everybody who applies get that wonderful opportunity. I think you're seeing images of some Bosomtwe STEM Academy, one of the, I would say, the first girls STEM high school,
all right,
probably in West Africa, a school dedicated towards STEM like none other. And this is a school that we have affiliated purposefully with Wesley Girls. So Ms. Jokoto, a distinguished former headmistress of Wesley Girls, is in charge of the school, mentoring the headmaster, headmistress, mentoring the teachers, mentoring the students, and the outcomes are beginning to show. So you see, what we have done in this country is that we start a new school, we leave it to sink or swim. And invariably, the new schools struggle. That is why we only have 54 high-performing schools. What happens to the about 900? We have to begin a process where we know the best practice of Wesley Girls. We take those best practices and infuse it into the new schools. So Abomosu STEM School, for example, is affiliated with PRESEC. We've taken an assistant headmaster from PRESEC, we've put him there so that the best practice of PRESEC can be infused into the school. I have no doubt in my mind that within the next 5 years, you're going to get some high-performing, high-demand schools to reduce the pressure on the existing high-performing schools. So, for example, this year, the demand for Bosomtwe STEM, unbelievable. The Category A schools, they were competing with them. They filled up faster than most of the Category A schools because it's in high demand. So the bottom line is that you cannot just build a new school and leave it to just be there.
Right.
You know the best practices, and those best practices should be practiced at that new school so that parents will begin to demand. The pressure on the so-called Ivy League schools is so high, and we have to...
Before you take leave of us, there are some parents who are not excited about what you have put them through in the last month.
Oh, the parents, I'm so sorry if they've gone through some terrible time, but we've improved this year than any other year. You see, the past few years, you only have 69% who will get schools of their choice. This year, we did 80.9% who got the schools of their choice. And then the 19%, the interesting thing is that we ran the whole placement system again. We asked schools to give us extra spaces, and then we did automatic placement again. For the first time in the history of school placement, we have 99.5% of students getting their schools. Never happened before. I sat with the staff and I said, artificial intelligence is here. There's no reason why we can't do a better job. I commend the leader of the team, Mr. Dakwa, the Free Senior High School coordinator, and his able team. They came together together with IT experts. They were able to secure spaces for 99.6% and still counting. My goal is to make sure that 100%. And you know, this year, it has been interesting. We had the largest takers of the exam, the BEC. This year was over 600,000, never happened before. And so far, 585,000 has been placed in their schools of choice.
The speaker suggested to you, as it were, represented parents' concern to you that you didn't have to let them go to school for just Is it 2 weeks or less?
2.5 weeks,
yes.
thereabout. You see, when school starts, you go, you do your orientation, you do all the sort of things they want the students to do, and then instruction begins. We had to do something. The thing we needed to do is to bring our high schools to the pre-COVID era in terms of our instructional calendar. And what had happened over the years is that we are moving gradually towards that place. Last year, or this academic year, it began in February. The next academic year is now beginning in December. So it tells you the next academic year will now be shifting to September and everything will be great. Not opening school meant we're going to open in January and then we'll be 1 year behind our calendar. You see, and what people didn't also know that before school begins, you procure your perishable items. If students had not gone, all those would have gone to waste. So those of us in the inside saw that changing the date was not feasible.
All right. We will make another date because there are a number of issues, challenges, and questions that you will have to respond to.
And opportunities for transformation of our education system that I want to showcase to Ghanaians.
Thank you very much.
So we need to come back.
Thank you very much. And that's Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, who is the Education Minister and MP for Bosumtwi. We have been interacting with on your final edition of the show for 2023. I hope you relaxed and were able to enjoy just a bit of this interaction. Thank you very much. What's going on? Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you.
Can leave now?
Yes.
All right.
Doing never stops until the job is done. Turn your home and business into an internet highway and experience the revolution of working and playing without limits. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh to sign up for MTN Fiber for Home and Business today.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
WASSCE.
Uyai Tibatane.
Zafula Nabia.
Viens nous rejoindre.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future leaders. Academic City University College, redefining university education.
Miss
VIP.
Magnetic Perfumes.
The enhanced GCB mobile app. We coded to do more with ease. Pay bills and fees to multiple merchants. Easily top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters with the smart card reader. Generates prepaid and virtual cards to use on ATMs, POS, and for online transactions. Send and receive funds and do so much more. Download now from Google Play Store or Apple Store for all your transactions. Smooth, safe, and secure. Chalet, tap the app. Open a GCB Instant account to experience the recoded vibe. GCB mobile app. Upgrade your style. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. As we get into the season, getting you to relax, just relax and enjoy the conversations that we are having. The next one coming up is very troubling. And then after that, we will look at the question of the contract lie. Yeah, a lie about a particular contract, and find out if what we are being told represents the truth or it's anywhere close to the truth. So this week started with Catholics and even non-Catholics the world over agitated at news that sought to damage the image of the world's biggest Christian denomination with the largest membership and impact on society. Popular U.S. evangelist, president of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, Franklin Graham, joined many in slamming Pope Francis. He wrote, quote, "So-called blessings from religious leaders won't save you from the judgment of God," end quote. He said, "You can't bless what God calls sin," unquote. Catholic bishops elsewhere have rejected what was reported, or is it misreported, as authorization for Catholic priests to bless same-sex marriages. So here, we want to speak to a Catholic bishop about what exactly this means. There have been several interpretations to this particular development. So keep your dials here, particularly, of course, it's not just about Catholics, even if you are a non-Catholic, because non-Catholics are equally concerned. Share with us what your views are. And if you have come to appreciate the issues better also, let us know as well. So let your messages come in respect of this issue as well, because it's been very troubling, particularly even in some circles. You find certain Catholics that they don't seem to take what the Catholic bishops have said to be the gospel truth. They have suspicion. And some have said this is just an attempt to test the waters, because it does appear to them that the Catholic Church may want to join that other church to accept, people of this class, LGBTQ. Joining us for this discussion is the Most Reverend Joseph Kweku Efrifa Ejekum, Catholic Bishop of Koforidua. Good morning, and thank you very much for making time to join us.
Good morning, and
right.
Thank you for having me.
Great. So I'm just looking at the statement that the Catholic bishops issued, and it was categorical that Catholic bishops or priests, Catholic priests, have not been authorized to bless same-sex marriages. I read the first paragraph. It says, "We, the members of the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference, have seen the need to issue this statement in the wake of the publication on 18 December 2023 of a document from the Dicastery of the Doctrine of the Faith entitled Fiducia Supplicans, Supplementing Trust on the Pastoral Meaning of Blessing. Following its publication, some TV and radio news items as well as posts on social media have falsely stated that Pope Francis has formally given Roman Catholic priests the permission to bless same-sex marriages. This publication has caused a lot of consternation among many people, Catholics and non-Catholics alike. We would like to make the following points. Firstly, the declaration does not, very emphatic, does not give Catholic priests the permission to bless same-sex marriages. Your Lordship, what is the explanation? Because from the documents from the Vatican, people's reading and understanding is that you have been giving the authorization to bless same-sex marriages.
Thank you very much for reading the introductory part of the pastoral, the letter from the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference. And let me also start off by quoting from the Catholic Catechism, and then afterwards I'll come back to the point that you have just raised.
All right.
And I'm reading from, if you permit me, I'm reading from 2357 from the Catholic Catechism, which states, because it talks about the whole document or debate is about same-sex marriage or homosexuality.
That's right.
So the Church's teaching is that homosexuality refers to relations between men or between women who experience an exclusive or predominant sexual attraction toward persons of the same sex. It has taken a great variety of forms through the centuries and in different cultures. Its psychological genesis remains largely unexplained, basing itself on sacred scripture, which presents homosexual acts as acts of grave depravity. Tradition has always declared that homosexual acts are intrinsically disordered and gives biblical quotation to that. They are contrary to the natural law. They close the sexual act to the gift of life. They do not proceed from a genuine affective and sexual complementarity. Under no circumstances can they be approved.
Under no circumstances can they be approved.
And that is from the Catholic Catechism, which is the basic book that we use in teaching our Catholic faith and our Catholics. So with this document, for example, the next day, for those who are listening to us, they could read further 2358, but I won't go there immediately. So now to the point that you have raised from the declaration from the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Ghana, it is quite obvious that, yes, reading through the entire document, we are not being asked intrinsically to bless same-sex marriages.
Please hold on there just for a minute. In the document from the Vatican at page 20, which is the English translation of the declaration, on the title, on the pastoral meaning of blessing. In paragraph 3, it begins by saying that as with the Holy Father's above-mentioned response to the dubia of 2 cardinals, this declaration remains firm on the traditional doctrine of the Church about marriage, not allowing any type of liturgical rite or blessing similar to a liturgical rite that can create confusion. The value of this document, however, is that it offers a specific and innovative contribution to the pastoral meaning of blessings, permitting a broadening and enrichment of the classical understanding of blessings, which is closely linked to a liturgical perspective. Such theological reflection, based on the pastoral vision of Pope Francis, implies a real development from what has been said about blessings in the magisterium and the official text of the Church. This explains why this text has been taking on the typology of a declaration. It is precisely in this context that one can understand the possibility of blessing couples in irregular situations and same-sex couples without officially validating their status or changing in any way of the Church's perennial teaching on marriage. This declaration is also intended as a tribute to the faithful people of God who worship the Lord with so many gestures of deep trust in His mercy, and who, with the confidence constantly, come to seek a blessing from Mother Church. Yes, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much for making reference to that aspect of the declaration. And let me also continue by saying, you know, when the news was splashed in CNN and other media or communication screens, the highlights, you know, gave the impression that the Holy Father has given permission to priests to bless same-sex marriages. In fact, when some of us saw it, I personally, when I saw it on a Ghanaian television because the whole day had been very busy when the document was issued on the 18th of this month. I said, what is happening? You know, that was my first question. And so I called even 1 or 2 bishops to ask them. And they said, no, that is not the intention of the Holy Father or the document. So what I can also say after mentioning that one is that, you know, the document, I think, has gone too far in trying to explain in words and theological and scriptural balance that are often very difficult for many of us to even appreciate or to understand, you know. And if you look at the whole document, as you may also have, bringing this down into even our language, which is our vernacular, becomes so difficult to come down to the people, Gan, Zima, or Eve, or Akan, or whatever. It's not easy to explain these things. And in my view, looking at the document, especially from the introduction, and then I will link it up with the decision from the document from the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference. The first three, the introduction of the document, that is the declaration on the 18th of December this year, should be suffice for any clarification as far as this document is concerned. On paragraph 2, if you have the same document that I have, it states the reason for this declaration. And in paragraph 4, 5, and 6, which is the blessing in the sacrament of marriage,
right,
it states, just as you have also quoted, what is marriage, the essence of marriage, the understanding of marriage by the Catholic Church, and what can be done, what cannot be done. And then the declaration, I think, could have even ended on paragraph 6, because these first paragraphs capture, in my view, everything. And I think it's the elaboration in trying to elaborate what biblical meaning of blessing and so forth. This is what is, and then of course, blessing same-sex marriage, yes or no, and so forth. Because when you look at for example, paragraph 39, there's a certain confusion there.
So if I may read paragraph 4 to you, the paragraph you just referred to. It says, Pope Francis's recent response to the second of the 5 questions posed by 2 cardinals offers an opportunity to explore this issue further, especially in its pastoral implications. It is a matter of avoiding that something that is not marriage is being recognized as marriage. Therefore, rites and prayers that could create confusion between what constitutes marriage, which is the exclusive, stable, and indissoluble union between a man and a woman, naturally open to the generation of children, and what contradicts it are inadmissible. This conviction is grounded in the perennial Catholic doctrine of marriage. It is only in the context of that sexual relations that find their natural, proper, and fully human meaning. The Church's doctrine on this point remains firm. So if this is the Church's doctrine, that marriage is one between a man and a woman, and any other which contradicts that is inadmissible, what is the purpose for this document?
Okay. If you read further, if you had read number 5, it also clarifies this whole business. And let me also explain. You see, when we talk about blessing, we need to explain what we mean by blessing. As a priest, as a bishop, I walk around, I go to parishes, I go to places, hospitals, and so forth, prison. And you meet people, oh, Father, oh, Bishop, can you bless me? Whether the person is a Catholic or not Catholic, I can never refuse that blessing. Sometimes even I go further to ask, what is the intention? Why do you want this blessing? And some will state, maybe my business is not thriving, maybe my marriage is not going well, maybe I am going to write examination, I need some blessings so that it will strengthen me to be able to get through my examination, and so on and so on. Why cannot? I go to a hospital, I visit a particular patient, and then in that ward, there are other patients. And so after visiting my patient, as it were, after praying for that particular person, I always say, please, can I pray for all of you? I do that daily. So with this in mind, I don't think that a blessing of people should actually be restricted to have any confusion. But of course, when the document talks about blessing the same-sex marriages, if, for example, I am there as a bishop or a priest, and I have 2 men standing before me, or 2 women standing before me, and they ask me for a blessing, if their intention is for me to bless their union, I'm sorry to say, even if I bless them, it becomes illicit. It doesn't, as it were, make it a sacrament. So the sacramental and non-sacramental needs also to be clarified. And so if the people tell me before I do the blessing that, oh, we want the blessing so that it's like considered a holy union, if I use the word, or a marriage, that one I will beg them, say, please, that one I cannot. And I think that is why this confusion seems to be coming up. And since the issuance of this declaration, I'm sure you may have come across a lot of bishops' conferences around the globe, Africa especially, you know, from Ukraine, from Kyrgyzstan, and so forth. They have all issued statements the way they are understanding this document. In fact, coming at the time that it came, it also has created a lot of pain. And I was happy when you were introducing the program, you said it has agitated the minds of many Catholics and non-Catholics. Even I would say, I will add the word that, yes, it has disturbed us so much, trying to, as it were, explain what this document is all about. But as I mentioned, this document could have ended on paragraph 6, that is the introduction, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think they would have, as it were, given us a respite in trying to go through all these issues of trying to explain to our faithful Catholics and even non-Catholics.
So how did you feel when you got reactions, including from Catholic bishops in Malawi, which was published, that Catholic bishops in Malawi reject Pope's call for same-sex blessings?
Yes, that is the interpretation or understanding of the Bishops' Conference. And even the one from Cameroon is even stronger, in case you have laid hands on that one. And I'm sure you may have also had the interview that the Archbishop of Kumasi also made. And they are making it categorical that we will not bless same-sex marriage, for that matter as a marriage, you know, understanding it to be a sacrament. As for that one, I think it's been made clear. And that is why the Nigerian Bishops' Conference, the Malawi bishops, and so forth, Kenya, and so forth, have all come out with statements. But from Ghana, what we have just mentioned is that, yes, that is not the mind of the document. But no, I don't think any Ghanaian bishop is going to bless same-sex marriage with the understanding that it is a sacrament.
So you and I think even in your premise, before you started explaining, you admit that this was sort of self-inflicted, to the extent that even certain bishops elsewhere took it to mean the confusion.
Yes, yes. You see, the underlying current is all these efforts and attempts by LGBTQ to try, you know, to get the church to accept and acknowledge same-sex marriage as part of the Catholic's sacrament. And this is what is creating also, most of us are quite afraid of. And we need really to work seriously towards that one. We stand by our faith, we stand by our tradition, our culture, and so on. And so I don't think anybody would like to go into that one, you know, to disturb the faith of our people.
The question remains, why was this necessary in the first place? Why did it become necessary to make such a declaration, as in the Vatican?
That is, you see, as it is stated in the document and the introduction, because some two cardinals had presented dubia. Dubia means some concerns that they had, challenges, pastoral challenges to that effect. And of course, Western world, especially the German bishops, were also agitating, you know, for the blessing of same-sex marriages. And so when this, among the documents that these two cardinals presented, one of them was the blessing of same-sex marriage. And that is why on the 22nd of February, for example, the congregation for the dicastery for the doctrine of the faith came out with a statement on that. And then when the dubia came, they also had to, as it were, extend or expand it. And so it is, the dubia that was explained was 22nd of February, the year 2021. And then this year, there was this second appeal. And so that is why the congregation, dicastery for the doctrine of faith, decided to come out to respond to this dubia. And the document makes it clear that, yes, in consultation with the Holy Father. But what some of us are also saying is that, just as you have also mentioned, was it really necessary? And even if it was necessary at this time. But as I have just stated, I think they expanded the explanation too much. I think the statement should have just been made, we cannot bless same-sex marriage as a sacrament. And that's it, you know. But to go on to try to explain biblical meaning of blessing, theological meaning of blessing, and so forth, these are not things that, for our simple people in Africa and what we call the mission countries, these are not our major pastoral concerns. We have more demanding pastoral concerns that we need to, as it were, delve into, and for the church to help us to resolve, and not, as it were, limiting ourselves so much or concentrating so much on the same-sex marriage blessings.
So please repeat again for the understanding of the lay person. What is the difference? What is this declaration requiring Catholic priests to do, and how is it different from blessing a marriage of same-sex couple?
Okay, thank you very much. In the Catholic Church, marriage, if it is celebrated in the church and witnessed by a priest, becomes a sacrament. At the same time, the church also acknowledges and even requires that before the couples come before the church for blessing or for the nuptial blessing, that they also would have done the traditional one and the civil marriage also. These are requirements, especially because of hereditary and what is the word? I can't remember it. When somebody dies, you know.
Inheritance.
The inheritance, exactly, yes. And so these are the requirements. The priest is a witness to that sacrament. And it is also a stated fact, just as I have quoted from the Catechism of the Catholic Church, 2357 and 2358, that the church does not admit and does not bless sin. You know, it's stated in the Catechism of the Catholic Church. So what this document is trying to say, which I have said that, yes, it has elaborated it too much to the extent that it has brought a little bit of confusion to many, and it was needless. And so the point of the church should remain that, yes, we still stand by what the tradition of the church and the practice of the faith, and especially when it comes to the liturgical act of blessing marriages. And marriages, as we understand in the church, is between a man and a woman. You know, over there, I mean, overseas, internationally, people now don't want to talk even about gender, but we have no choice. I mean, I'm born a man, you are born a woman. So we cannot deviate from that. And also, it must also respect the sensibilities and cultural sense of the communities that the churches are in.
Right.
You know, Asia, in Africa, and so forth. I'm sure you agree with me that even till now, in this country, many communities, if they really get to know that, for example, a man and a man or a woman and a woman have had an affair, they are banished from the community. It's a taboo. In some places, even they will, slaughter a goat or a sheep or something and pour the blood on you. that is fine, the tradition. Not too long ago in Kranza, I read something about it. And so the sensibilities of our people should not also be underrated. And I think that is one area that we have to understand. And so to answer your question directly, I understand it that the church is not, or this declaration is not asking us to bless sacramentally any such union. One of the paragraphs which may have created such confusion is that which is unfortunate, and eventually we hope that this thing will not also happen. And yes, and then also that we can bless same-sex marriage, but then blessing can be given to people for different reasons and for different intentions. That one we should not discriminate.
So as the document says itself, that marriage in the Catholic Church must be one between a man and a woman, and that any other that contradicts that is inadmissible.
Exactly.
And yet, it encourages you of what it says, the possibility of blessing couples in irregular situations. Can you explain to us what other irregular situation there will be for couples aside the same-sex couples, which it says you should think of a possibility of blessing the couples without officially validating their status or changing in any way the church's teaching on marriage?
Yes, that is the paragraph 31, item 3 on the document, which speaks about blessings of couples in irregular situations and of couples of the same sex. Irregular situations means, I will understand it to mean a man and a woman, but who are not married sacramentally. We will call it irregular situation. And then the other aspect is the couples of the same sex, which will be another category. And so in the case of the first one, definitely we are not blessing. It's almost like the same thing with the same-sex marriage. Until the couples really go through the requirements of the church as far as preparing yourself to receive that sacrament of marriage, any blessing that comes up is not sacramental. And the same thing, in my view, applies to same-sex. So the people would have to prepare themselves, avail themselves of the demands of the church as far as satisfying the requirements of the church by way of our understanding of marriage before that marriage can be done. And it can only be done according to the right, that is the liturgical right of the church.
So
in the same way, okay.
Is it accurate for me to say you are blessing the individuals in, call it an ordinary blessing, that God has elected you or God has blessed you to be in this special position, and people come to you, as you say, and ask for your blessing, so you impart the blessing. So you are blessing them as individuals, even if they were sinners. Of course, that's why, Christ came to die. You go to the prisons, for example, and you bless people. This is the same thing, and not the marriage, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Technically, what you are saying is that which is the mind of the church. If the people, definitely this thing is not going to happen, for example, in the church. It's not going to happen during a liturgical celebration.
Okay.
It may be after Mass or after church service, or you have met them, you've gone to their house and as a pastoral visit, and they ask for a blessing. Why not? I cannot refuse that one. But it should not be taken that, the priest came here or the bishop came here or we met him and he imparted a blessing on us. And so we are now married in the sense that it's now become a sacrament. That is not the mind of the church.
So as it may be said, the ultimate blessing is the Holy Communion. Does it mean, through your explanation, does it mean as people will be in what you call irregular relationships or situations, will not be able to receive communion, the same applies to such people?
Yes, that is the meaning the church puts to this. It's not yet a sacrament, and so they cannot go to access Holy Communion.
What will you say, perhaps finally, to those who feel that this is subtle and an attempt to prepare the minds of the biggest church in the world to begin to think about accepting this same-sex people? What would you say about that? What would you say to such people, that this is deliberate?
Well, I don't know, but let me, maybe before I answer the deliberateness or not, the thing is that, one, the church has never despised homosexual people or people living in same-sex people. And we have always preached that we should show them love and bring our pastoral closeness to such people and help them. And that is what the church teaches us. And the Pope, I think, has made it one or the other point earlier that we should feel close to these people and engage them so that pastorally we would be able to, bring them to come to see, to change. And it does not also mean that we are affirming their relationship or their union. No, but it's just that we try, just as Jesus, handled the prostitutes and people who were, as it were, pagan, so-called pagans and so forth. He went to the so-called sinners. We have to be with them. And the Holy Father has said that we should also smell like the sheep. And so smelling like the sheep doesn't mean that you also become, you are blessed, you are accepting the sin. The sin aspect definitely is something that we have to work hard. So that is what I would say. And then back to your, the people who are, how did you even put it? Sorry.
If you like, I may say your detractors. Like they say in our local parlance, your detractors may be happy that eventually this is coming up. And to say, for example, after you have given your 101%, blessing to the bill that is before Parliament now, then suddenly we heard Cardinal Turkson, who is rumored potentially could become the first, Pope, so to speak, Black Pope, give an interview to international media and say, oh no, let's be careful, let's not criminalize ABC. And people say, you don't seem to be sure what you want to do, or this is exactly where you are leading us to.
Yeah. If I will use your word, detractors, or maybe people who are in a subtle way hoping that this thing would change, I think the church that I am in and that I'm a member, I don't think is going to change its doctrine and its practice as far as this issue is concerned. I think the church is quite firm, and I don't foresee in the very near future or even into the future that the church will change its mind. So they should not be worried. Definitely, when these statements come up, it agitates the minds of people. And we hope that these will be minimized or even be curtailed for the greater glory of God and also for the simple people of the Catholic Church. And so it is my hope that these things, topics will not continue to, because the stand of the church is quite clear. It is not going to change. But seeing somebody who is a homosexual doesn't mean that people should attack them, should beat them. No, that one, it should not be. They are human beings. They have a right. We should not, as it were, attack them because they are homosexuals. But at the same time, that is what I would also say, that you see, they are often becoming so loud, advertising it and so forth. And that is what sometimes make people also come out, and it almost becomes like a head-on collision. If you are saying this, we also have a right to say what we also stand for. I mean, if you go to the US and Europe and so forth, there are people who are totally against this. Transgender, people who have changed their sex and so forth. And people are against it. But it doesn't mean that, it is an acceptable thing across the globe. And people should be allowed also to have their own view and remain where they want to be. And so that, you being here, you being there, let's respect ourselves and not, as it were, make it like a fight. But at the same time, please, don't let us pump and push unnecessarily some of these, which are, to a large extent, not the norm, or it's not natural.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship, for reaching beyond your parishioners. And we know that starting tomorrow, or any masses will have to continue to educate those who have been downhearted, particularly until the explanations began to pour in. Thank you very much for your time once again.
I thank you, and I know definitely that it's going to be one of our pastoral engagement this Christmas, 24th night, and into the new year. And we are going to do our best with the guidance of the Holy Spirit. And I wish all your viewers a blessed, a Merry Christmas, and a prosperous, peace-filled New Year 2024. Thank you.
That was going to be my last request, but a bird whispered to me that yesterday was a special day to you. Happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm waiting for the hamper.
Right. Thank you very much. All right.
Okay.
And that has been the Most Reverend Joseph Kweku Efrifa Ejekum, Catholic Bishop of Koforidua, explaining further what the Catholic Church has sought to explain since Monday, when the publication went viral that there was a certain declaration or order or authorization from the Pope Francis for them, authorizing them to bless same-sex couples. You have now understood it, that the Church's position remains what is in the communique itself. The communique, part of which those reports don't carry. Unfortunately, the reports don't carry that part of the communique, which is unequivocal, that the Catholic teaching on marriage remains a union between a man and a woman, and that any other such that contradicts that is inadmissible. But as you hear him, they continue to say that the Church has to be compassionate to people who find themselves with such sort of, identification, because Christ came for sinners, correct? So once again, happy birthday to Most Reverend Joseph Kweku Efrifa Ejekum, Catholic Bishop of Koforidua, and thank you for the explanation. And that also reminds me, Berimaya Okodie Opong, the man who has a special birthday on the 25th. He celebrates his birthday on 25th of December. Can you imagine? That is the director of the Ghana School of Law. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And the hamper that His Lordship saw and is waiting for is actually from Hensey Gifts. If you are looking to say thank you to your clients, your staff, family, and friends this season, look for Hensey's Gifts. They have got you covered. They are the connoisseurs of elegantly packaged flowers, baby baskets, and Christmas hampers made from quality UK and Ghanaian products. So for all your luxury hampers and affordable giftings this Christmas and beyond, contact WASSCE's gifts on 0555. Take the contact down. 0555 940 022. 0555 940 022. Best part is they will work with your budgets. Don't you like that? They will work with your budget. So for all your luxury hampers and looking for affordability, look for them. They are located at East Legon, Shashi, adjacent Gethsemane Memorial Gardens, next to Total Wine. You can follow them on Instagram at WASSCE and call them on the line that I gave you. It's spelled HEPHZIS. They say they are purveyors of elegance. We take a quick break. We return shortly to ask the big question. Is this SML contract a grand corruption? Parliament has asked that payment to the company be suspended pending their investigations. The OSP is also going into the matter. But how will it end? We'll tell you more about this interesting company that had absolutely no experience in this area and yet was handpicked sole source to do this job, and is now being given an extension of the contract to cover oil and gold. And some experts have said this is a typical create, loot, and share. They are getting paid for no work done. It does appear this is how some people are paying themselves or seeking to pay themselves for work they are not doing, and not exactly about the company. We'll be right back.
We have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Never stops until the job is done. Turn your home and business into an internet highway and experience the revolution of working and playing without limits. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh to sign up for MTN Fiber for home and business today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
We are back, bringing you the latest lineup from Betway. Betway starts strong with their front two, with Free Play Friday and Swipe Bet. In the middle, you've got all the control with Cash Out and Build a Bet. Plus, with Win Boost, you can boost your sports bets. At the back, they have Smart Picks and the partial daily jackpot.
You always get way more with Betway.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly. No under 18. Terms and conditions apply. Betway. Get way.
The enhanced GCB mobile app. Recoded to do more with ease. Pay bills and fees to multiple merchants. Easily top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters with the smart card reader. Generates prepaid and virtual cards to use on ATMs, POS, and for online transactions. Send and receive funds and do so much more. Download now from Google Play Store or Apple Store for all your transactions. Smooth, safe, and secure. Chalet, tap the app. Open a GCB Instant account to experience the recoded vibe. GCB mobile app. Upgrade your style. GCB Bank. Your bank for life.
On New Year's Day, January 1st, 2024, at 7 p.m., the legends of High Life will gather at one place for one mission. High Life is the Capfarm Higher Legends Night with the Kings of High Life on New Year's Day at the Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center, featuring Lee Dwodu, Nana Champon, Ben Bracco, Oforian Ponsa.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen.
Jedu Blay Ambule.
I'm on the bull fruit.
Charles Amoa. Pat Thomas. George Jarrah. Yes, get your tickets fast. Dial star 713 star 33 star 30 hash for VIP single tickets. For VVIP table reservations, call or WhatsApp 0200 220202 or visit Capfarm Dansuma or East Legon or visit legendsnightgh.com. Capfarm Higher Legends Night with the Kings of High Life.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. So far, we've just been, having a quiet time, so to speak, a good time. But we're going to the next discussion, which certainly will provoke some things. But before that, just a couple of your messages here. And Eben Odum says, I have a 2021 graduate who qualified and applied for admission into the College of Education for the next academic year. The admissions process ended yesterday. He didn't get admission. My information is that there is a strict quota system from the Ministry of Education. So when he was here, I was asking you guys to send those questions as quickly as possible. But the minister certainly is listening. And for those that there's the need for some action, he should be able to do that. Vine Maxwell says all these, the minister is saying here, how widespread, you meant to write, are the developments that he's talking about. Can he say same for the Upper East region and other such poor places? Okay, you never trust any of the politicians. Believe them at your own peril. But he's speaking with the evidence in front of you. How about that too? Emmanuel Jan wanted to know what has happened to the inquiry that the minister, the inquiry about the results in, okay, so it says investigations into the school placement for sale expose by the Fourth Estate. It says we're eager, waiting for the outcome. And here on the Catholic Church and matters arising thereof, Alfred Asangu says the church didn't grant same-sex marriage. Rather, it encourages pastoral blessings. Pastoral blessings are different from sacramental blessings. Good. The bishop helped to explain that there are many people who are not like you. They are not Catholic, so they don't understand the difference between just the blessing, pastoral blessings, and what is a sacrament. Kusi Kwejo says, according to the Catholic Church Ghana, no priest will bless any LGBT couple. Statement recently made by the Ghana Bishops' Conference. Yes, we read portions of that. Solomon, their statement actually enforces the declaration which has been published. It simply enforces it. It doesn't really say anything different. How those that made the initial publications miss that, I don't understand. Solomon Kloko says, why bless that which God calls sin? Okay, you talk about Franklin Graham. You are asking a question and you want him, you say, it is time one educates himself to be able to read through the scriptures and know God's original will for mankind and not accept man's interpretation. So your view is that his interpretation is wrong. Okay. Deku, you say the church's doctrine is clear and nothing will change it. A marriage is between a man and a woman. Anything else is un-Catholic. Thank you. K. Amofa says, is there any place in the Bible where a believer prayed for God's blessings for an unbeliever unwilling to repent? Unwilling to repent? I don't know about that. How do you say this is an unbeliever unwilling to repent? You must reach out to them until their last breath. Thank you very much. And now let's get to matters to do with this issue. Ghana's Controller and Accountant General from 2005 to 2006. Currently a board member of the Internal Audit Agency, Christian Tetesoti, who also was once an assistant commissioner at the GRA, has questions to answer, as I said earlier, because he's dealing with public funds. He, together with the GRA boss and the finance minister, they have questions to answer. He left his job as the technical advisor to the Commissioner General in 2019. The same year, a certain contract was given to manage this company with no track record, no experience in revenue assurance in the petroleum industry, and which was sole source to do revenue assurance services for government. Yes, Christian Soti says the government is this company's only customer since the company SML was established. SML has a contract for 10 years. And when I stated 10 years, I repeated it because I've seen the documents which were executed. We'll show them to you now. Because the GRA has issued a statement and contradicts that it's not a 10-year contract, it's 5 years. Until they show us that contract, we will go with what we have seen them sign, their signatures, the GRA, the Ministry of Finance, and this company. And they are entitled to over $100 million each year. The Executive Director for the Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEP, Benjamin Boache, says, quote, "It is a plug-in into the revenue stream of the state, taking money for no job done." Is he right about it? A mining expert also says that the contract with SML to monitor gold productions is, quote, "a typical create, loot, and share scheme to plunder the resources of the state." Is SML a duplication, even if it did the job that it says it is doing? The state, with the aid of third parties, introduced what is called the ERDMS in 2018, by which we are told every liter of petroleum product is accounted for the purposes of tax. That's what appears this company has also been recruited to do. We are told this ensures, quote, according to officials, 100% efficiency and transparency. The GRA confirmed this statement to the investigators who did this story. CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Mustafa Hamid, in making a same confirmation, expressed doubts about the need for the contract with this company. In fact, he said the GRA, they need to sit down with this company to determine whether what they are doing should continue. The OSP has commenced investigations. Parliament yesterday also began some investigations and issued some orders for a suspension of the contract. This is a sneak peek into that investigative documentary.
At one point when government said they were bringing in SML to actually sit at the depot where the product is lifted. And in fact, that is where there isn't much problem.
To stop the revenue losses, the National Petroleum Authority, NPA, and the GRA have instituted policy and technical measures with the help of third-party companies.
Now your system starts with the ERDMS, and then it is ended on the ICAMS. It brings about transparency.
Since 2018, regulators in the industry introduced the Enterprise Relational Database Management System, ERDMS. This platform has the NPA, GRA, bulk oil distributing companies, BDCs, and the OMCs on board to ensure transparency, facilitation, and the tracking of transactions. A company whose taxes are due, has not paid, is automatically locked out of the system and cannot lift petroleum products from anywhere in the country. Another way the OMCs used to shortchange the system and cause revenue losses was the diversion of products. The NPA, through third-party service providers, has introduced electronic tracking of every truck that loads petroleum products. Each truck is mandated to declare where it will discharge the product. If a product is discharged at a different location other than filling station declared, it sends an alarm to the tracking command center at the NPA.
When the truck leaves the depot, the command center takes over the monitoring of that particular truck. So if there is any attempt to siphon or to touch the product and all that, probably they would have to go through the electronic seal. Once they do that, an alert is being triggered to the command center, which is being picked up for further investigation.
That system is a live monitoring system. So instead of waiting for the crime to be committed before you come, we have now put in place a system whereby immediately we spot that somebody has stopped at a particular point to try to tamper with the seal or discharge. Efforts are made to get the nearest police station or some security service around the area to rush to the point.
There is the possibility of smuggled products finding their way into the market. To resolve this, the NPA has introduced the fuel marking system.
Fuel marking can be defined as the addition of a biochemical substance into the petroleum product. Now, this biochemical substance is added in trace quantities, very minute quantities. taking into context the quantity of petroleum product. And this biochemical substance gives the petroleum product a unique identity, like a fingerprint.
The ERDMS is linked to the GRA's Electronic Revenue Mobilization System, ICOMS. This means every transaction that takes place can be traced and taxed. Together with the presence of GRA officials manning all the depots ensure that every liter of product is accounted for, players in the industry say the system is robust enough to curtail the losses of the past.
The absence of the ERDMS at that time, where things were done manually and so on, were perhaps part of some of the regulatory challenges. But since that system was installed, a lot of that has been stemmed.
Without this electronic order, BRV cannot enter inside. And this information, when it comes from NPA portal, it is 100% correct.
Once you're able to track whatever is happening on the ERDMS to ICOMS, by and large, you have tracked all your volumes. And once you get the volumes right, you are likely to get the taxes also correct.
Despite the robustness of the system, the GRA has contracted a third-party company that is taking credit for all the gains made in the sector, making unsubstantiated claims of revenue savings and receiving millions of cedis for a service whose impact or relevance is difficult to ascertain. On the website of SML, it stated its services as follows. Quote, the SML digitalization of downstream petroleum product measurement has stemmed the tide of underreporting, diversion, and dilution of fuel products and general non-compliance in the petroleum sector. Officials of the Petroleum Division of the GRA expressed shock when we put the listed services of SML to them. Before we started our interview with the Managing Director of SML, Christian Soti, the GRA officials present raised the claim, and SML management denied stating anywhere that the company was providing those services. When we pointed the claims to them from the company's website, the managing director of the company said they were mistakenly put on the website.
Oh no, we are not involved with diversion. We are only at the depot. If the thing is lifted, we don't know. It's GRA custom that will determine where it goes and they will follow us. We are not capable. We don't have men outside.
SML admitted its claims were false, and a few hours after our interview, those claims disappeared from the website of the company. The company does not check dilution, diversion, or underreporting, the three factors the company said accounted for revenue losses in the past. In February 2023, SML Ghana Limited again claimed that it had saved 3 billion cedis due to its operations. The company has admitted the services it listed on its website as curtailing irregularities in the sector did not exist and deleted them from the website. Even if SML was carrying out those services and all the incremental revenue within the period of its operations was credited to the company's efforts, the amount would be 2.4 billion cedis and not 3 billion cedis as it claimed to have saved. When we put these figures to the managing director, he made a shocking admission.
That's why that 3 billion, I'm not. That's why I told you from the beginning. I said I don't know about this 3 billion.
We cannot say your intervention saved 3 billion.
No, I said 3 billion. I'm not. I've told you that I'm not aware, because when we were told about the publication, we even called the.
As we speak this morning, still on your website.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In fact, to be honest, I don't even know website matter.
Despite evidence that SML Ghana lied about the services it renders to the state and the amount of money it claimed to have saved, the finance minister, Ken Oforiatta, this year decided that the company's contract should be expanded to cover the gold mining sector and the upstream petroleum production sector in Ghana. A contract cited by the Fourth Estate shows that SML Ghana is entitled to $0.75 per barrel of oil produced in Ghana. Ghana currently produces between 160,000 and 170,000 barrels of oil per day. The country is expected to add an additional 80,000 barrels per day from the Pecan oil fields, which is expected to be developed a little over a year from now. The company is also entitled to 0.75% of the total volume of gold produced in the country. Ghana last year produced 3.7 million ounces of gold. What this means is that per current arrangement, SML Ghana is entitled or will be paid over $100 million every year. It is also important to note that although the GRA has contracted SML, the readings from the SML meters are not used by the GRA for its tax purposes.
It has been the way bill figure, which is meters, the volume that is being dispensed from the meters. That is the volume we use for tax purposes.
Which meters?
That is the gantry meters.
SML has confirmed to the Fourth Estate that the meters at the loading gantries of the depots, which are calibrated by the Ghana Standards Authority every 6 months, take more accurate readings than the meters of SML. These are the readings that are used for tax and revenue purposes and not the readings by the SML meters.
From the engineering perspective, if you have contact meters and non-contact meters, which of these two is likely to give you a more accurate reading?
Okay, so the contact meters are always the best.
We also know that the depots, they have the contact meters.
Yes.
You've alluded to the fact that the contact meters
are the best.
So, if the SML meters are less accurate and their readings are not the ones used for tax purposes by the GRA, can SML claim credit for the revenue increment in the sector?
Right. A company contracted to do 3 things, which it had also advertised on its website. Later, after these interviews and the expose, took those portions down. It appears those portions are back on its page because the GRA supports them that they have actually done and they are doing the work that they are supposed to be doing. Under declaration, diversion, and dilution of petroleum products. So what do we say when the head of the company says, we don't do this, and we have not sought to advertise them? Even if you have seen it being advertised, that was an error. We don't do that. Joining me, Alexander Kofi Mensah Mould, former acting CEO, NPA, and he was CEO of the GMPC. He is finance and energy advisor. Manasseh Azure Awene, who is lead investigator with his 2 other colleagues, Evans and Ajua, who did this documentary piece, is also joining us. Manasseh is presently a journalism fellow, Harvard University. We also have Richard Marfo, technical assistant to the managing director of the SML company. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We have some 50 minutes, a lot of sufficient time to look at this story again. And as I mentioned, please send us your messages and we will share them. If you have questions, if you believe in the GRAs and the other statements that have come up seeking to deny some of the things you have seen in the documentary with the evidence, let's also know what you think. But first, Manasseh, it took you guys how long to do this documentary investigation?
Because we started the work somewhere late last year, November, December, with the groundworks, and by January we started contacting the NPA, and there were delays here and there, but we were able to finish. And by May, June, we had news that GRA had other aspects of the sector that has to do or have to do with revenue. So we went to GRA. So it's about a year's documentary.
So why did it take you so long for such a serious story?
Well, we needed to get permission to visit all the places. And a typical example was when we contacted MPA and they agreed that they would give us access to the command center. We also needed permission of a sort from the third-party operators at those command centers. And at a point, some had traveled out of the country. So we had to wait. And in investigation, sometimes you need to understand one point before you move to the other. So when we went to GRA, it took some time to get all the permissions, and we write letters. A typical example is we write into the GRA in July this year to ask for documentation contracts. And till now, they haven't given us. In November again, we wrote to the GRA invoking the right to information law and also the Ministry of Finance that we are aware contracts of this nature exist. So give them to us. As we speak, they have still not given us a contract. So we have to sometimes rely on people who are able to leak one document or two and then do the story. And I think so far, the only aspect of the story, or the documents we got from them, mind you, we didn't get these contract documents from anywhere else. Everything is from them. We have evidence to prove. We know that the only thing they are contesting is the number of years, which perhaps at a point they changed. But when we got these documents, it was 10 years. So some of those delays and getting permission becomes difficult. I think the only institution that responded very promptly was the Petroleum Commission, when we wrote to them to find out whether, as regulators of the industry, they knew about this. I think the Petroleum Commission took the RTR request very seriously, and they responded very promptly.
So you requested to be given or shown the contract, which is at the center of your investigations. And you wrote in July, you wrote in November, and you didn't get it. You didn't get it.
That is correct.
So the conclusion, therefore, is that you don't have the contract.
That is the official conclusion. But as investigators, you also rely on sources from within who know about the contract and who sometimes can leak a document or two to you. And it is common practice with investigation all over the world. The famous Watergate scandal, you hear something like deep throat sources. The reason organizations won't give the contract is that they know that some of the things in there are not good enough. And if they don't give it to you, you don't have a story to sell. If you don't have a story to sell, that becomes the end of it. So they didn't, but we asked, and some sources leaked some information.
So just hold on for a minute for me, a second for me. For our radio audience, presently what we are projecting is contract for consolidation of revenue assurances between the government of Ghana acting through the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority and Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited. The next slide you see is the execution page, the signature page. And you see there's a signature for the Minister of Finance. And there is a witness with a name and a known person also witnessing that. Then you have the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority also witnessing it. And in fact, when you look on it, you see a stamp. It's Ghana Revenue Authority, Commissioner General's Office. And you see the date of the stamp on it is the 25th of October, 2023. So you have the Commissioner General sign, you have a witness. The witness is an Assistant Commissioner for Legal Services. And then you have another signature by Evan Seduse, Chief Executive Officer of the company, Strategic Mobilization Limited, and that is also duly witnessed. And you see the stamp of the company also on this document. I will show you this last slide, and I'll continue with my interaction with my guests. There's a third slide. We showed you the title of the contract. The next one is the signature page for the contract. And the very final one, we are just showing you, yes, this very final one, you see the terms of the contracts. So you see, it says this contract shall commence on the effective date and shall continue in effect for a period of 10 years from the effective date, unless terminated as provided for in this contract, extended by mutual agreement between the parties. Then there is a renewal clause as well, when they may renew the contracts. So, Manasseh, what do you say to the major plank of one of the major, issues raised by the GRA in their statement to the public, which they say with emphasis that the contract is for 5 and not for 10 years? What do you say to that?
Well, something we have still not got the contract. Nobody has published the contract anywhere. But we have also seen a page. So far, everything we have published about this contract, they are not denying anything, except the page 13, which is on the duration. We have seen a page circulating in some quarters, and I think sources close to the GRA and also the company, saying that page says it is now 5 years, subject to another 5-year renewal. And what we suspect is that at a point, that page was amended. And let me put on record that
Manasseh, the page you have seen, have you seen it with the execution page, signing where the people involved have signed? Have you seen it with any signatures?
I have seen that page separately. They are just separate pages.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that when you look at the entire transaction, it appears a bit fishy, because Ken Oforiatta, the Minister of Finance, the letter from the Ministry of Finance said the minister has determined that SML's contract should be expanded to cover so and so. We have attached a contract. The legal department of the finance ministry has reviewed it. So GRA should make inputs and what? Sign.
And this letter is dated the 22nd of June 2023, this year.
2023, yes. Now they have brought out a page from the Public Procurement Authority that appears to be giving approval for them to go ahead and award this contract to SML. And this is dated 27th of September 2023. And everybody who is familiar with the procurement law knows that if you intend to award a contract based on single source procurement, you first apply to the PPA with what you intend to do, the name of the company. The PPA will give you authorization based on their due diligence on the company and what you want to procure before you go ahead to engage the company. But here is a situation where we have the finance ministry say, look, we have made a determination, we have settled on the company, and we have gone ahead to even do the contract. Make your inputs and sign. And then over 3 months later, we are now getting a PPA approval. And that PPA approval even says there's a previous approval that should be underwritten or overwritten. So a whole lot of things may have happened behind the scenes.
Right, Manasseh, hold on for me, hold on. The minister's letter is titled Expansion of the Scope of Work by Messrs. Strategic Mobilization Limited.
Yes.
This is the letter that says, this is the contract. It has been revised and it is attached. Let's go ahead and deal with it. Now, this is 22nd of June 2023. You are referring to a PPA process dated September of 2023, correct?
Yes, 27th September 2023.
Good. The contract document that you have relied on, which we have shown portions, has a GRA stamp dated the 25th of October 2023. You've seen that, right?
Yes.
And you still think that this contract would have been amended at a certain point? Between when? October to now?
I don't know exactly when the amendment may have taken place. But what I'm saying is that the pages we rely on, the information, whatever document we receive from sources within or close to the GRA and the Finance Ministry, have all these pages that we didn't publish only one page. We published a number of pages, but there's only one page that has been disputed. And I cannot tell, but I'm just trying to point out to you that in this process, if we want to even follow the chronology, something appears not to be right. Because the PPA approval, as we speak, says that, or makes reference to the letter seeking the approval, which is dated 20th September 2023. So meaning, this contract was drafted, every arrangement was concluded. If you have to go by these dates, then in September, they are now going to seek approval.
Right.
So if they had given us access to this contract, which they alone have, perhaps all of this would not have come up.
The next and significant rebuttal from the GRA, which I want you to respond to, has to do with what the company is entitled. And they say you claim they have been paid, but they have not been paid. What's your response to that?
If you read our story, which is online with this conference, we said that there was an existing contract which we dealt with substantially. Then we moved from there and said that this year, the finance minister initiated another contract. And this contract says the company should go into the upstream sector and be paid $0.75 per barrel of oil lifted. Then, in the gold sector, the details we have from our sources says they should be paid 0.75% of total production, and they are going to do monitoring. And when we did the calculation, we have open source information, some of which we picked from the finance minister's budget statement, that says that we have 160,000 to 170,000 barrels per day as our production, oil production. And if you multiply $0.75 by 160,000 barrels, in a day you are getting like 120,000 US dollars that goes to this company. Then you go to the gold sector, and we also indicated where we got our figures from. And that is the gold production figures from 2022. And we produced 3.7 million ounces, and the finance ministry statement, Parliament mentions 1,800 US dollars per ounce. We did the calculation there, you are getting about 50 million US dollars a year, plus about 38 to 39 million US dollars a year from the upstream sector. And the downstream sector, we got information that we requested that they give us the payments they've made to SML. As we speak, since July, our letter has not even been acknowledged. As we speak, we haven't got that information, but our sources again give us information about payment details, and we realized that some of the money, this company was paid up to 24 million Ghana cedis. And that in a year also comes to about 20 million US dollars. So if you put everything together, we said this company, per this current arrangement, is entitled to over 100 million US dollars. We have people like John Jinapo who are saying our estimates are even conservative because it's far more than that. But some say, I just want to emphasize that the number of years, whether 10 years or 5 years renewable, is not a substance here. And I'm saying this because when they signed the initial contract, it was in 2019. For the current arrangement, that contract will automatically last for 9 years. And with our experience, contracts of this nature, if you look at the revenue assurance contracts, when they come on board, they don't cease. Even when they cease, another takes over. If you look at similar contracts, there's a contract like that was signed in the first time.
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems.
The Ghana cedi has been classified as the worst of African currencies, with the worst spot returns tracked by Bloomberg.
I am prepared to concede that we go by the 5 years. But that doesn't make it any less people that this is a company that is not, from the evidence we have, this company is not supposed to even be paid for a day, because in the gold sector, the experts tell us that there is no reason someone to come there.
All right.
In the oil sector, we are told there are already flow meters.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Manasseh. And Manasseh, the whole thing boils down to what they were supposed to do. The anomalies that they were supposed to curb under declaration, diversion, and dilution of petroleum products How do you come to the conclusion categorically that they don't do any of this?
Something, we went through the system, I mean the value chain. And if you watch the documentary, we didn't make any of those claims. The claim that GRA is not using the SML measurement figures. This is not a claim we made. It is a claim GRA officials made in the premises of SML. They claim that the existing loading gantry meters take more accurate reading than the SML meters. It's not a claim we made. It's a claim that SML officials made on camera. The claim about these services were on the website of SML. And they said these are the factors that were causing the leakages or the revenue losses. And because we are checking these anomalies, we have been able to solve the problem. But when we went through the value chain, we realized that the ERDMS was doing a lot to check the shortages. And this has been confirmed by the GRA head of Petroleum, who spoke in the documentary, that once you get the volumes right through the ERDMS, which is connected to the icon, you get your taxes right. Then also we realized that there was a company checking the diversion, Rock Africa. They are doing the electronic tracking. And together with the tank gauging systems by the MPA, which ensure that they know the amount of product in a particular tank across the country. They were checking that. So we got to know all of this. So when we got to the GRA, we interviewed the GRA before we interviewed SML. And SML said, sorry, the GRA officials said that, look, the question you are asking us, we have no knowledge about it. We don't think SML is doing this.
All right.
So go and ask SML. So the morning we were to do the interview with SML, GRA officials were there. They even said, look, you raised these services. Now that we are here, SML should clarify. So SML itself told us they were not doing those services. And they proceeded to delete them from their website. So these are not claims that we made. They made those claims. We confronted them with the evidence. And they said that, look, what you said or what is on our website is not true. We are not doing them. And we don't check any under reporting. And they proceeded to delete them.
All right, thank you. Manasseh, hold on. We'll return to you finally before you go about what you think about what the OSP is starting to do and what Parliament appears to also want to do. We'll ask the former CEO of GMPC to hold on briefly for us. Richard Mafo, Technical Assistant to the Managing Director of the SML. Thank you very much for making the time to join us.
Thank you for something a great organized. And something I want to put something right here. I'll plead with you that Manasseh has had a lot of PR already in the public. We know your station, and we want to also have a little time to clarify some few things. But before I go on, I want to make some issues categorical first, before now we go into the main subject matter.
You won't let me ask you a question.
The first thing is this. You said...
Go ahead.
Come again.
Go ahead.
Okay. The first thing I want to put out there, a preamble I want to put out there, the context in which Manasseh came to ask the questions as if he's doing a documentary within the downstream is what answers he had. That's number one. Number two, there were some statements made here. I want to clarify them quickly. First thing is that the contract was 10 years. You see, what Manasseh has done is that he has done a big deliberate disservice to SML. A contract of 5 years. He went to the page, I'm alleging he went to the page where it's saying that 5 years, redacted whatever is there. And look at that page, that section 3.1. Look at the word even contractor instead of contracts he put there. And put out this thing out there and claim that that is the contract. That is one thing. And I want to stand by it. It is 5 years and it is not 10 years. Number two.
Hold on. Please, hold on. The contract that we have exhibited this morning on this show, duly executed, which the Fourth Estate relied on. This is the portion about the tenor of the contract. This contract shall commence on the effective date. Hold on. This contract shall commence on the effective date and shall continue in effect for a period of 10 years from the effective date unless terminated. You say we don't understand this English?
No, hold on. I'm never saying that. Something, please don't get me wrong.
Okay.
I'm asking, where is that source coming from? We are claiming that Manasseh put those words together. Simple. And at the right time, we'll go to we'll seek legal redress on those matters.
So please, hold on. So you are saying that, please wait, it is important. And please, I'm the one conducting this interview. We can have a very good discussion if you just take your time. We called you because we want you to respond, have the opportunity to respond further, even though you have already done that. Now, your statement is that this contract is manufactured, it doesn't exist. Is that what you're saying? You are saying it is altered?
Perfect. He put it out there. I'm alleging that Manasseh crafted this and put it out there.
You are alleging that Manasseh drafted the contract which portions we are projecting on TV now and put it there.
Perfect. 3.1. Plus, I've not gotten the time to go through all that he published, but with 3.1 specific, I can confidently say Manasseh did such a great service to the company. And I don't know what to say. But there's a lot of time to talk about some things. I don't want, but I'm putting it out right there that Manasseh crafted this thing. I'm alleging he did this. 3.1.
Okay. So what do you say to those who signed the contract?
Okay, let me, something. You pick a contract page by page. The contract has been signed. You go into a section and you alter a certain section. For what purpose? Surely the signatures will remain contacts. Or don't you get the line of where I'm going to?
Okay. And the contract you have seen is not in Word document. You agree?
Perfect. Oh, but something, I don't want us to go into technology. I'm an AI expert. I'm also an accountant. PDF today, images today, we have what we call OCR, Object Character Recognition. You can just change this and send it back again.
Right.
Something, I don't know. This is simple thing you can use.
Now, hold on. Please, I'm not asking you questions I don't know the answers to. To be frank with you, all the things you are about to say, you have already put them out in the public. But because we are having a show again, we want you to repeat them. Now, so you are saying that, why do you think Manasseh will do such a thing? Pick the contract and then manipulate a particular provision of the contract, change 5 years to 10 years. Why do you think Manasseh will do that?
Something, I'm sure by the time I'm done, you will get the true whole thing, and you should ask Manasseh to exactly the same thing. But I don't want to procure his intention. I don't think I can do that.
Okay. So my next question to you is this. Why did you take the portions in contention, which was on your website? Why did you take them down?
Samson, thank you very much. That is why I wanted to put a preamble there so that it's from the basis in which a lot of the questionings will flow into, so that your good listeners will also make their own independent.
Sorry, we don't have time. So if you can go straight to the answers, It will be good.
Okay. Okay. Now, number one, a website is not an application. It's purely what we call HTML, CSS, and probably little JavaScript for contact section. So if we have something in the website there, that is where I'm going to defend everything that we have here. And we can tell you by the time I'm done, you can know what the under declarations are, and I'll give you evidence to them. And this evidence will not be something that will come from SML. And evidence that you can go to a state institution and procure a copy for yourself. And this is not evidence that is put in place just now, but from the beginning of the time SML started this way.
Richard, that's not the answer to my question. Why were those, advertisements on your page taken down after the interview with you?
I'm not sure we took anything down. Something, please get there. You will see it there. It's right there. I'm not.
The investigators took screenshots at each stage. Are you denying that one too?
Something, I deny that one too, please. I deny that one. I can also claim that some, what do we call it, Manasseh also did those things, and he can do that because he has done with the contract exactly what he did with the company's website. Took the image of it, do a print screen, read something. I don't want us to go that much.
Please go there. We are listening to you. Just go there. We are listening to you.
Okay. I can say confidently, the same way Manasseh handled the contracts, 3.1, the section, rephrase that whole English there, and also change a significant element in it, which is a year of a contract, into 10, from 5 to 10. The same way I will stand on to say that he did to this website.
Okay. Do you appreciate why the contract was not given to the journalists when they applied for it through RTI, the law, using the law that requires you to give the contract? Do you appreciate why the contract was not given?
Something, please, I'm not GRA and I'm not Minister of Finance, so I'm sorry that question.
Okay.
Minister of Finance and GRA to answer.
You were in the room in your offices, or what was the venue, when the interview was being conducted with Christian Soti, right?
Perfect. Now let me put this little thing out there. Before Manasseh wanted to come in, the GRA contacted us and they told them that, oh, MD is not around. Ask Manasseh will confirm this. He was trailing the MD just came. Then he called again. That Manasseh said, oh, I've seen MD. Then they told Manasseh, his technical assistant is not around. So we wish his technical assistant is around for a lot of the things to be made much more clearer to you, just like I'm going to do here. Manasseh said, oh no, he's just trying to do documentary to appreciate the downstream process. Then Mr. Soti came up. So for me personally, I was on tour with the chief executive on the same subject as to the downstream and also the upstream and the gold issue. I think we'll get into all that. So I was not around before Manasseh showed up.
All right. So you heard the answers from your MD. That one, Manasseh is not the one, or that one too, you have an issue. He went and twisted what your MD said. The clear admissions your MD said that you don't provide these services.
Good one. Let me answer the question directly. You see, something we are contracted by the Ministry of Finance in Extension GRA. We are doing some work in there that we are not clothed with state powers to go and chase anybody, either a BDC or an OMC. So we don't have that right to say that there is under declaration or some diversions to communicated directly to BDC or OMC because they are just third parties. It's the way Manasseh asks the questions and the answers he got. So let's get it that way.
He asks whether you provide these services. And his answer was that that's not what you do. You are saying Manasseh asked the wrong question?
No, I'm not saying he asked wrong question.
Okay.
I'm saying that the context in which Manasseh came, the context in which he asked the question. In those contests, if you get you have a full appreciation of all the videos, not just the ones he has just published. You will now know, or you will now appreciate where the MD's angle is coming from. And I would have answered the same thing, just like the MD did.
So your MD's response was a categorical denial that
no,
we have the documentary. Please wait, we can play it back again for you. Where he denied stating anywhere that the company was providing services that checked under declaration, dilution, and diversion of petroleum products.
Something.
And then when he was pressed further and pointed to him that this was already advertised on your website, he emphasized that it was an error. Do you hear him say that?
Something.
Yes.
Let me tell you this. No, please, I'm pleading with you, something. I'm pleading with you. Someone have come from an angle within a certain context. By the end of the day, will show you we have under declaration, diversion, evidence base with GRE. And I will tell you the business case upon which SML came. So I'm sure by the time we get into the meat of the issue, a lot of these questions. Your boss said this.
He said we are not involved in diversion. Okay, I want to understand you. You were sitting right there with the journalist when the questions were being posed. At that time, you didn't object to this.
I told you that the technical assistant to the MD, I was not there.
You were not there. Okay.
He should hold on. He said no. He still wanted to do some appreciation within the sector. I wasn't there, please. So
okay.
You see, the relevant issue, Manasseh has done PR to a whole lot of issues. If we don't go into that, you've done us a big disservice.
What do you say when you hear Mustafa Hamid of the MPA say that they don't understand what you are doing and they are seeking to have a meeting with you because they don't understand what you're doing? The system already exists.
Let me answer it quickly. I think because of time, on the Mustafa Hamid issue. I'm really surprised at Mustafa Hamid. In that documentary, he claims he doesn't even know us. We have several secularization between SML and Mustafa Hamid. I can tell you on authority, Mustafa Hamid knows what we are doing. And by the time we go through that, we are not duplicating efforts in the sector. All Ghanaians will establish that. At the right time, in the near coming days, we'll put all the evidences out there. Let us Mustafa Hamid sign, let us SML sign, the kind of joint work we do together, only for him to say that if really Manasseh didn't also twist that video, but if what I saw, if that is the full thing, I'm also disappointed in Mustafa Hamid. But until we see the full closure of everything.
Until then, you have a suspicion that Mustafa's comments were also twisted by Manasseh. Okay. Richard, hold on briefly for me, okay? Just be a little patient with us. Hold on briefly for me. Alex Mould, thank you very much. And we bring you on because when the story broke, you suggested that you have encountered such attempts previously, and you knew that whoever it is were not up to any good, and you declined. From what you have seen in this documentary and the responses that have come forward, what will you say?
Well, first of all, the real question is, what value added are these SML guys bringing to the system, real? And what should be the remuneration if they are actually bringing value added? I think those are the questions that should be answered. And first of all, from my understanding of this industry, and I have worked
since 1985 in this industry. I have climbed tanks, I've done volume, I've worked on the gantry, I've discharged products from ships. So we know all the tricks in the system. We know what we can do and what we can't do. When we got to MPA, we decided to address issues that were of concern to the players, including the customers, under-reporting, under-delivering, product contamination. That's the main gist of it. So NPA, and my belief is that we should build institutions. We should make sure that the regulator is working with the right petroleum service providers to provide solutions, and they should be paid or remunerated accordingly, not excessively, but accordingly. So BRV tracking, this is the bulk rod vehicles, the tankers, we put a tracking device on them, and we got all the OMCs and transporters to subscribe to it. That means that you would know where your tanker is at any time. If that stopped on scheduled stop, you would know. The next thing was, how do we ensure the volume in the tankers are not reduced during the journey? So we put in volumetric tracking systems. This, I believe, has been replaced by an electronic cargo system where electronic seals of the hatches and valves are used. So we're addressing the problem of short delivering to the petrol stations and short delivering to the consumer, making sure the right products were done. The next thing we did was we had to ensure that the volumes that were coming into the country were the same volumes that were being delivered. And as such, the government was getting the right revenue. I do not understand why MPA, first of all, would allow a non-service provider to put flow meters in depots without being licensed. I don't understand it. If you're a player in the industry, you have to be licensed, and as such, NPA should know what you're doing. For NPA to say they do not know what the guys are doing, or they don't have a clue, or they're not associated with it, it's wrong. NPA is the regulator, and there's nobody in this country, not even the president, can order these people to do it without NPA approving.
Why do you describe them as a non-service provider? Because the service they are providing, is for tax purposes.
They are a service provider. They are not a non-service provider. They are PSP. They are a petroleum service provider. If you put a flow meter in a depot, you are providing a service, and as such, you should be under the NPA. You should be licensed by NPA.
Even if your job was technically not about this industry, but for the finances of it, for audit assurance.
You still are, because you have to ensure that the health and safety of the equipment you are bringing into the system complies with the regulations of the country. So you are providing a service. So you have to be regulated by the NPA. So NPA should know about it.
Kindly hold on a second for me. Richard, what do you say to this?
Okay, yeah, a good one. I think Alex would have just nailed the matter. Just like I was speaking about Mustafa Hamid issue. If he doesn't know us, we can never get there. And if we have not gone through the process of who does what, and there is any duplication of effort, we wouldn't have been there in the first place, which will go into the details. Number two, remember, if we have not got the right ISO certifications and the requirement thereof that NPA must certify before we get there, we wouldn't have been there in the first place. So please, all those things as Alex have put out there, all these things are in place.
The question is being asked as to whether you were actually qualified for this contract in the first place. Your MD tells the investigators that you were a timber company that has now changed into this, but there's no proving track record. How did you get selected through sole sourcing?
Something, when it comes to matters of procurement, please, I'm begging you, I'm a technical person, I'm going to deal with issues on under declaration and everything, the business case of SML, to defy those duplicitous issues. Please don't push me into this.
No, I'm not going, Richard, I'm not going into the technical aspect. I just want us to stay around maybe section 40 of the Procurement Act about single source procurement. There are grounds to give a contract in this situation. The law says where goods, works, or services are only available from a particular supplier or contractor, or if a particular supplier or contractor has exclusive rights in respect of the goods, works, or services, and no reasonable alternative or substitute exists. We are aware from Ben Boachi and the rest of them. They say they don't know you in the industry.
Something, I'll plead with you. If you ask procurement question and you do subsequent ones, followed up, I'm not having that capacity. I'm pleading with you. Don't let us go into procurement now here.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying why I brought you in on Alex Mould's submission. Okay, so Alex, continue with your submission. What do you think ought to be done from what you're seeing? What do you see and what do you think ought to be done?
So I think the MPA has a plan. And when I talk about MPA, I'm not talking about whether it's NDC or MPP. It's MPA. MPA has a plan, and we're trying to execute it. And I believe one of the things that we're trying to do is volume integrity, okay, for both the consumer and also for government. So one thing you have to do is you have to do a material balance. All the products that enters the country enters through the CBM or the jetty, either in Tema or Takrady, and it's placed in the tanks. So there are various ways you monitor to make sure that the volumes are right. Every month there is tank verification, that the volumes in the tanks are verified, and everybody's involved. GRA through customs is involved, the tank depot owners are involved, the product owners are involved, the independent inspectors are involved, NPA is involved, everybody's involved in ensuring that we know what the volumes are. At the end of the day, you do a material balance of how much product you brought into the country, how much you have discharged through the meters at your gantry, and how much is done. By the way, this is done by the product depots on a daily basis, but on a monthly basis, everybody gets involved and does it. And every half year, we do a huge reconciliation.
Yes.
So reconciliations have been done and have been done in the industry all the time.
I'm sorry we have run out of time. What's your sense of this contract and what should be done?
Well, what should be done is, one, NPA should be in charge of this. NPA put an EDRMS system in place which verifies all the volumes. These volumes are reconciled with GRA on a daily basis and on a monthly basis. So there is no volume lost, and it should be integrated in the GRA system, which I believe is the ICUM system, which is already done. So MPA instituted this in 2017 and integrated it into GRA in 2018. Since then, the reconciliations have been okay. There has not been any shortfall. So I don't know what the added value SML is bringing to the table. And I do not know how they reconcile their remuneration. The remuneration should be based on your fixed cost versus your variable cost. And if there is any added value you bring to it, you should only be paid for the value added, not for the full volume that we are already. And this brings to my issue of smuggling. Smuggling has been done and is being done mainly at the fishing harbor and at the harbors where the large volumes come in with the collusion of the harbor masters and security forces. And also, it has to be said that somebody high up in Jubilee House must be involved because these operators cannot allow that to be done. My understanding that this smuggling has gone down since 2017 to 2018, and the volumes are far lower. We should ensure that we stop doing that. If GRA believes that its custom officers at the depots are colluding with the tank operators and with the oil marketing companies, then they should ensure that they have good personnel at these depots, because I don't think the flow meters or anything is going to solve the problem if we don't have good personnel.
Thank you very much.
Reconciliation is the way to go.
Thank you very much. Alex Mould is former CEO of the GMPC. He's a finance and energy advisor. Manasseh Azuria-Awunim is a journalism fellow, Harvard University. And Richard Mafo is technical assistant to the managing director of the SML, that is Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited. OSP has commenced work. Parliament has also commenced some work in this contract. So we can wait to see what happens. I'm Samson Ladia Yenini. Thank you for your company throughout the year. And thanks for the many messages I've seen congratulating us for what we have been committed to. We have been committed to for you in the course of the year. We can only assure you that God willing, next year we will bring you even more of these productions. My outfit, as always, is by Habil's Couture. You can find them at Adringano Gate. And also, as I told you earlier, these are from WASSCE, and you can call them 0555 0555. That's 0555 940 022 to place your orders. They will do it according to your pockets and deliver to your friends and loved ones luxury hampers, affordable gift items. Thank you all very much. They are at East Legon, Shashi, adjacent Gethsemane Memorial Gardens, next to Total Wine. Have a good afternoon. Merry
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems.
The Ghana cedi has been classified as the worst of African currencies, with the worst spot returns tracked by Bloomberg.
This government is under intense pressure to return to the IMF for a bailout in the wake of harsh economic times.
We will not go to the IMF today, we will not go to IMF tomorrow, and we are not going as long as the NPP remains in power.
As my colleague, Deputy Minister said, we are not going to the IMF. Whatever we do, we are not.
If because of political pride and the rest of them we don't want to go, that is a different thing altogether.
Once the government on our behalf, whether I like it or not, says we are not going to the IMF, then my position changed. Then show as alternative.
The good thing though is that it does show that being an IMF program imposes more discipline. Because this government itself argues that all the way until early 2019 they were doing brilliant. What that means is that they were doing brilliant during the IMF program.
December 2016 came with a thunderbolt. It was time for the electorates to decide. The elections were fought on the turf of the economy. After 8 years of power, the National Democratic Congress, led by John Dramani Mahama, suffered a huge shock. The party lost the national election by a huge margin. A new messiah, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, was ushered into office to perform the badly needed surgical operation on the Ghanaian economy.
By the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Akufo-Addo as the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
Nana Addo Akufo-Addo.
There was a new breath of hope. A new team was to steer the economic affairs of the country. In fact, many believe that with Dr. Bawumia in the economic management seat, Ghana's economy would never slip back into coma.
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems and we are putting in place the policies that will drive the economic transformation of this country.
In his first State of the Nation address on the 21st of February 2017, President Akufo-Addo described Ghana's economy as one which was in a bad way. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the country closed 2016 with an inflation rate of 15.4%. The Bank of Ghana pegged the country's debt stock at 122.6 billion Ghana cedis, with a debt-to-GDP ratio of 73.3%. The cedi had lost 9.7% of its value against the dollar. Interest rate on loans had ballooned to 10.8 billion cedis, and international reserves could cover just 2.8 months of imports, resulting in 3.4% of GDP growth rate. By the end of 2019, Ghana's macroeconomic indicators had seen massive improvements, attracting awards for its stellar performance.
We wanted to recognize him with this prestigious award from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It is an award that we don't give lightly, we take seriously, and we do it out of respect to what the President has done in Ghana. So please give him a round of applause.
In March 2020, the unexpected happened. The COVID-19 put spokes in the wheels of Ghana's economic trajectory. A lockdown, a term that was alien to the country, surfaced and placed a temporary halt on economic activities.
Pursuant to the powers granted the President of the Republic under the Imposition of Restrictions Act, 2020 Act 1012, restrictions on movement of persons in the Greater Accra Metropolitan Area, GAMA, and the Greater Kumasi Metropolitan Area and contiguous districts for a period of 2 weeks, subject to review.
President Akufo-Addo announcing the lockdown that halted many economic activities. To help keep the economy in motion, Ghana received both in kind and in cash from various sources, including a 5.9 billion cedi credit facility from the IMF. The devastation and impact of the COVID-19 pandemic was huge. Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. John Kuma, recounts the impact of the pandemic.
COVID-19 was an exceptional pandemic that affected economies all over the world. So Ghana is not the only country that got affected. If you check in 2019, the economy was at its peak.
Yeah.
And we had done a lot of borrowing, and the investment, the returns of those investments was better going to show in 2020. But unfortunately, COVID struck and the economy retracted. In fact, it grew by only 0.5%. So what it means is that all the investment you have done and expecting its impact in the 2020 in terms of the growth or the economic performance of the country, you lost all that opportunity.
In the heat of the pandemic in 2020, Ghana went to the polls and President Akufo-Addo was re-elected. Unlike his first term, almost all key economic indicators had taken a nosedive in President Akufo-Addo's second term. The atmosphere in Ghana was charged and filled with complaints from every corner of the country, and by 2022, the cost of living had become unbearable.
Because the fuel is high, so I'm doing a double work now.
5 cedis, you get wache and gari, and we'll manage to give you macaroni small.
Business are really bleeding. Some of the business are intensive care.
By the first quarter of 2022, inflation had crept from a single digit to 19.4%. In March, the cedi was on a free fall against the US greenback, and international reserves began dwindling. International rating agencies including Fitch and Moody's all dropped ratings on Ghana's creditworthiness. The nation was thrown out of the international capital market as foreign liquidity began to dry up, exposing the weakness in Ghana's economic fundamentals. The only option was for Ghana to turn to the IMF for a bailout package. Professor Bokwin sounded the alarm bells. He said going to the IMF was inescapable.
I personally don't think that the IMF is a long-term solution to our problems. And the reason I say so is that we've been there 16, 17 times. Is that okay? And practically every 3 years and some few months, we've had to go to the IMF and all of that. But as we always say, what takes us to the IMF has to do with the fundamentals. And as we sit right now, everything points to that.
The calls to register for an IMF bailout became intense.
After seeing Article 4, after seeing the COVID report, Article 4 2019 and the COVID report, and seeing the fiscal gap which is there, that was when I expressed the view that maybe it's time for us to go, that's how far back, to go to the fund, because it's not just about COVID. But we got all the COVID money, as I said already, and we could have used it to make a correction, because the COVID money we got for ECF was 913 or so, million US dollars. Here you're talking about 6 billion. Why was it not sufficient to do the correction? Something fundamentally wrong.
Government's position was very simple. No IMF program. It has so much hope in using domestic means to turn the nation's economic fortunes around.
We are not going to the IMF. Whatever we do, we are not. The consequences are dire. We are a proud nation. We have the resources. We have the capacity. Don't let anybody tell you.
In the raging storm, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta was insistent that government wouldn't subscribe to an IMF program.
If because of political pride and the rest of them we don't want to go, that is a different thing altogether. It should not be our first resort. But we have not demonstrated that on our own we'll be able to impose a fiscal consolidation that would elicit the appropriate response from duty bearers, as perhaps we have seen in our relationship with the fund. If we could do that, why not? For 60-something years of independence, we can't keep going to the IMF. Anytime we go to the IMF, I feel that I feel we've lost something, right, as a sovereign country and the rest of them. But IMF doesn't impose itself on any country. Through countries' own actions and inactions, mismanagement of the economy and the rest of them takes them to the IMF. So if we arrive at that point where homegrown solution has probably failed to get at the same result, we'll do that. I believe that in 2014, when the government made a call to the IMF, it wasn't because it was their first resort, right? Yeah, the fundamentals dictate so.
My position has always been, once the government, on our behalf, whether I like it or not, says we are not going to the IMF, then my position changed. Then show us alternative.
IMF cannot save us, right? Because we've done IMF 16 times, getting to 17 times now. We were on an IMF program for the best part of this government until recently, right? Up to the end of 2018, this government was on an IMF program. The good thing, though, in that respect, is that it does show that being an IMF program imposes more discipline. Because this government itself argues that all the way until early 2019, they were doing brilliant. What that means is that they were doing brilliant during the IMF program. That's an important point. So to make the case as if IMF is a problem is strange. If you did IMF from 2017 all the way to end of December 2018, and the economy was doing well as per your own analysis, then what is the argument anymore about IMF being a poison or a toxic element that you need to avoid? The government's attitude tends to be that, oh, we don't need IMF because IMF is bad. In a way, they don't say it directly, but it implies that it's bad. And I'm arguing that from 2017 January, when they came into power, to 2018 December, that's 2 years, they were running an IMF program. Now, when you ask them about their financial track record and their performance, the government likes to say that until COVID hit, we were doing brilliant. And I'm saying that if that track record is one you are so proud of, you did that under an IMF program.
Despite government's insistence, The honorary vice president of Imani Africa, Bright Simmons, was hopeful government's best bet was seeking an IMF support. But beyond the political ego, was there any historical experience preventing government from approaching the IMF for liquidity support?
During 2018, when you were under an IMF program, you were growing at 8.3%, right? You were doing fantastically well on inflation. Exchange rate was stable, right? We did not see massive unemployment based on some IMF restrictions or whatever it is that you've been calling it. You did the IMF program for 2 years. We know these are some of the reasons why you don't like the IMF. In April 2018, the government was forced to acknowledge that it lied to the IMF about its external arrests and was forced to apologize, right? You have to write to the managing director of the IMF and apologize that somehow you forgot whatever, some data was not there, blah, blah, blah. Of course, that is why you don't like the IMF, because that extra discipline, that extra scrutiny may not be something that is to your liking, but we have to look beyond your ego and think about a country. Yes, the IMF will insist that you disclose the data. You will not be able to play the games that you play with us here, where you say something, where is the data, you refuse to disclose the data. They will insist. So that might not be very pleasant for managers in the government, but that does not mean that it's against the national interest. We should distinguish between IMF program elements that may not benefit Ghana, of which nowadays there are not that many because you yourself have to come up with a proposal and you yourself have to negotiate it. And then IMF program elements that may not benefit the government, ministers and officials that may be responsible for designing and implementing it. I think the two are not on the same scale. And while the IMF will not transform Ghana, while the IMF will not change Ghana's fortunes dramatically, our argument is that it's no worse from the things that is already happening.
While government stood by its decision not to subscribe to the IMF program, Ghana's economic situation began to worsen, and by the end of the second quarter of 2022, the country had added close to 42 billion cedis to its debt portfolio. Inflation had more than doubled compared to the rate in January 2022. Ghana's reserves were fast drying up, and downgrades kept hitting government in the face. The health of the country's key economic indicators showed it was impossible to forge forward without support from the Bretton Woods institution, IMF. After months of refusal, government finally made a big U-turn. It announced its intention to seek an IMF program, blaming it on the pandemic and the brewing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Deputy Finance Minister John Kuma makes a strong case on why government beat a hasty retreat.
Let me say that this is not the first time Ghana is going to the IMF. And every time that we have been out of an IMF program, it has been our hope that we will not be in a position to return to the fund. Nevertheless, we are members of the fund. I mean, we are part of the global membership of the IMF. So even when you don't have a program with the fund every year, you still have to go and engage in Article 4 reviews and engagements with the fund. So I think that when it becomes impossible, when it becomes very difficult, such as external factors such as what we are talking about, which is beyond your control, then you have to look up to the fund for a program that will come in to restore some of the confidence and economic indicators to bring relief to your economy. So yes, even though initially we had indicated we were not going to the fund, we've gotten to a point where some of the domestic expectations that we had, for instance, e-levy that we introduced, the domestic, especially our fiscal programs like e-levy, didn't give us the expected returns. And we all know how e-levy was fought in Parliament and the propaganda against it. It actually impacted on its implementation immediately. And once we were not getting the revenues, we will not watch to run down the economy. We had to take the critical decisions to restore the economy. And that is why eventually His Excellency the President directed that we should engage with the fund. Engaging with the fund gives you a number of advantages. First of all, it helps to restore confidence. in your economy. It gives comfort also to investors who have brought their funds into your economy to believe that you may not default, or you are on the right trajectory in terms of your economic policies and programs. So we needed that to restore the confidence and then also to be able to bring our debt to sustainable levels. So these were some of the key factors that eventually had to force us to re-engage with the fund.
By the end of the second quarter, skyrocketing inflation compelled the central bank to ramp up monetary policy rate from 14.5% in January to 19% in June 2022. Depreciation of the cedi against the dollar also quickened the pace of economic decline and added more pressure to the country's debt burden. Debt levels were so high that many financial experts predicted default for Ghana.
Ghana's debt stock, let me say, have been influenced by about 4 key factors. One is the energy sector debt accumulation that we created. Then the banking sector cleanup exercise that we carried, which was about 25 billion. And then we are talking about COVID-19 expenses that came. And then lately, the depreciation of the currency. We know that much of our debt stock is in foreign currency. So anytime there's depreciation of the cedi, even though you have not borrowed money, the debt stock will show increases.
But former Finance Minister Seth Terkper maintains government has no business blaming the economic mess on the COVID-19 pandemic.
The point is that you can go and refer to the Article 4, 2019. There was a fiscal gap before COVID. That's point number 1. So we're saying don't put everything on COVID. Come up clean. Secondly, the current government is the only government. Yes, COVID was severe, no question about it. Severer. But it doesn't, if you minimize somebody's crisis, you wouldn't prepare for the next crisis, which is why, as we sit here, we are not prepared for the next crisis, because the sinking fund, you saw it is down, will be down to 0. The stabilization fund is just a skeleton of itself. And during COVID, remember, we fell on part of the savings that we had made, right? You know, to assist in COVID, right? We left $250 million as from part of the borrowing in the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, together with VAT that flowed. You know what happened to those funds. So you see the buffers that were left for the government, together with 3 oil fields, right? But the other point, apart from the 2 points, buffers and then also, you know, the 3 oil fields and the buffers. This is the administration, I would say, which had a crisis and had approximately $6 billion from IMF, COVID, soft loan, IMF, SDR, World Bank, 600 million, Bank of Ghana, 1.7 billion, you can count it, nearly
Korea
6.
too.
Korea, yes, China, PPEs and everything, to resolve COVID. So 6 billion.
So you mean the cost was already catered for using
Precisely, because the cost was disclosed for the COVID loan was 3% of GDP, and what we are talking about is more than 3% of GDP, because it's about half of what GRE brings.
Yeah.
And we just saw GRE brings in about, if you take it, it brings in 15%, percent of GDP, which is half of it. So it means you got about half of it to resolve COVID. So why continue blaming COVID? And how many African countries borrowed 1 billion for COVID? And how many African countries went into their own coffers to take $250 million? Now it's almost 400 million from the stabilization fund, which was bequeathed to tackle COVID. You see, so we are not belittling COVID. We are only saying a certain candidness is required.
Should be more open.
Yes, more open as to the causes. Because the main cause is expenditure. Expenditure is bloated, including some of the very ambitious things that we want to do for political reasons.
Bright Simmons, on the other hand, believes COVID-19 rather left a footprint of blessings for the country.
The government has tried to create the impression that how much we spent was so much that it affected our finances in every other way. But if you look at, overall our social assistance spending versus countries like, Senegal, Rwanda, even the average in sub-Saharan Africa, we spend less. And then when you look at how we responded to COVID, like the free water, the free electricity, and the rest, even that, we are behind the likes of Kenya, Benin, Senegal, and the rest. We are higher than the average in West Africa, but we are not the highest in emerging markets, and we are lower than several of our competitor economies who are doing less bad than we are. So we cannot really blame COVID. You look at how much more Senegal spent, for instance. If COVID spending was the issue, Senegal will have much more of a challenge. And then when you look at the impacts, how much of our economic growth was actually shaved off by COVID, you see that we are there. Look at us, we are top there. Look at our relative effects, 0.2% of it. Look at countries like Namibia. Look at countries like Myanmar. Look at countries that had massive shrinking, like Mauritius and the rest that are like major tourist countries.
In delivering the much-anticipated 2023 budget, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta confirmed the obvious. He officially unmasked the nature of Ghana's debt portfolio. According to him, Ghana was at a high risk of debt distress, and the debt levels were unsustainable.
Debt exchange program. Mr. Speaker, the debt sustainability analysis based on the macroeconomic outlook has been conducted by the Ministry of Finance. It analyzes the country's capacity to finance its policy objectives and service its debts. The current debt sustainability analysis conducted reveals that Ghana is now considered to be in high risk of debt distress.
Unlike our 16th enrollment in 2015, Ghana's unsustainable debt position was certainly a huge obstacle in obtaining an IMF deal. This means a lot of conditions must be met. According to the fund, in cases where the country's debt is assessed as unsustainable, the IMF is precluded from providing financing unless the member takes steps to restore debt sustainability, including seeking a debt restructuring from its creditors. IMF's message was very simple: restructure your debt or no bailout package. Ghana was out of the Eurobond market, and IMF looked like the only option. No more foreign grants, and at this point, debt restructuring looked inevitable.
Because if you're police station, now traffic light no be saying nothing. Okay, we have you papa. I have you papa now. South traffic light nothing.
Hello, I'm Daryl Kwao, your anchor for JoyNews Room. Our headlines this hour: petrol and diesel car owners to pay 100 cedis every year beginning January 2024 as Parliament passes the emissions levy bill. We'll tell you more as the House approved the Appropriation Act authorizing government to spend in excess of 259 billion Ghana cedis for the year ending 2024. Also coming up, Northeast Regional Security Council leads a team from the Ghana Armed Forces to the Treponi district following weeks of tension between the Tambo and Wenchike communities and threats of violence. Also, on election 2024, former president and flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, describes himself as the forerunner and biblical savior. Plus, lady stripped, beaten and robbed in a moving taxi at 7:30 p.m. urges vigilance during the festive period. Details as her family members are not happy with how the police is handling the matter. We are independent, fearless, and credible. Stay tuned in. And first up, the Northeast Regional Security Council has led a team from the Ghana Armed Forces to the Tripoli district following weeks of tension between the Tambo and Wenchike communities and threats of violence. The two communities clashed last month, leading to the death of at least 4 people and several houses burned. Correspondent Ilyasu Tanko joins me with the latest from there. Good afternoon to you, Ilyasu. What is the current situation where you are?
Well, it's a bit tense in this particular community, as we are currently at the Tambo community, where the Regional Security Council is meeting with the feeding faction in this community. From here, we will proceed to the Wenchike community to meet the other factions. And it's really a very tense situation here. You can see the youth are still very angry, and the Regional Security Council is trying to talk to them about peace and to ensure harmony in this particular community. So even though people are gearing out for Christmas in this particular community, the situation is very, very tense.
Well, so you mentioned that the security personnel have been engaging leadership of both communities. Tell us a bit more about the message to them and how has that message been received by both communities?
But what we understand triggered this particular violence is that the Vice President on the 20th of last month was coming to Nalergut for a thank you tour, and then the Chief of Wenchike was invited. On his way into the Tambo community, a group of youth barricaded the road and attacked him. But today, what the community members here in Tambo are telling the Regional Security Council is that the situation had been brewing, and they blame the Chief of Wenchike for this particular violence. They are saying that the security have to be up and doing and ensure that the Chief of Wenchike is arrested because they believe that he is the engineer of the violence in the Wenchike community.
Well, it's been weeks, Ilyasu, since the clashes, which resulted in the death of at least 4 people and several houses burned. Any help for the victims so far?
So we are now learning that more than 7 people, including a 73-year-old woman, was killed, and all of them happen to be members of the Jabo clan in the Wenchike community. We understand that through the traditional process, these victims have been buried. The NADMO is also here, so the regional minister has directed the NADMO to take up the case of these particular victims and provide them enough relief items.
All right, Northeast Regional Correspondent Ilyasu Tanko there. I appreciate your time and the update this afternoon. Also, after a long night, Parliament has, by majority decision, passed the emissions levy bill, which will, among other things, charge all petrol and diesel car owners 100 cedis every year, beginning January 2024. Government introduced this tax as part of its drive towards more climate-positive actions and to offset its carbon output. The VAT Amendment Bill, which imposes VAT on insurance premiums, VAT on imported textbooks, erasers, and other stationery, was also passed. This bill will also see zero-rate VAT on locally manufactured sanitary pads. Additionally, Parliament has approved the Appropriation Act, authorizing government to spend in excess of 259 billion Ghana cedis for the year ending 2024. Joining me on Zoom, Parliamentary Affairs Correspondent Kweku Asante, who spent the whole night in Parliament. Bring us up to speed, Kweku, on what transpired in Parliament overnight.
Daryl, so it was a long night. MPs had to stay till about 4:30 before the closing remarks were said, and MPs had to now go to their various constituencies for the Christmas break that is just on the horizon. So
What happens usually on the last day is that MPs, the majority leadership, usually move some of this crucial business to the very last moment, especially now that the numbers are really razor thin in the House. So the strategy is to try and wear your opponents out and try and get what you want. So yesterday, they started off arguing about the president's comments about not signing some bills, spent such a great amount of time on that, and then took a long suspension of about 2 hours and came in and started considering the last estimates for the various government agencies, ministries, and departments. So they started off approving 170 billion for what is called other government services. This is where government do some really intense capital projects. This is also where government pays interest on its loans, among other things. 170 billion for the finance ministry to spend on other government obligations. The minority clearly were not happy about that, insisting that 170 billion at one ministry was recipe for chaos, recipe for corruption and all that. Then came that decision by Parliament to investigate the SML deal. So the Finance Committee, made up of both NPP and NDC MPs, in such a shocking manner that people who love bipartisanship would actually appreciate, decided that that SML deal was not good for the country, and because it was also a multi-year deal, must now be investigated by Parliament, and that GRA must stop payment to the company until the Finance Committee of the House does its work on investigating that. We heard from the minority leader who really said that this must be investigated by Parliament and that this investigation must be made public. So that report of the Finance Committee has been adopted. The Finance Committee is set to investigate that SML deal, which the fourth estate did its investigation, caused a sweetheart deal that is costing the state more than 3 billion cedis on that. And then the House came back just around 7 p.m. and started working on the appropriation and all the revenue measures that you've talked about. They were quite controversial because the minority has signaled their intention that they were not supporting it and they were going to vote against it. So it started off with the VAT Amendment Act, where the minority had really said that this was a bad law and they were against it. This VAT law, among other things, what it does is to zero rate VAT on locally manufactured sanitary pads. But also a little catch there, it increased the number of things that the minority did not like. So they had to put those to a voice vote first. They did not like the result, and they had to call MPs one by one. It was such a wearing out, tedious exercise that ran deep into the night. And then when the minority lost that, because 3 of their colleagues were not on the floor, they really knew that they did not have the numbers. So for all the other business that they were opposed to, they made the opposition clear on the floor by debating against it. But when it came to the vote, after a voice vote and they lost, they didn't challenge it anymore. So it went on and went on till the emissions levy bill also, which will impose 100 cedi tax on internal combustion vehicles, that is petrol and diesel vehicles. They're going to pay 100 cedis every year. So this is coming into effect on the 1st of January. That means if you have not renewed your roadworthy, for instance, and you go and do it between 3rd and any time in 2024, and you go to DVLA, don't be surprised. You'll be asked to pay 100 cedis. That is not VRA trying to extort you. That is Parliament having approved the emissions levy bill that will let you pay 100 cedis for that. And so there were quite some spectacles there up until Parliament, just around 4:30, passed the appropriation bill, giving government 259 billion Ghana cedis to spend in 2024. And so that is what government will be spending in 2024. And Parliament is hoping that government will stay within this ceiling. Election year, don't go overspend and increase the deficit of the country. So it was such an incredible time in Parliament yesterday. Just about 5 a.m., the House had to adjourn with closing remarks from both leaders and then the Speaker of Parliament, Joseph Osewu. So for those of you who were probably sleeping or catching up with other things, here's what you may have missed on the floor last night.
Definitely a long night. If we still have you, Kweku, any news on the anti-gay bill? So those were excess of happenings in Parliament overnight, just in case you missed. Let's move on to other news. A 24-year-old graduate stripped down to her underwear, beaten and robbed in a moving taxi at 7:30 p.m. 48 hours.
Traffic he's complaining about. And immediately I turned my head to look at the traffic. The guy sitting next to me covered my face, covered my nose, covered my head, puts me on his lap, and started punching. If anybody else aside the police can hear my voice, when I was screaming, I think that was what was pissing them off more. So they kept on hitting me that I should keep quiet, punching me every part of my body. So they stripped me naked. They took my dress off, tied it so tight. My dress was a very thick fabric, so I couldn't see to see where I was going. So while all this was going on, the car was just moving. I didn't know where I was. So I heard them saying something like, "Yeah, they know come malam no ho. If I no go see malam no ho, go do malam no ho. You malam no pay and the deal pay bia." So I was nervous. In my head, I was like, "This is really my last day on earth." We are taking her to the spiritualists to do the lesser God, so he can use her for whatever he wants to use her for. So that was what I think that meant. So in my head, I was like, this is really my last day on earth, and I don't think I can survive. I was teary because I was thinking about my family, my friends. Like, nobody knows where I am. If I was supposed to die here, nobody knows that this is where I came to die. So they took everything from my bag, my 2 phones, my money, my everything, my national IDs.
What kind of phones did they take from?
It was a 12 Pro and a 7 Plus. They took everything. They took my national ID. My rosary was even in my bag, thinking they would even say, take your rosary and go away. They took everything away.
Well, so this is the spot where the 3 men dropped the 24-year-old victim. She tells us that she had to find her way from here to the junction before she managed to get home.
So they just threw me off. When you see my knee, I have some sores on my knee. They threw me off with my head still covered. So I had to now untie the dress. I was running with like a dress covered on my head. I was running, asking to untie it, trying to ask for help. So someone should help me. But I look like a mad woman. Everyone who sees me would think I'm mad because I was naked. So I haven't been able to sleep. I can't eat. I don't remember last time I actually ate. It's just what I've been drinking throughout. Every time I close my eyes, I still remember how the guy covered my face. Like, it's just a dark scene. I personally think everyone needs to be careful. Be one step ahead. Think smarter than whoever you are with. Everyone is a suspect.
You are dissatisfied with how police is handling the matter. Can you tell us more about that and what exactly you want police to do?
So when I ran to the police station to ask for help, they were not really interested in whatever I brought to them. Because I didn't even know there was a police station there where they dropped me. So the first thing I saw was a police station, and I was happy because I was like, oh, at least the police will follow up. Nobody was interested. There were patrol cars. Nobody was interested in sparking to see, let's see how we can chase. Nobody was interested.
Very terrible incident there. We all must be vigilant during this festive season. Well, let's take you next to the Ashanti region, where residents of Wankra in the Jesu municipality kept vigil all night as the community saw its inner road start for the first time after several failed political promises. Many residents until now had sustained injuries as they fell into open drainage constructed several decades ago by contractors who abandoned work. But thanks to the ingenuity of the MP for the area and Deputy Finance Minister John Kumar, new contractors So Good Engineering and Construction Limited have completed the work in a record 3 months. My colleague Ohim Interior, who first reported on the bad nature of Ejisu roads, was in the community and has come through with this report.
A farming community in the Ejisu municipality is home to the famous Inland Port project, whose construction began about 19 years ago. Situated on the main Kumasi-Accra highway, the town roads were in deplorable state. Many residents, including the assemblyman for Wankra electoral area, Samuel Fojo, fell into uncompleted open drains.
Mami baako fra de wakadem na me hwɛ me kuhwi moja ɔman na data me ni sa solar light yi etina main na switch na madiasa me kwa koso me refi gata no na me tifi nti emrewa no bi wo ho no ma en besi nne ye friend mami amapa amemanda pa ohwe gata no ontimi oye okuani kese pa okuma gata nintino say waka dem.
The residents could not hide their joy as contractors So Good Engineering and Construction Limited moved the equipment to the town to begin tarring the inner roads on Sunday. Led by the assemblyman, the residents helped the contractors clear the road before applying the bitumen.
People came out to help the contractor in doing the bitumen. So we are very much interested in the job they are doing.
The residents kept vigil to see the newly constructed town roads together with the Adadientem community, which also wallowed in bad roads.
Boy may be grounds to the poetry about Bedruy and when you're number one crack, Naka one crack quite desire. That you say, Naka Mwakra, economically, a boy, socially, a boy. Yeah, a very American competition, and Penifuna, Kumika, our quanzo. A boy 10 Yanaman for a buzo quanzo. Yes, I end there. I don't watch a move of bra.
So Good Engineering and Construction Limited hopes to complete construction of a 25-kilometer stretch by the end of 2023. Prince Asari is chief executive.
We are a company situated in the constituency, so we have to make sure that we do most of the roads for our community. The cry of our community is their roads. They always cry of their roads. So once we are a community-based construction company, we have to do the needful.
Chirikrom, Amwoma Chiansi, Jamasi, Besiasi and Onye are few of the beneficiary communities. From Editorial for JoyNews, Editorial reporting.
Now, the manager of Environment and Sustainability at the Asanko Gold Mine in the Ashanti region has bewailed the activities of illegal miners on the company's mining concession. And as Darko says, the company's Tonto Chrome concession has over the years been invaded by Galamsey operatives harming the mine's sustenance. He has appealed for government support to curb the activities of illegal miners on the company's concession.
The illegal invasion of mining concessions by illegal miners continue to hinder the activities of Asanko Gold Mine. Over the years, Galamseyers at Manso and its environs have faced off the mining company over their concession. The manager of Environment and Sustainability at Asanko Gold Mine, Ernest Darko, bemoaned the continuous battle with illegal miners. He was speaking at an event to hand over 3 projects under the Asanko Social Responsibility Fund.
Problem facing Asanko now is illegal mining. They've taken over our concession and we don't want to engage in a battle with them. So we are using a negotiable approach to negotiate with them or engage them to just leave the site for us to work, because we contribute a lot to the district. Both Amansia West and Amansia South. So once we get access to these areas to work, the entire district and the country will benefit. So that's our only challenge, illegal mining. They've taken over all our concessions and we don't have the resources or the logistics to evict them.
As part of its corporate social responsibility, the Asanko Gold Mine, through its SRF, commissioned 3 projects including the Kwabenaso School Block, Kumpeseke VIP, and the Swade Teachers Quarters. General Manager of Asanko Gold Ghana Limited, Ahmed Muhadini, highlighted the need for the CSR initiative.
We at Asanko have always endorsed the proposition that the business sector can make a significant positive impact on society through corporate social responsibility. On this occasion, I would like to pay special tribute to the SRF board, who have been very instrumental saying to this fruition of these SRF projects.
Manson Kwanta Maihini Nana B. Kusi Apia II encouraged the company to continue to help the community with developmental projects.
Adia also yes say.
Yeah.
Better my human team.
Yeah.
Nasabi.
We must make sure the community members get work to do all the time. So if there is work here, we must open up to help the community members.
Yeah. This is the Juma bro. Yeah. Also only no the Juma buy no crop.
Yeah.
Now what bad in some na Juma no koso.
Yeah.
Koso.
Yeah.
For JoyNews, Nana Boachi Dankwe Yadom, Kumase.
Now, the Forestry Commission is calling for the involvement of the Ghana Armed Forces in the fight against illegal mining. According to the Executive Director of the Forest Services Division of the Forestry Commission, Hugh Brown, even though the Commission is making strides towards eliminating illegal mining, the absence of the military is making their work difficult as officers of the Commission are not able to stand up to the sophisticated weapons wielded by the illegal miners. He spoke to the media at the Commission's end-of-year press briefing in Accra.
The illegal invasion of mining.
I believe we are in a much better place now in December than we were when we started the year in January. And if you followed the publications in the press, right from January, there were a lot of arrests and demobilization of equipment, especially in the Bekwai area. We followed up to other parts of the country, in the Western North region, in Central region, in Ashanti region, and all over. And as we speak, we've been able to demobilize 108 excavators, over 200 large or heavy-duty generator sets that are being used to power these operations, and some vehicles have also been confiscated. We've arrested 218 people or persons involved in Galamsey within forest reserves, and the fight is ongoing. Now we can say that in most of the reserves where at the beginning of the year we had illegal mining with heavy equipment like excavators, it's rare to even come across one now. Our guys or our field teams are able and active, but we still would plead that to make this fight or this war a successful one, or for us to win this war, we will need the able support of the military. Until November 2022, there was a military detachment that was supporting these efforts within forest reserve to help curb illegalities. Not just illegal mining, illegal logging and other forest offenses. But since 1st November 2022, that team has been withdrawn, and we haven't had them back. Because in some cases, you realize that you're matching people who are equally armed as you are. We are only allowed to use pump actions. But in some cases, these illegal miners have much more sophisticated weaponry, and that makes the job very difficult and dangerous. And
you're watching JoyNews now. The Ghana Boundary Commission has described the year 2023 as a successful one. Speaking on the sidelines of the annual Executive Management and Stakeholders Dialogue Workshop, National Coordinator Major General Emmanuel Kotia said the Commission was able to carry out its planned reaffirmation exercises with Ghana's neighbors. He said, amongst others, the construction of the first feeder road to Dollar Power in the Savannah region is nearing completion.
The annual Executive Management and Stakeholders Dialogue Workshop brought together key stakeholders from various institutions, including the media, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the Ghana National Petroleum Commission, and more. The Ghana Boundary Commission has over the years collaborated with different partners and stakeholders at the national, regional, and international levels to ensure the effective and efficient delivery of the Ghana Boundary Commission's mandate and implementation of activities. The retreat is to enhance these strategic engagements towards effective and mutually beneficial partnerships or collaborations in the future. Speaking at the event, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, described the year as a successful one for the Commission. He listed some successes chalked by the Ghana Boundary Commission. Major General Emmanuel Kotia said the construction of the first access road to dollar-powered the Savannah region is nearing completion. He says when completed, the road will help with the regular inspection of the international boundary line with Côte d'Ivoire by security agencies.
It's being held all activities that we have undertaken since January up to December. The key objective is for us to assess whether we'll be able to achieve our objectives that have been clearly stated in the strategic plan of the Ghana Boundary Commission in fulfillment of the mandate as prescribed in the act that establishes the commission. Basically, based on the assessment, we have overachieved some of our targets, and we are hoping that we are going to build on these results to further enhance the implementation of our mandate in the coming year. For Ghana Boundary Commission, 2023 has been excellent, even though we anticipated to do a reaffirmation of 50 kilometers before the end of December of Côte d'Ivoire, or the lamp between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. We were able to reaffirm close to 200 kilometers in that regard. Going forward from January, construction of pillars on all the reaffirmed areas are going to be undertaken, both on the Ghana-Togo side and Ghana-Côte d'Ivoire side. And one major thing that came out clearly during the retreat was that we have not had any serious engagement with Burkina Faso, our northern neighbors. Now, we have just triggered an MOU to be signed between the two countries, the two boundary commissions, and hopefully we are going to do some reaffirmation on the Ghana-Burkina Faso border next year.
We can now take this week's JoyNews editorial on the president's refusal to sign some 3 private members' bill.
Human rights, but not women's rights, Mr. President? That's a question on our minds. Mr. President, father of the nation, the defender of human rights, all your life you heard stories of women, especially in the northern regions, being attacked and sometimes lynched because someone accused them of being witches. When you were the Attorney General, you achieved many things but failed to tackle the phenomenon of witchcraft accusations in the northern belt of the country. In the 5th year of your presidency, an old woman by name Epia Dente was lynched. The country was outraged that her assailants were so callous as to whip and hit her until she died. Mr. President, you went to the Savannah region and vowed never again.
I will make an appropriate contribution also to the Epia Dente Foundation to express my own revulsion at the awful, tragic act that has occurred in this region. It is vital, as the regional minister said, that it should not happen again, and we should all work together to ensure that never again do such acts disfigure the face of our nation.
What then became of your Epia Dente Foundation? Nothing is the answer. Mary Ibrahim, a trader, was nearly killed a few months after you spoke in the Savannah region. She was also accused of dabbling in witchcraft. Asibi Dut, a resident of Sokogu in the northeast region, recently lost a limb as a result of a witchcraft accusation. She used her arm to deflect a machete aimed at her neck. The culprit of the horrible act has fled, and the police have abandoned the investigation. Many more people have died since then. From August to December 2023, we have counted at least 5 women who have been killed. Joy News is astounded that you are not angered by these senseless killings. In all of your public appearances, you have remained silent on these heinous crimes. The police have done little to bring these criminals to justice. The Attorney General is silent, and our dearest father and defender of human rights is also deafeningly silent. 3 members of Parliament, led by the Medina MP, Francis Xavier Sosu, supported a bill to abolish witchcraft allegations and save many women. That bill has been passed, yet it took more than 122 days to reach your desk, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said it was Parliament that had delayed the bill. But if indeed you cared enough about this bill, you would have drawn the attention of Parliament to it behind the scenes. As a human rights advocate, we expected you to give your assent to the bill. However, you have shockingly refused to sign the bill into law. You cite constitutional justifications and impediments to support the argument that a private member's bill should not impose a financial obligation on the consolidated fund. This, Mr. President, is mind-boggling. It is astounding. The state owes it to vulnerable women. The government is supposed to offer shelter for victims of domestic violence. It is the responsibility of the state to put an end to all forms of discrimination against women. The state is not taking on additional responsibility as a result of signing the bill. The bill only reminds the government of its obligations. Mr. President, you said you were interested in the bill and that you would allow the Attorney General to reintroduce it. This, too, is shocking, considering the Attorney General's office was involved in the drafting of the bill in its current form. To demonstrate that the state was attempting to eradicate the so-called witch camps, the Attorney General cited the Anti-Witchcraft Accusations Law to the CEDAW committee recently. Mr. President, Mr. Gender Champion, why are you dragging your feet in a matter crucial to the protection of women? The new bill is not asking the state to do anything new. It's not imposing any possible burden on you or on our state coffers. The state has signed many international treaties already that enjoin it to protect women. Mr. President, you have voiced good intentions. You have spoken enough. Now is the time to put pen to paper, sign this document. Now is the time to act.
And that was our editorial for this week. You're watching Joy Newsroom. We're taking a short break. We will be right back.
Your day is never dull when you tune into Joy Prime. Wake up to Prime Morning on weekdays as Rosling, KMJ, and Asiedua kickstart your day with breakfast of issues.
Genta explains Sarkodie came promise at the Grammy absence.
Stay informed with our news updates, sports coverage, all interlaced with captivating novella series. Sandwiching the thrilling telenovelas is our comprehensive news at 7. Unwind with Sports Zone, Mondays at 9 p.m. BMPS Show, Friday at 9 p.m. and groove to the turn-up general selections at 10 p.m. on weekdays. The weekend is packed with loads of excitement from kids programs to captivating talk shows. Stay tuned for action-packed movies from Monday to Sunday and many other exciting shows only on Joy Prime. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
Up for grabs for one rough diamond is the chance to be propelled onto the world's coolest catwalks and most amazing magazines. I'm back in Ghana to give one rough diamond the opportunity to propel onto the coolest catwalks and fashion magazines in the world. This is a journey of discovery for the nation's most promising model. Hi, I'm Stella Larby, and I'm Africa's Model Scout.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, 1 bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Get ready for another exciting and memorable time with the family as we bring you another fun-packed edition of the Joy FM Family Party in the Park. Set in the Ebri Botanical Gardens, families will be treated to lots of bonding and fun games such as cooking competitions, treasure hunts, sack racing, and dancing competitions, among others.
And guess what? Kwabena, Efia, Kwanpa, and other surprise acts will be mounting the stage to electrify the party. And oh, the Daddy's High Life and Beer Corner returns with a bang. Mark the details. 26th December 2023 at the Ebri Botanical Gardens, 10 a.m. sharp.
Tickets are going for a cool 200 Ghana cedis for a family of 6. You can buy tickets here at the front desk of Joy FM. Make ticket reservations on 0559 691797 or use the short code by dialing *714*003*3#. Select Party in the Park, opt for Family Park, confirm number of tickets and make payments. It's that simple.
The Joy FM Family Party in the Park is brought to you by Frytol Sunflower Oil. Enjoy the goodness in tasty meals. Fortune Rice, always on point, just like mommy. Enterprise Life, buy family income security plan from Enterprise Life. Enterprise, your advantage. Petrosol, clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Syntex Tank, air strong, air tough. Safari Tissue, wipe clean, last long. Niche, taste of Ghana. Kiki Drinks, juice up your life. Lesh Fortune Limited, luxuriously perfect. A Joy FM Family Party in the Park, creating memorable family moments.
And welcome back to the Joy Newsroom. Now, flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, is pledging to invest in the Ghana Geological Survey Authority to explore mineral resource deposits in various parts of the country. It is the party's plan to increase earnings from the mineral deposits of the country. According to the former president, what persists presently is not in the interest of the country. Nana Ajima is embedded with the Building Ghana tour and has found this report.
The flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, continued to pull crowd wherever the Building Ghana tour stops. At Ayeldo, the chief of the area, Okakabing Aiden Ando X, requested the former president make efforts to aid exploration of lithium deposits if successful in staging a return to power. According to him, initial geological investigations have established some lithium deposits in commercial quantities at the area.
Yeah, what deposit of lithium? Area, yeah.
We have deposits of lithium in this area. We have it in commercial quantities, and we know it can help develop the town. Majority of our youth here are unemployed.
Lithium, no, you paint deposit. The money to you. Branson and Katesia Wokroma. Majority Nedman yet. All these things are packed.
Mostly, investments into geological surveys are made by foreigners who tend to make more from such mining deposits when successful. The NDC flag bearer says the necessary investment will be made by the next NDC government to ensure the country reaps maximum benefits. Though the country continues to make findings of mineral deposits, it is yet to make impact on the economy. The NDC flag bearer detailed the revenue accrued to the country annually from mineral deposits.
Ghana, Nyame Shrine. If we say you will be behind your manganese, your bauxite, your gold, Nansea and Omonia lithium, so Akaho.
Ghana is blessed with every resource. We have manganese, bauxite, and gold. Lithium was recently discovered in the country, but we are not investing in exploration. The foreigners come requesting a license for exploration. When they explore and discover the mineral, they apply for mining lease to mine. Because they are funding it, it is very difficult to spell out the terms for them.
Yama akwesi broni ebe ye exploration no so ye exploration ni wi a ene on ebre on the sika be ye exploration no into wi a o say ene mame mining lease.
The NDC plans to invest in the Geological Service to explore all the mineral resources of the country so we can make the necessary arrangement to benefit us. Mineral and Mining Code sets the royalties between 6 and 12%, but today we have reduced it to 3%. What we benefit now is 10% current interest, 3% royalties, and corporate income tax of 35%. The foreigners take away the rest.
The youth in this area continue to cry for jobs, and if so, there is a lithium deposit in this area. They believe that exploring this particular resource will be beneficial to the people in this community. For JoyNews, Nana Aljima reporting.
Meantime, the flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, says voting the MPP is an extension of Nana Akufo-Addo's tenure. This is notwithstanding the completion of the president's term and subsequent choice of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as flag bearer of the MPP. In an address at Junkwa, the former president, seeking a comeback, describes himself as the frontrunner and the biblical savior. Here's Naya Jima again, touring the central region with the NDC.
The first day of the Building Ghana tour of the central region was climaxed with a community engagement at Junkwa in Heman, Lower Denchira. Prior to that, the flag bearer made stops at Twifu Nursing Training College, Fante Nyankumase, among other places to engage the people and the traditional rulers. At Junkwa, Mr. Mahama expressed worry over the rising debt stock, which stands at about 600 billion cedis from 120 billion cedis in 2016. He says the president's refusal to remove the finance minister is to blame.
Mentiasie say president Odi Wunia Akotna as finance minister. Yesika sem obeje ye all say no.
I can't understand why the president has refused to remove his brother from the finance ministry. He has refused to listen to everybody. 80 NPP MPs signed a petition for removal of the finance minister, but the president also refused. You can't understand why the same person is being kept at the ministry. Mr. Mahama believes the country will be plunged into further economic crisis if the NPP is retained, hinting on the current president's influence over another NPP government.
Now to be a president and Kasa Wapaba Nabamabu. If we say Abraham Muya or primaries, and I sent for Asiano, and Ibusan say, na president, the way Jessica Sem Asia say no. And then I war ye air for him.
The president himself has lost hope. He told journalists that the president after him will restore the economy in an interview. Whoever votes the NPP in the next election is giving the president another 4-year mandate.
MPP 2024 about 2 Nature said, Open said Nana Ado Ediso another 4 years.
Meanwhile, Mr. Mahama is optimistic the NDC holds key to the country's development.
Nyameka chere say Obesuma ajenkwa no abeji yankwa.
The Bible talks about a savior to redeem us. I am a Christian and believes Jesus Christ is the one. But before the coming of Jesus Christ, a savior will be sent to redeem Ghana. That individual will be experienced enough for the task. That savior is John Dramani Mahama and the NDC.
John Dramani Mahama, any NDC Amanyoko.
The National Democratic Congress has enhanced efforts to win the Central region, which has remained a swing region in various elections.
President Mahama, and savior,
for Joy News, Nana Aljima reporting.
Well, the MPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is touting the achievements of the government in managing the economy despite the shocks he attributes to external factors. According to him, the measures put in place are what is yielding the steady decline from 35.6% to 26.4% in inflation recently reported by the Ghana Statistical Service. Dr. Bawumia, who was addressing party supporters at a Thanksgiving service, assured that going into 2024, the progress made so far will move the economy into full speed towards economic recovery.
Had to work extra hard to lessen the burdens that crossed into 2023 with us. We started the year with an inflation rate of 53.6% in January. As we speak, the rate for November is 26.4%. A significant drop. When you look at inflation, it has come down. But what is even more remarkable is that prices of items that we normally buy, cement prices are falling. Fuel prices are falling. Cooking oil prices are falling. Iron rod prices are falling. Rice prices are falling. Maize prices are falling. And this is telling us that something is happening, because normally we see increases, but we are seeing declines in price. And we are hopeful, inshallah, that next year, by this time, we will be celebrating and talking about a further reduction in inflation. What we have also seen is that since February, remember, this is when the gold for oil policy came in. Since February, and thanks to the monetary policy of the Bank of Ghana and the fiscal policy of the Ministry of Finance, anchored on the gold for oil policy as well. Thanks to our policies, we have seen the exchange rate between February and November depreciate by less than 5%. That is very remarkable. This has anchored the stability that we are seeing, and we expect this to continue by the grace of God. So, my brothers and sisters, the progress we have made in managing inflation in the past 12 months is an indication of the good work that we have done in rolling up our sleeves to get to work. After turning the corner, we are set to move with full speed towards greater recovery in 2024.
Next, stop sabotaging the party, simply resign. Those are words of the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party as he issues a stern warning to non-performing government appointees as he demands that President Akufo-Addo reshuffles his team. He expressed worry that their actions are capable of sabotaging the electoral gains of the party ahead of the 2024 general elections. He spoke at the party's Thanksgiving service held yesterday. Here's more.
The purpose of the Thanksgiving was for the NPP to express appreciation to God for the protection and mercy granted to the party and government in the year 2023. The NPP acknowledged the challenges it faced and highlighted the lessons learned to improve moving forward. Justin Frimpong-Kodia visibly contended while addressing party members, called for the resignation of non-performing government appointees and urged the president to reshuffle his government.
My last question goes to the appointees of this government.
If you are a CEO, deputy, NMC, and you believe you can no longer work for government, resign and let others do the work if you are not included in the reshuffle.
So we a minister, we a CEO, we a deputy, we a MMDC. Now say we reshuffle in the so. It
is time for a change, for others to continue the work. If new people come and work, we will have victory in 2024's election.
But how do party members perceive this demand by the General Secretary?
How can one person be in one position? There's some changes, then we're moving on. Because it's sack, but change, different change on sack. But you know, difference between sack and change. You can go, stand aside and I can, then we'll try you too. But you get me.
Next year, Okuna Yakon, I ding my empire. Into no answer sawong. Nay, you want on but to me, Juman, or shen on to me, Juman, no yin is in young Yako position.
Our request to them is that we are bent on breaking the eight. We are bent on securing government. We will be the next people to form the next government again. And for that matter, if you feel for any reason you are tired of delivering, you are tired of the position you are handling, the office of the president is there. Just go and tell him, Baba, you have given me an opportunity. It is enough. I am tired.
Well, it's 2 days to Christmas, and Christmas is often a period of joy and merrymaking, but the experience is not the same for some persons living with disability, especially those in remote villages and remote areas. As part of his program to put a smile on the faces of the less privileged in society, the Intiamwa Foundation supported persons with disability in the Brim North District.
Over 200 aged persons with disability in the Brim North District of the Eastern Region will experience the joy that comes with Christmas. The Intiamwa Foundation says through its Xmas giveaway program, the aged and less privileged in society will have a reason to smile this season. With bags of rice and other souvenirs, these individuals went home with something to share. Shiva Opong Banahini is project coordinator of the Xmas giveaway project.
We are here today because of Intiamwa Foundation. We are organizing an event called the Xmas giveaway project. The purpose of the project is to spread love to persons living with disability and the aged in communities such as Shepai, Intronine and Adesna. All these communities are in the Brim North District. Yes. So in order for them to also enjoy the Christmas and in order for Intiamwa Foundation to also show love and to get people to also emulate same, we thought of bringing them some provisions for the Christmas. So basically that is why we are here today. The program is being done in partnership with the Social Welfare Department. we were able to get 200 people who have registered onto the data of the social welfare department. So it is the 200 people that we are dealing with. We are giving them Xmas provisions such as rice, oil, mackerel, in order for them to be able to enjoy the Christmas. We are also entreating those who fall within the category of aged and disabled but fail to register to continuously contact the social welfare department and have their names registered, because it is only when they are registered that when such events occur that they will be able to benefit from.
Nanause Jamina, chief of Shakwa in the Brim North District, expressed his gratitude to the team while calling on other benevolent organizations to support the less privileged in society.
The M1 Foundation has done a lot for the people of Shakwa and its environment. And when I came around to see the agenda, I saw that they actually in the writing for the SMLs, because most of them were contemplating how to, get such items. We are so pleased, we are so happy for the donation. It will go a long way to solve their problem during the SMLs.
The Intiama Foundation says it will continue to partner many government organizations, including the Social Welfare Department, in a bid to provide more support to persons with disability.
Great stuff, and that's our bulletin this afternoon. Thanks for watching, everyone. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com. My name is Darryl Kwao. Enjoy your weekend.
Water is life, and we can liken that to the blood in the human body. It circulates to every part of the body and makes it function. Imagine polluted blood or contaminated blood, poisoned blood, going through your fingers or any part of your body. That organ ceases to function. Today, the lifeblood of our very existence, the soil, the trees, our ecosystem, fruits, vegetables, agriculture, every part is being poisoned in a quest to make money, to look for gold. Vast resources like these supporting our ecosystem is being poisoned by mining, irresponsible mining. In this documentary, we're going to look at our various sources of water, the pollution, the contaminants, levels of poisoning, and how that is affecting your life, your very existence.
Meet baby X, preserved in formalin at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology for observation. He or she is not your normal baby. Baby X is deformed. It has no genitals. It has 6 fingers and 6 toes and a malformed head. This baby was discovered by Professor Osei Sampini, a pathologist, scientist, and a senior lecturer with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology.
The first case I had was in the Western North, which is BBNE to be precise. The mother was sent to the labor ward. She couldn't make it, so she died. And you see, once the person dies, usually the doctors will not go ahead to do cesarean section. The baby and the mother are sent to the morgue. And then another person comes in to remove the baby.
This was after the autopsy to separate the baby from the mother, who died before delivery.
The baby or the fetus that was in the mother's womb was deformed. Deformed in the sense that the baby had multiple limbs, including, I'm talking about upper and lower limbs. The eye was not well formed, fused together. He had no sexes, that is, there was no identifiable sex. And generally, I mean, in medicine we call it dysmorphic, where you could not see anything that makes the baby, I mean, if he had been even born, would have lived comfortably in life.
Professor Sampini traces the cause of the deformities to heavy concentrations of lead, mercury, and cyanide found in the placenta.
Mercury, cyanide, lead, and arsenic, yes, in that order. They were all there. They were all there. Of course, in some appreciable concentration that could be damaging to the normal function or the normal development of the DNA, the baby, and so on and so forth. Once it is in the placenta, naturally to be in the baby, because the placenta is the only means by which the baby gets his feed. Even the oxygen the baby gets is from the placenta. Everything that the baby gets whilst in the uterus is from the placenta.
Baby X is perhaps the strongest proof ever of how heavy metal contamination can alter the developmental stages of a fetus, leading to extreme deformation in babies.
I was surprised because medicine evolves. People have done studies in some of these things. So if you see them in the literatures, the books that you read, the biology books, the pathology books, anatomy books, the histology books and all those things, sometimes you see them, you feel these are things that are just because that they are just like toys or something that do not exist, people's, imaginations. But when I saw it, then I realized that yes, it's true.
Baby X's preserved body is a grim presentation of an unseen danger lurking in the midst of communities affected by irresponsible mining and the selfish pollution of the Ghanaian environment for gold. Professor Sampini has so far seen and tested 4 of such babies with extreme deformities. He has similarly found disturbing levels of lead and mercury in all of them.
I had a similar call to go and get another one done. That was in Central Region, Dunkwa Hospital. And the same thing was found. Then comes other cases in the Ashanti region, where another one was also, found to be in a similar manner. And then the Western region, again, where another one was also found. Then I realized that there should supposed to be some correlation here. And that correlation is what? The spillage of what? Any pollutant, any form of pollutant into the system, to the ecosystem, where we need to actually address. Then I decided, look, let me just now get all the placentas labeled parts of the babies, these fetuses, parts, organs, like the kidney, the liver, these vital organs, let me just take bits and pieces of them and then do some work, laboratory work around it and see what could be the reason.
He concludes that this is a grim reality of a possible widespread catastrophe which needs further public health research on a large scale.
The conclusion is that heavy metals are in the system. When we read other literatures in Ghana, we have realized that, oh, well, people have done some work in water bodies, soil, and probably the atmosphere. But let me just say that not only that, now it is gone beyond that. And I told you, this work is not something that I can boldly say that it affects everybody. But those ones that I've done, only 4 fetuses that I've done, I believe, and I believe, I have seen that the heavy metals are there, were found in them. And so that is why, maybe in addition to other factors, other environmental factors or genetic factors or something, the stimulant or the stimulant could be just the heavy metal.
One way baby X's mother may have been exposed to mercury is through inhalation of vaporized mercury through the smelting of gold in Ghana's rural settings. This miner is mixing mercury with gold-containing material. The mercury traps all the gold to form a silver-looking solid or mercury-gold amalgam. He takes the amalgam to a gold dealer to sell. At Koniao, a small farming and mining community in the Bekwai municipality of the Ashanti region, Kofi Asare works as a gold dealer. He represents the over 1,000 of such gold buyers who have pitched camps like these across the country, smelting, weighing and buying gold from mostly illegal miners.
I buy the gold dust money. So, and by the gold dust too, there's a mercury inside. They use mercury to extract the gold. So you need to use fire or gas to heat it.
He heats the gold mercury amalgam he gets from these artisanal miners with a blowtorch or sets them on fire to vaporize the mercury in obtaining the gold. The process produces a poisonous, white, foggy-looking vapor which fills the immediate environs.
When you are burning it, the smoke starts coming out. So it can come out for that period. So I can, if the substance is very big, I can use almost 30 seconds to burn it. So that 30 seconds, the smoke can stay for that 3 to 2 minutes. Yeah, can stay. But if it is small, less than 5 seconds or to 10 seconds, I'm done with it. So that one, it doesn't stay for long.
After 8 years of doing this job, he suffered a major health blow about a month ago.
I was at work. I saw that my hands was shaking, my body was shaking. I couldn't even stand my hands for some. You see, it's shivering, but that time it was very high. And I can't even hold pen to write. I can't even hold phone, hold water to drink. I was feeling I was feeling hard to do it. My intestines were the same. It was really shaking. I feel like something was inside my body. I can't take food. If I take food, I used to vomit.
But Asare is not the only person exposed. He is silently poisoning the entire community. The mercury vapor eventually settles in the surrounding environments, such as in the air, water, sediments, and soil.
You even see it move out. So if you're having windows, it move out. But if you're not having windows,
it stays. I feel very sad. I feel very, very sad. But there's nothing that I can do.
This vaporized mercury is highly toxic and is especially very toxic to pregnant women and their unborn children. Professor Sampini explains why.
Infants, children, and even, let's say, embryos, things that are being developed within the mother after conception, when the mother is now, the baby is now being formed. These are places or these are areas that are able to absorb most of these things. Either by inhalation, the mother will inhale it, goes through the blood, and then the child gets it through the placenta. It comes in so much so that if it is so much that the baby can even bear, then the mother may have to abort the baby because the baby cannot continue to grow in such an environment. So it becomes so poisonous and it becomes poisonous to the mother. So the mother will have to abort it. But if for some reason the baby is able to grow with it and be delivered, then it comes to what we call congenital anomalies of various forms. Some of which having the child having multiple limbs, limb growing from the chest, limbs growing from the the shoulders, the pelvis, the back, limbs even growing from the abdomen, and also and then sometimes you may have conditions where the stomach wall is not formed by skin. You see something translucent, very plain thing that you can see the child's intestines, the liver, everything.
In Ghana, these gold smelting centers are scattered across the rural terrain in galamsey-prone communities. However, the mercury they burn daily is a neurotoxin that persists in the ecosystem and bioaccumulates in the food chain.
Mercury in air, it is one huge challenge that we are being faced with.
Dr. Eugene Ansa is a scientist in charge of the Sheath Laboratory of the Chemistry Department at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He has been using a mercury air analyzer to test for mercury air concentration in communities where gold smelting is done.
What we saw was that most people were exposed indirectly to mercury vapor, farther away from the point source, that's the point of application or the point of amalgamation and roasting. We checked the levels at the lower floor, at the nose level, and at the upper floor, and I estimated the health risk associated with it. And all of them, we saw that as far as you living in that room is concerned, you are exposed, and there's a greater danger associated with it. Mercury exposure has got a lot of health effects. For pregnant women, it will affect you, it will affect the baby that is developing within you. You can get bone cancer or leukemia from this. Fetal deformities are all things that you would have.
But not all of these poisonous elements are introduced by the miners. Many of them are naturally occurring elements.
God, who is all-knowing and knew what he was giving to mankind, decided to keep certain minerals at a depth where humans will not have interactions with, because they contain some potential harmful elements.
Professor Emmanuel Ahin is the Dean of the School of Geoscience and Dean in charge of the Doma campus of University of Energy and Natural Resources. He is an applied geologist and council member of the International Medical Geology Association. He has done a lot of work on heavy metal contamination in Ghana.
Through the operation of this mining system, they bring these minerals to the surface. And then when they come up there, they become unstable, because at that depth there, they exist in high temperature environment. So when you bring it up there, you have brought them to an environment where the temperature and the pressure are not conducive for them to stay there as the original mineral. So they get transformed. They form secondary minerals. And as they form these secondary minerals, they are mobilized into our water bodies, into the groundwater, and that is where we get exposed to them.
We sought to find more answers. Deep inside the greens of Twifo Kotochi and Twifo Etimokwa Old Town in the Twifo Etimokwa district of the Central Region, excavators are digging deep into the Earth's crust. Uncontrolled mining brings up toxic substances invisible to the naked eye. Naturally occurring elements like lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, and chromium occur naturally in the Earth's crust but can be released into the environment through uncontrolled mining. Heavy metals can enter the body through inhalation, ingestion, or skin contact. Professor Ahin notes the danger of the current uncontrolled, irresponsible mining across the country.
That water that is so dirty, everybody knows that it's dirty, so drinking it will be a challenge. The forests that are being cut now, being degraded. When you get there and the forest is degraded, you see the impact, the consequences that will come later. But I'm so much interested in things that the effects will come many years to come, not immediately. And that is the ecosystem contamination.
A perfect example is an illegal miner we found along the River Pra at Twifo Kotochi in the Twifo Etimokwa district. He told us off camera that he has no license for the mining activity along the Pra. But he is seen directing his mining residue into the Pra River at Twifo Kotochi and a second site at Twifo Etimokwa Old Town. Along the Tano River, similar dangerous types of mining are happening. These Chinese miners are seen deliberately digging and washing mining residue into the Tano River at Boya, Bena, and Samreboy. This type of uncontrolled mining introduces naturally occurring poisonous heavy metals into water bodies like the Pra. The Environmental Protection Agency, in its research conducted on fishes in the Tano River in 2022, revealed alarming levels of mercury.
EPA, we are also into research.
Dr. Jackson Edia Nyantachi is the half-original director of the Environmental Protection Agency. He spoke at a transformational dialogue on small-scale mining organized by the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani.
In face samples that were taken from River Tano at the Dantano area there, I thought I was just doing something simple. But when I realized the levels of mercury in the face samples, I became so alarmed. I looked at the levels in muscle, the fish muscles, the head, the gills, the eye, and the bones. The highest concentration was in the gills. The bones were also there. So since then, I have stopped eating the head of the fish as well as the bones. I only eat the muscles, and that is it.
Pollutants from irresponsible or uncontrolled mining have the potential to accumulate in the human body over time, leading to a range of health problems. The extent of their toxicity depends on factors such as the specific metal, its concentration, the duration of exposure, and an individual's susceptibility. Bonsu has engaged in illegal mining for more than 2 years. He is currently not well. He has been having anxiety, palpitations, and doctors say his blood Hg levels are approximately 3 times upper limit of normal.
There are some of them who fortunately get to the hospital and we are able to intervene.
Dr. Yusuf Tijani is a medical doctor with the Samatex Hospital in Samreboy. He tells me his years of practice in the Galamsey-prone area has exposed him to diagnosis of ailments that only point to exposure to toxins from irresponsible mining.
You find a gentleman walk into your consulting room, complains of headache, tiredness, can't sleep at night, heart is racing, headaches that, you've done all labs and they're not usual labs and they seem to be okay. Their blood count is okay, their malaria test is fine, their urine is okay, everything seems to be okay. And then when you go to their occupational history, they say they are engaged in galamsey, and then when you check their mercury levels, it's in the roofs. For example, we are tending to see a lot of chronic kidney diseases in very young people, age 20, 25, 30, and this didn't used to be the case. We've been running our hypertension and diabetes clinic for a very long time. And we know that there's a certain link between cyanide and the incidence of hypertension and hence chronic kidney failure. And a lot of these people are in these areas where the galamsey is very rampant. Yes. So yes, kidney disease, and I even suspect that liver disease, because we are tending to see a lot of also chronic liver disease in our young people population.
One of his patients is Bonsu.
This is 25-year-old who is complaining, same thing, headache, tired, dog. When I wake up in the morning, now I've stopped work because of that. Because there's really no energy. I wake up, I can't sleep in the night. My heart is racing. It's as if I've been cursed. That's, so to speak, that's what he described it. And then there was also a link in taking, during the history taking, a link that he has been engaged in galamsey. And in fact, he told me that when they burn, sometimes they use nose masks, but they themselves know that it is not protective enough.
After a series of toxicological tests, it was found that Bonsu's blood has astronomical levels of mercury. 100 micrograms per liter, about 5 times the accepted threshold. Bonsu and others who have these high concentrations of mercury can only manage their symptoms. After agreeing to an interview and sharing his initial thoughts with us, Bonsu later declined a full interview. About 12 miles from Samreboy, we hit Asankregwa, a town sprawling with the effects of irresponsible mining. It is also the capital of Amenfi West Municipal in the western region of Ghana. Here, a baby is born to a couple in one of the surrounding villages. Doctors and health workers at the Father Thomas Alaruni Memorial Catholic Hospital at Asankregwa are surprised at the features of the baby. The baby has one leg, no genitals, and no anus. Though there was no established cause of the baby's deformities, health authorities had one major suspicion. Dr. Richard Ankama is the senior medical officer who performed the delivery of the baby.
The latest scan the woman brought showed that the water around the baby was very scanty, and so we had to quickly do CS for the woman on account of severe oligohydramnios. Surprisingly, the baby had only one lower limb, with no sex what I mean is no genitalia, so we can't say whether it's a male or it's a female. No anus, and in fact, everybody was surprised. But unfortunately, few hours after delivery, the baby passed.
The baby's parents were quick to leave it due to stigma and had no interest in further investigations into the cause of the deformities.
He thought that we had delivered Mami Water baby.
Father of the baby was not interested in our request to help him probe further in finding the cause and possible remedies. In a developing country with limited health resources and low literacy rates, the mother of this baby may never know the source of her baby's predicament in an environment whose air is constantly polluted by poisonous substances.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
Irresponsible mining generates tailings, a byproduct of the sluicing process in extracting the gold. These are done haphazardly without recourse to environmental safety and protection. Consequently, the heavy metals in the tailings are released into water bodies, the soil, food chain, surface, and groundwater. But how does this affect food grown for the market in Ghana?
There's an actual link between heavy metal found in the soil and food.
Dr. Albert Kobna-Mensah is a research scientist with a PhD in heavy metals in mine-affected tailings and soil, forest, water, and land degradation. His work involved the testing and studying of heavy metal contamination of soil in the Takwa and Pristia areas of the western region.
I checked heavy metal in the soil that they are using to grow plantain, cassava, that they are using to grow cocoa, and other subsistence farming practices that have been. Now, a champon could absorb higher concentrations of arsenic, lead, titanium, and copper into the roots and into the stem and into the leaves. And mind you, these are plants that are used as medicinal plants in many of these mining areas. And the people over there are not even aware of that, even though they are using for medicinal purpose, but they may end up contaminating themselves. Another plant that is also of concern is the ejama, because the ejama is also used as medicinal plant and they may also be of concern to the user. So heavy metal accumulation from irresponsible mining is a big issue.
He reveals the link between these poisonous metals and food grown from these areas.
I collected samples from WASSCE, areas that are contaminated with arsenic, with cadmium, with lead and copper. And we cultivated the soil in a pot, in a greenhouse. In fact, there were alarming concentrations of heavy metal that were accumulated in the lettuce. Apart from my own work, I know colleagues who have also done work where they found high concentrations of heavy metal in these mine areas in cocoa beans, the cocoa pod, the cocoa roots, the cocoa stem, and the cocoa leaf itself. They had found equal or similar alarming rates of these heavy metals that are of concern in oil palm and also in cocoyam. And especially, I must draw attention here that root crops like cassava, potato, cocoyam, okay, so they are able to absorb heavy metal of higher concentration than even the above ground, which are the stem and the leaves.
Interestingly, many in Prestia are ignorant of this fact.
It worries us a lot, but if they told them not to work here from the beginning, they wouldn't have continued. From Prestia to Bogoso, we are all NPP supporters. Nanado did not bring us jobs since he resumed office. We thought he would strengthen Galamsey. We cheered him on at Prestia Park. There are no jobs and you want to stop Galamsey? The river will always be polluted.
There is danger lurking unknown to children who play naively with contaminated soil in the Prestia community.
Children, they use this sites that are contaminated by these heavy metals, they use it as playground. They don't know. In the course of that, they ingest the soil. So there are routes of exposure. We call it dermal contact when the soil comes into your skin. Then they call it ingestion when they eat the soil. You can eat the soil even orally by opening your mouth or by drinking. You eat the soil. Then we also have what is called inhalation. That is when you breathe. These are the three main routes of exposure.
Baby X and his late mother may have been exposed to contaminated soil, water, or inhaled vaporized mercury from the many gold smelting joints scattered across the Bebiani Anyasobekwai area. The recent uncontrolled, irresponsible mining across the country presents a health risk to children. The Pediatric Society of Ghana is concerned. Dr. Anthony Enemil is an infectious disease specialist, a senior lecturer, KNUST, and a Konfanochi Teaching Hospital lead for the Pediatric Society of Ghana.
Children are coming, and I can say some of these things from reported evidence from our sister colleagues, like pathologists. They do procedures, children die, and sometimes, depending on the community you come from, let's know that there is evidence you can trace. Because we take history, we ask from where you are coming from. When a child is sick with a condition and is coming from Agro-Isu, where they are mining, where mercuries are used, then we are tempted to relate what is happening unusually to where he's coming from. And that is where the pathologist will come in and say, well, the levels of mercury was this, higher than tolerable for the normal, even for adults, let alone a child. So we can fairly relate some of the occurrences now with where they are coming from, and based on relations, on levels done by pathologists, we could attribute some of them to actually some of those activities, which in themselves they are illegal. So it is not surprising. And the question is, why are these things still going on?
At the respiratory unit of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, more persons are coming in with end-stage liver diseases linked to pollutants from mining areas in Ghana. Head of the Respiratory Directorate of the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, Dr. Divine Amenuke, says the trend is alarming.
We are getting some cases of young people, usually between the ages of between 20 to 40, whereby they come with difficulty in breathing and cough. Sometimes they might have chest pain. And from our investigations, which mainly would be chest x-ray, and then if they can afford, we do a higher form of x-ray that we call computed tomography or CT scan of the chest. We find that they have extensive damage to their lungs. And when we go into their history of what kind of job they do, they tend to be people who come from communities that are involved in illegal mining. It makes my heart bleed. Being a healthcare professional, supposed to take care of people who are ill and then do the best that we can. But we know that as much as we try as doctors or healthcare professionals, we cannot treat everything. We have conditions that we are able to cure. Some of them we are able to manage because you can't treat it. So in those circumstances, prevention is better than cure. And the type that we are talking about in terms of the lung damage from illegal mining is the irreversible type that you can only manage and you can't treat.
Almost all of the country's major rivers and streams are being polluted. Across the country, they flow like a plague, filled with contaminants from active mining along water bodies and at their sources inside forests. We went back this year to gauge the situation on major rivers captured in our first documentary, Distraction for Gold. At communities like Bena, Boya, and Samreboy in the western region, we saw active mining along the Tano River with residue directed into the major river source. These Chinese miners have disregarded the government's buffer zone policy, which recommends 100 meters away from a major water body, directing and turning this river into a washing base for mining.
This is purely illegal. There is no buffer between the Tano River and what they are doing.
In the Ashanti region, the offing has become the bedrock of irresponsible mining. Water-polluting Shamfan machines sit endlessly on it at Abesua, Beposo, Abompe, and other towns within the Achumampunua district. At Abompe, a small farming community in the district, the deafening sound of Shamfan machines could be heard at the edge of the town. A number of Shamfan machines sit on the river Offin, turning the sediments of the river inside out in search of gold. Others form a conclave on a nearby hill, contaminating the lifeless river with a waterfall of muddy residue. The river Offin serves no purpose for the people who live along its flow path. These farmers at Abesua No. 1 are incensed at the constant pollution of the river, which is denying them a life of farming.
I can't water the crops with this, even though it's close to me. I purchase water from a mechanized borehole in town.
If you plant okra here, it doesn't grow well. Where do you get clean water to water them? We are drinking poison. You can't work with water from the river. You have to fetch water from your house, else you won't get water for your farm. We used to fetch this water for washing and drinking. We use it for everything, for peasant farming and in irrigating our cocoa farms. Now they have polluted the water. We don't have any source of water. Look at this. We can't do anything with this. You can't have foreigners coming to do this work here without the consent of the elders. I believe the elders are complicit in what is happening.
Their attempt to fight the illegal miners themselves got some of them arrested.
police commander and DC. How can the police commander and the DC use us to conduct an operation in other towns to stop pollution? But when we fight the same people in our area, they arrest us. So if they consider us fools for doing this, then they will arrest us again.
The river Enuru was used to serve the farming needs of communities like Achiase, Ofuase, and Bomfa in the Graben municipality of the Ashanti region is now a poisonous flowing polluted source constantly plagued by illegal miners.
So how can a free-flowing river become so stagnated, dirty and polluted?
A worried former MP for Asante South and board chair of the Middle Belt Development Authority, Alex Kweku-Kranche, has tried unsuccessfully to mobilize support in stopping the pollution.
In fact, it appears that we have no caretaker here. Opinion leaders, the chiefs, they are expected to protect the lives and property of these the citizens. But the extent of devastation or degradation in this area is abominable. For me, what I have seen today is indescribable.
The Brim River is now a milky shadow of itself flowing through the eastern region. Those who pollute it sit on the brim close to Osino, Enyinem, and its environs. At Ewusiejo, Freti, and Hotopo, in the Ahanta West district of the Western region, the Butere River has lost its former glory. 2 years ago, residents of Ewusiejo were drinking the polluted water, but soon they started experiencing strange afflictions, as recounted by Theodora Yamwa, a nurse in charge of the town's CHIPS compound.
Some of them came here with frequent urinating and also burning sensation when they are urinating, and also some came with skin rashes. So for them, we ran labs for them for us to know what is wrong and what causes that frequent urinating.
The assembly member, John Odum, made announcements for the people to stop drinking water from the Butere River.
Our nurses here, they test the water and they say that when they continue drinking the water, it will harm them. So I, being the assemblyman with my community members and opinion leaders, you have to advise, you have to make an announcement that they should put stop on the drinking the water.
At Wassa Akropon, the river Ashre looks creamy with pollution from irresponsible mining happening across the town.
Now I'm wondering, you see children swimming in this polluted water over there. There could be consequences health-wise, but we are yet to find out.
The river Oda has turned muddy, flowing from its source within the decimated Apamprama Forest Reserve in the Ashanti region, a major source of irresponsible mining. One of its tributaries, the Subri, is thick with particulate matter from Galamsey sites.
So we are fetching samples. You can see how dirty it is. We want to run tests to see what is polluting the Oda River through the Subini River.
Despite the announced ban on mining in forest reserves and close to water bodies, the Minerals Commission has given out several licenses in 2022 and 2023, very close to water bodies, including the exact locations already designated by Galamsey.
Dr. Rashid Pelpo is a ranking member on Parliament's Lands and Forestry Committee and also a member of the Mines and Energy Committee.
They include Ankobra, River Ankobra, Pra, Tano, and Ofin, with licenses such as across River Ankobra, that is the area the license is given. You have Cape North Limited, licenses granted on the 7th of January 2023 to 17th of January 2023 to 16th of January 2053, mining in a riverside, very close to the river. From 2023 to 2053, they will stay there, continue to destroy the river for all these years, up to 2053. To have ML2/47 alongside across River Tano and entering into the Buen Tano Forest, 10th of May 2032.
Turbidity is a measurement of the degree to which water has lost its transparency due to the presence of suspended particles. The acceptable turbidity value for drinking water is 5 nephelometric turbidity unit (NTU), while values of 80 to 150 NTU are acceptable for other water uses as appropriate. The 2023 turbidity values released by the Ghana Water Resources Commission show a disturbing situation for some water bodies across the country. The River Brim recorded 4,340 NTU at Akimoda and 1,296 NTU at the Osino catch points. The Ofin River at Dunkwao source point measured 684 and 1,440 NTU at Adiemra. The River Bia recorded 1,059 NTU at Dadiaso. The Butre River measured 482 NTU at Ewusiejo. The River Tano measured 519 at Elubo. The Pra River measured 3,940 NTU at Chifu Praso and 3,540 NTU at Dabwase in the Western region. River Ankobra topped the list as the most polluted per the 2023 turbidity data released by the Water Resources Commission. It measured 8,500 NTU at the Prestia source point. The milky brown color of the rivers and streams flowing across the country indicate suspended particles, including poisonous heavy metals. We fetched samples from the Tano, Brim, Butre, Ofin, Anuru, Ankobra, Pra, and other polluted sources of water to be tested for heavy metals at the Sheath Laboratory of the KNUST's Chemistry Department. Dr. Eugene Ansa received the samples for testing.
Thank you very much. We at Sheath Lab would work on it and report accordingly our findings.
After a week of testing, the results were in.
For standard's sake, we use the World Health Organization standards.
The World Health Organization pegs the acceptable standard for arsenic at 0.0050 milligrams per liter, while the US and Ghana pegs it at 0.010 milligram per liter. The Oda, Brim, Pra, Ankobra, Enuru, Ofin, Ashre, Butre, Subri, and Tano registered between 0.216 and 0.444 milligrams per liter, which is 0.434 milligrams higher than acceptable levels. This is 20.6 to 55.6% higher than acceptable levels in water using the American and Ghanaian standards. The test also revealed higher levels of lead between 0.057 and 0.208 milligrams per liter. The US and Ghanaian acceptable levels of lead are 0.015 and 0.10 milligrams per liter. The river Subri, which joins the Oda in the Apamprama Forest Reserve, was the only water body with registered 0.13 milligram per liter of cadmium, 0.008 higher than acceptable levels. It also registered 1.607 milligrams per liter, the highest level of chromium, 1.557 milligrams per liter, higher than the WHO, US, and Ghanaian acceptable standard of 0.050 milligrams per liter. Dr. Eugene Ansah explains the test results.
All these water samples that are coming from our water bodies in Ghana were found to be acidic in nature, that is having a pH less than 7. It means that it has got a corrosive effect, and whenever you drink it, you have irritations in the throat. Drinking waters are expected to be neutral. In terms of toxic metals, lead was ranked as the highest toxic metal present in all these water samples, and they were above the standards. A standard of 0.050 milligram per liter is established for World Health Organization. Ghana, knowing very well that we need a healthy workforce, brought ours down to 0.01, and none of these get closer to them. That means that in terms of lead toxicity, we have high concentrations of lead in these water samples. And should anybody drink this water or even swim in these waters, then they are exposed to high levels of lead. The other metals include chromium, cadmium, and arsenic, and all these samples could not pass the quality standards.
The highly polluted Pra River, flowing with a turbidity value of 3,940 NTU at Chifu-Praso, registers 3,540 NTU at WASSCE in the western region. This is the WASSCE intake point, where the Ghana Water Company Limited pumps and treats the Pra for distribution to Takoradi and parts of the central region.
So this is the engine room of the pumping station, and you can see these humming engines. They pump and carry the water from the Pra River over to the treatment plant, where treatment starts.
Today, turbidity of the Pra River has reduced to 1,600 NTU due to the rains. Aluminium sulfate is used to clarify or separate particles in the water. Water Quality Officer for the WASSCE Headworks of the Ghana Water Company, Stephen Archer, explains the treatment process.
We have traces but of heavy metals like lead, cadmium, which are in the acceptable range. We are adding them chemical in here. Previously we were using alum, but we have switched to the polyelectrolyte, which is costing us a lot compared to, we have switched because of the quality of the water we are having. And that is how come we have switched to the polymer, to make sure that your suspended particles in the water are brought down.
i.e. the turbidity.
Yes, please, the turbidity.
The turbid nature of the water has led to the destruction of some of the company's pumps.
Instead of pumping water, they are pumping salt. And you know, the machine is not used to pumping salt. So when any unwanted particles go in, it destroys our pumps.
In the past, the company used 1,440 bags of aluminium sulfate between January and October 2017. But since irresponsible mining polluted the Pra, its alum usage increased to 6,484 bags between the same period in 2022. Soon, the alum alone couldn't do the job. The water company had to procure expensive polymers to be able to treat the water. Cost of treatment shot from 832,194 Ghana cedis in 2017 to over 3.5 million Ghana cedis. Fred George Yeboah Aferi is the station manager for WASSCE Headworks of the Ghana Water Company Limited.
When Galamsey was not there, we're not spending so much like that. Aside that, turbidity levels have gone high. It also increased color levels of the raw water. And we need, in so doing, you need to spend more chemicals to treat the water that you send to your consumers at the final stage. So you could see that the rate, from year 2017 to currently 2022, we've quadrupled the amount of money we spent in treating water. Our greatest danger is that, one, we will not get funds to purchase chemicals. And if we don't get funds to purchase chemicals, we cannot do treatment. We need to shut down. When we shut down, people will go back to their old ways by fetching water that is not treated. And in so doing, more others will come in, for which we are not happy about. So to reach a stage, we cannot treat, we have to import water, which is not good for the country.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
Yesterday, Ghanaians went to the polls to elect assembly members and unit committee members. It was to take place in some 6,215 electoral areas across the 216 metropolitan municipal and district assemblies, except the case of Nkranza North and South in the Bono East region. Earlier in the day, the Electoral Commission rescheduled voting in some electoral areas in the Eastern and Ashanti regions too, over technical issues, they say. This is the 8th time Ghanaians went to the polls to elect their local level representatives since the country opted for a democratic rule in 1992. The last district level election held in the country was in November, somewhere 2019, 4 years ago, while the first to the state elections were held in 1988 to 89, 1994, 2002, 2006, 2010, and 2015. According to the District Assembly Elections Act, the district assembly elections are to be held every 4 years and shall be held at least 6 months apart from elections at the parliamentary level. Over 66,000 candidates contested for the district level election and unit committee positions in this year's election. The EC's data indicates that we're looking at a total of 18,755 assembly member aspirants, and when it comes to unit committee, it's 47,502. More than just that, this gives up the 66,257 that stood for the elections. Out of the 18,755 assembly member elections that happened, as in like those who wanted to be assembly members, 17,000, that is 94%, were men or males, whilst females were just a paltry 6%. Also, out of the 47,502 unit committee aspirants, we are talking about 88% being men and just 11.6% being women. Forget about the fact that more than half of our population is actually made up of women anyway. The exercise, since its inception in 1988, has always been met with voter apathy and lack of enthusiasm, even though it's been touted as one of the best platforms for citizens to participate actively in selecting their local representatives. The data shows that in the 1988-1989 election, voter turnout was 59.3%, almost 60%. However, in 1994, the figure reduced drastically to 29%. It jumped up again to 41% in 2002. Unfortunately, whatever measures that were put in place in 2002 to sustain this could not be sustained, as the numbers declined further in 2006. The voter turnout for the year was 33%. In 2010, it increased slightly to 35%, and again, decreasing to 30% in the year 2015. The low participation of women has also been one of the woes associated with this election. But tonight, we are putting the spotlight on the governance system that spawns this election. That's our local government system, and whether or not a system that sought to give voice to the voiceless and bring governance to the grassroots is really delivering. And the ultimate question being here, whether it is still fit for purpose. Joining me for this all-important conversation is the Ahafo North MP, and he's the Vice Chairman of the Local Government Committee and Rural Development Committee in Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Suleiman Adamu Sanid. Honorable, you're welcome to Affront.
Thank you, Raymond.
I hope you are doing well.
Very well.
We will soon be joined in studio by his colleague, Deputy Ranking Member from Ho Central, Benjamin Podo. Gentlemen will have their say pretty soon. But I'm being joined by a woman who has been believing in this system, living it, and has been a member of the Assembly for a very long time. Dr. Victoria Esinam Asaofe. She is, during the day, a consultant clinical psychologist. Of course, but she's also an Assembly member and has been for Legon on 3 different occasions. Then later on, when Legon was expanded and it was broken into 3, she became the Assembly member for Westlands. For 4 consecutive times, Dr. Esinam Asaofe has been a member of the Assembly. Doc is joining us via Zoom on this conversation. But let me start first and foremost in studio with the Member of Parliament. Perhaps we will do so after this break. You're welcome back to Affront. My name is Raymond Darko, and our conversation today is to try and put into perspective the entire concept that I've said earlier on. Is supposed to give voice to the voiceless and also give representation and bring governance to the lowest level. But hasn't been delivering on that. That's just yesterday. There was an election. We're not so sure about the actual figures, but as I've just illustrated earlier on, the numbers have not been encouraging. Since we hit almost 60% in the very first one in the 80s, we have not been quite doing well when it comes to delivering at that level. And I also did mention that joining me in studio is one of the committees in Parliament that's not very partisan. That's the Local Government and Rural Development Committee. The Vice Chair is the Honorable Suleiman Adamu Sanid. He's in studio with his Vice Ranking Member, or they call it Deputy Ranking Member, the Member of Parliament for Ho Central, Benjamin Podo. Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And
it's been a long time.
Yes. Honorables, you're welcome once again.
Thank you, Raymond.
Now, let me start with you because I also have a member of the Assembly, Dr. Esinam, Victoria Esinam Asaofe, on Zoom. She joins us. And, okay, now I can see you in your full glory. Many thanks to you for joining us. I'm starting in studio with some brief comments from you, gentlemen. Yesterday, we held an election. The anecdotal evidence suggests that the numbers were not that great as people turn out to vote. Of course, in all fairness, I've not seen the actual figures suggesting turnout. But I want brief comments on your assessment of that election. Sections were postponed to tomorrow. That we know. There were also other issues that people have raised. But as members of a committee that predominantly cares about local government. What do you think? First, starting with Vice Chair.
Yeah, Raymond, thanks for the opportunity. Yesterday, we monitored what was happening in the various constituencies from the perspective of EC and perspective of the media. And it was pretty clear that attendance was going to be low, judging from what was happening in the morning all through to the afternoon. And then when the EC even came out with a press release indicating that there were challenges in some particular constituencies, particularly Ashanti and the Eastern region, and they had to postpone some of the elections to tomorrow and to later dates. It was pretty clear that we were in challenging times. And from our side, we think it's a bit unfortunate, and it's actually going to affect the enthusiasm that we were all yearning to keep up for people to participate in the local assembly elections. Once we begin to have challenges with the electoral process, people being frustrated, especially even those who have actually put themselves forward for elections, being frustrated with all the effort that they've made, all the expenditure that they've made. At the end of the day, elections had to be postponed for a later date, and they have to go look for some funds to what do you call it, prosecute their agenda. Was definitely going to affect enthusiasm, and it's likely to affect future elections regarding the local assembly elections.
Deputy ranking member, your views on what happened yesterday?
Well, the elections themselves were rather smooth. Expectedly, there was low turnout. There weren't any queues at the polling stations. I went in to vote, and at the time I arrived there was nobody in front of me.
Oh, I see.
So I just took it very smoothly, voted, and then left the place. But I was not particularly happy that they were not using indelible ink, even though they said the biometric equipment was capable of detecting possibility of double voting.
Yeah.
Because it took a long time for me to get captured by the machine. So if a number of machines are having similar problems, then it will be difficult for the process to be smooth. So, and then it can lend itself to, frustration from the electoral officials, and they may decide that, oh, yeah, just go and vote and go. Such a thing is dangerous for our democracy. So we should revisit that decision.
There's no indelible ink matter?
Yes.
Okay.
But as we have all agreed, interest in the assembly elections is normally very low for quite a number of reasons. People are not that keen becoming assembly members in some areas. That is why there was a discussion on your channel as to the caliber of people now going in for the assembly elections. You were citing Dr. Kwesi Ndum and some other people in the past. Now, you see, the situation now is that people who you would expect to go for the assembly elections are shying away. One of the reasons I have discovered is that there is no remuneration for the assembly members. There's no remuneration. They go for meetings and they give them 50 cedis for sitting allowance, and that one too becomes a battle to get from there.
The 50 cedi?
Yes.
Now, I'll come to a detailed conversation about this district assembly election. I'm just looking for some brief comments first.
Yes. The other brief comment I want to make is that the assemblymen don't have any dedicated fund to go and carry out development projects. If they are not able to influence the chief executive or the MP to come to their aid, they are unable to do anything by themselves. Indeed, my interactions with them the last time I went for assembly meeting, they were even suggesting that just as MPs have a fund to work with, assembly, yes, assembly members must also have some fund which they can be applying to do small development projects in their electoral areas. So these are some of the things which keep the interest in the election rather low.
Let me bring in someone who's felt it, been there and done it for 4 good times consecutively. She's been a member of parliament for a prestigious area like the Lagos electoral area and subsequently Westlands electoral area. Dr. Ofer, Asa Ofer, you're welcome once again.
Thank you very much. I'm privileged.
Yes, let me start by asking you. Of course, this time around, you didn't contest. You are basically hanging your boots at the assembly level. Is there a reason why you have no business or you are not interested in going into the election in the 5th time?
Yes, I think so. I'll say simply that it's lack of motivation. I have passion for serving people, especially serving the less privileged and then the whole community. I'm a community person and mobilizing youth and community members, especially the young one, grooming them to come up. And the assembly gives me the platform to do that. And that was the reason I kept doing it. But as time went on, I realized that I have to be spending from my personal income continuously. Though it gives me fulfillment and motivation, it's kept draining my income. And then you don't have support from, as expected. And as the honorable member said, there's nothing really that you gain from the assembly that will measure up to the expenditure that you have to do in the community, in the work, in the line of work, especially if you want to do it well. If you just want to have the position and sit home and call yourself an honorable member, then it may be okay. But if you really want to work and want to touch life and serve, then you realize that you have to spend from your own personal resources, which if you don't have income that could be supporting that, then it's a huge challenge. And I can only say that what I've come to realize is that the district assembly membership was started as a voluntary work and is still being seen as such. That when you offer yourself to be an assembly member, to serve your community and your people, then you have carried a burden on yourself and you have to use your personal resources to do that effectively and efficiently. Otherwise, you just add into the numbers, and I don't want to do that. So I guess my resources have exhausted, so to say, and then I would like to, the people that have grown up and they are looking up to me, I think I have to put a foot forward so that they can also see, especially the young ones that are growing up and then looking up to me all these years. And as you said, for 17 years, I've been at this continuously. So people who were born 17 years ago grew up to see me in their community to be the only assembly member, the role model, the way leader and all that. And I must show something for that, to show leadership, to groom them, to support them, which I keep doing. They are going to school, support them to go to school, their vocational training. Adding value to their lives. And if you don't have resources to mobilize your community, at the same time, mobilizing needs of the community members, the various populations from the communities or the electoral area. We have varied population. We're talking about the elderly who have their own needs. They are talking about women who have their own needs when it comes to, they are looking for economics and financial support. And then they are looking for a number of things. And then here, I find myself in a community that has a lot of elite So you can see it's a mixed community or electoral area, but it also has the downtrodden, the middle class, the upper class, and the educational institutions. You look at the University of Ghana, you look at JIMPA, you look at the schools in the area, and then you know that you have this population looking up to you, and you have to measure up to their expectation continuously. And that's the reason why you keep voting for you, and they keep voting for me. And I realize that what I am getting, the resources that I'm drawing, the support that I have to be giving them, as keep dwindling. And so I have to also step my foot out and then encourage other younger ones to come on. So these are some of the reasons.
I mean, you've done this for almost 18 good years. I mean, without any form of support or the kind of things in a place like Legon. Of course, later on when Legon, at the time, Legon was presumably the biggest electoral area in the country, right?
Exactly. That's how come it was in 2019, it was split into 3 electoral areas because it was the largest. So it has not 2, but 3. So I was managing that electoral. I just imagine interacting and having needs of students, even the university students, who at the time it was split, they were like about 25,000. Yeah. And you see, I also lecture, I teach at the university. So I have rapport with the lecturers, and then I also have rapport with the other workers, the porters and the security persons and everyone, the students and all that. And so they all have different needs. Some will come with guidance, with financial support. Others will be support for institution. They need to do registration for. I remember a church in the University of Ghana campus wanted to register the institution, and then they called upon me, and I quickly have to run up and down to get that done, which I mean to be particular, Legon interdenominational. And so I had to go quickly do that. And then others, so they are calling upon you. And sometimes you don't go and because they voted for you, go to them and say, I need ABC to be able to perform this function. So you keep doing this because it also gives me joy. And I know the support base is very, very low. The assembly hasn't got a system to support or to even encourage and remunerate people who are really working hard. Generally, no. And then to select to see, oh, these people are working, and to even assess to see what the assembly members are doing and in their various electoral areas, and how do we support them. The system, because there's nothing there for the assembly member to dwell on. So the assembly may not be able to have that support. If you are lucky enough, which I guess sometimes, is to have the community members who are well-to-do, when you tell them and they see what you are doing in the community, then they want to support here and there. But then that you cannot be going to the same people because they need
you are not a mini DC. You are not a minor DC. Your job really does not involve you having to go and fix people's problems by paying for them. So if you, the lecturer, is tired of doing this job, which other grouping do you think are more likely to take up from you? And where are they likely to get a resource from?
Well, it is a difficult task. And until we all as a nation recognize that the job or the work, the function of assembly member is important, and then it's part of the local governance and leadership, and they need that support, then we are going to have people turning their back to the job. And so we will have people who would like to put kiosks, who would like to fight over public toilets, who would like to claim aspects or something from the market to have resources to do something. Otherwise, we are not going to have that, I mean, quality of people, or even generally people who can really work, coming, showing forth and really taking up the task and doing it effectively and efficiently. So if I'm stepping up. It's just that I feel that I've contributed my quota, and then I've got a number of people. My resources have gone into it a lot. I enjoyed it, but I have to move.
The question I'm asking you now is based on your reflection in the last almost 18 years. Is the district or the local governance structure we have in place, is it fit for purpose? Is it delivering governance to the grassroots that it's supposed to do, from your own experience?
I would say yes and no.
Okay.
Yes and no, because local governance, the structure is there, but is it functional as we expect? Is it efficient? Is it working effectively? I say no. I'll say no, and I'll say a big no. Why? Because we elect assembly members, and that is it. We elect unit committee members, and that is the end of it. Unit committee members, 5 in each electoral area. Oh, my screen is going off. Can you please hear me?
No, I can hear you, but I can actually still come back to you if there's a need to do so. So we surely should come in studio to continue the conversation, but she's made the point. And perhaps those of you in Parliament, are you privy to this extremely challenging circumstance that even lecturers would have to use their personal resources if they want to deliver on the job? For somebody, and I recall, she was an assembly member when I entered Legon. Okay. So, of course, for that period up till now, she's still doing the job. It's almost impractical for anybody to do this role properly, isn't it?
Yeah, Raymond, you see, I think those of us within the local governance space, we need to agree on who should have the mandate to deliver, infrastructure and the social amenities at the local level, the communities. But you see, we keep on bringing in so many actors. MPs have a portion of the common fund to do same. The MMDCs are mandated through the assemblies to also do same. Then now the issue of assembly members also trying to deliver, specifically in terms of infrastructure, to the people. So you see, we have too many players in there, so we don't have a focus. So now the action, if you listen to the Dr. Asaofe, she's advocating we look at how to get assembly members some resources. In fact, my colleague has been hammering on that we should have some portion of some sort of funds dedicated to the assembly members to take care of some of these needs. I see the question is that the moment you begin to dissipate the fund that is going down into different levels, then trust me, the kind of development that you want to see at the basic level wouldn't happen. But if you have one dedicated entity, say the MMDCs are mandated to deliver development at the local level, infrastructure, social amenities in terms of toilets, in terms of boreholes, in terms of community centers and all that. Everybody knows that it's the DCE who must do this. Assembly member will only be a facilitator, will only go and lobby. But the assembly member is not expected to fund it, to look for money to fund it, or to determine that this community must have this, that community must have that. Once we have that conversation and we agree.
But we said that about MPs.
Yes.
And yet we isolated a section and called it an MP's Common Fund.
That is the point I'm coming to. So I'm saying that even the MP's Common Fund, he will bear with me, that if you look at the volume of money, the amount of money that comes into our kitty, it's not that much. And it cannot do much. Look, if you take a typical MP's Common Fund, you have to put like almost 3 quarters or 4 quarters to build a 3-unit classroom block. So if you have to take you a whole year to accumulate that much just to build 3-unit classroom block for a community, he's a finance man. Maybe he will even put it better. To put up a 3-unit classroom block for a community. That means you are satisfying only one community with your common fund for a whole year. So for the 4 years, how many will you be able to do?
4 communities.
Yes, barely 4 communities.
Yes.
And that is not bearing inflation not going up.
And the money coming in at
the right time. So you see, at the end of the day, within the 4 years, you will not be able to show much. So you will take on board that responsibility of delivering infrastructure, delivering development, but it will not come. So I think that we need to situate that conversation very well. We need to disintegrate the various issues and say that, look, assembly members, this is your role. MPs, this is your role. MMDCs, this is your role. Then we agree on that. So when there are issues, we know where to locate the blame. But as it is now, everybody blames the MP. If the person doesn't get his road fixed, he blames the MP.
Not the DCE.
Not the DCE, not the executive. That is how come you find MPs being chased from communities because their roads have not been fixed. Have you heard that any minister have been chased because the roads have not been fixed? They chase the MPs.
Or DCEs.
Or DCEs. It's the MPs. So the issue...
Because you go to them to campaign.
Very good. Because you go to them to campaign. One, you campaign for yourself. You campaign for your party.
That's true.
And therefore campaign for the presidential candidate. So you are the spokesperson of the presidential candidate as far as the people are concerned. So if they have any issues, you are the first person they come to. So I think we need to get the conversation well situated and agree on these things. Once we agree on these things, we'll be good to go. But you see, if you look at the local assembly elections, clearly the numbers are going down. I think people are getting fatigued. Even with elections, just going to vote, people are getting tired.
Why?
Yeah, because you see, people... When we started democracy, this dispensation, people were enthusiastic. Oh yeah, we have liberation, we've been liberated. We are now going to exercise our franchise. We decide who should be our leader and all that. So they were excited. And they do it consistently for some time. Now let's come to look at it. I'm in my community, I vote. I expect some political dividends to come through. The political dividends are not coming through in the level and the pace that the people wanted. So the moment is delaying. Then people begin to ask themselves, is it worth going to queue up in the sun and voting? So those questions begin to come.
Okay.
So I think that quickly, those of us in the political space, we need to look at ways that will be able to deliver political dividends to our people as quickly as we can.
Assembly members.
Oh yeah, there are some assembly